Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Hey, welcome in. Good Monday morning to you. I don't know why I'm thinking it's Saturday. Probably because the last day we worked was Friday, and I pretty much checked out this weekend. I'm not going to lie. As much as one can. Still went to 49er practice. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in for Murph and Marcus. What's going on, Dieter?
I would hope that you checked in for Friday night's baseball game and a little bit of Sunday's baseball. You could have checked out on Saturday, though. Feel free to check out on Saturday for the baseball game.
Well, it was a little bit of a different vibe. And yeah, huge Giants win on Friday with the Blake Snell no-hitter, dominant performance. I mean, just box office.
Yeah.
But because we weren't doing a show until now, Friday evening, whenever that game first pitch and there was the rain delay,
right.
That was I was as in just casual fan mode as you could be. Like, I'm not thinking top hardcore topic for Monday morning.
No, we got to do 3 hours on Snell. No.
I know I've got 20 hours with my guy Dieter for the whole week.
God help
you. So I'm thinking I got to do as much as I can Friday night. You start getting back into the swing Sunday afternoon on a morning show. It's like, I mean, it takes half your Sunday really, because you start getting all the anxiety of what are we going to talk about and all that.
Yeah. But we had a very long call yesterday.
But that means Friday night, you check out. Saturday, you try to check out, and then you use Sunday to come back, and all right, what happened? But yeah, there was no checking out from the standpoint of just being enthralled in the dominance that was Blake Snell at the Great American Small Park. Just spectacular.
To your point on checking out on a Friday, I got to cop to something. I'm watching the Giants game on Friday night. I got my toddler, I got my wife, we're all just hanging out. The Giants game is on. That is usually not what happens. Usually I got the Giants game on the iPad, and either my wife has control of the TV or the toddler has control of the TV, which means we're watching Trash Truck for the 4,000th time in a row. At some point, my wife goes, let's watch like a movie. Let's watch a movie together. And I, being an idiot, say, you know what? That's a great idea, honey. That's a great idea. We haven't done.
You didn't realize what was going on.
So we were watching Toy Story 4, and frankly, great film. No regrets on that one. So I had to watch the Blake Snell no-hitter after the fact, after we put the toddler down. And as we're putting the toddler down, I go, thanks so much for talking me out of watching that Giants game, because the guy just threw a no-hitter. Thanks.
Incredible. So you didn't catch wind, like a notification or something pop up?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, JD.
Hey, we gotta kick this on. Well, I just assume I assume you're all. Here's my view.
You assume I'm always plugged in,
and I know you have the toddler, but here's my view of the. Yes, I would have assumed
that's a fair assumption. Because I usually am.
2 screens, like one in real time, one about, 15 to 30 seconds behind in case you missed something. Like notepad, legal pad, old school yellow legal pad.
Yeah.
Because you're like,
not incorrect.
30 going on 60.
That's right. That's right.
So, and also like some form of like kind of half-assed scorebook. Like not a full scorebook, but
I've tried the scorebook.
Just, quick.
That's what the yellow pad's for.
4-3. Quick little 4. Yeah.
I love the yellow
Backwards
pad.
K.
No question about it. Got my manila folders that I like to take my notes on.
Big binder guy. You really are like 30 going on 70. Like it really.
Keep adding years to it, JD. All of that is absolutely correct. I don't get to live my life anymore. So that's what I would do if I had the agency to live my own life. That is no longer the case. I get to do that in my free time. That's considered a hobby now. Used to be my life. Used to be my job. And now, a lot of Toy Story 4 and Trash Truck. So I'm stunned that none of my Giants fan friends checked in and said, hey, this is happening. And you know what? It kind of lends to the overall thing. When I'm watching it again, and obviously you know what happens, so you're watching it with that in mind. So you don't get to feel the positive anticipation. You don't get this, hey, is this going to happen? Can I just point something out here, and then we will let it die on the vine. We will never mention it again. Kind of a lame celebration. I'm watching it, and I go, this guy clearly hasn't been around the team very much, because no one knew what to do with him after he threw the no-hitter.
Well, and, Logan Webb darn near put him on the IL.
That's
with
right.
The bucket.
That's like the only guy. That was the only guy who showed some real emotion. Everyone else was like just shaking his hand.
He knew how to do it, but then it was like he almost fumbled it. Literally, almost fumbled the bucket.
It's true.
Like onto Blake Snell to where he wouldn't be able to make his next start.
Wouldn't that be the most Giant story of all time? Throws a no-hitter, immediately goes on the IL Gatorade bucket.
Well, I would have thought, and it's funny, there's something in this business in particular when you're doing a morning show that, anything that happens on a Friday night, did it really happen?
Nope. That's why they do the news dumps, baby.
There's so many other things that happen Saturday and Sunday, especially in the sports world, that by 6 o'clock Monday morning, it's like, oh, yeah, Blake Snell threw a no-hitter. It
Isn't that
almost
fun?
Feels like an afterthought.
That's right.
Whereas it might have been, 12. We would have done 12 hours in a 4-hour show of Blake Snell, like if it had been, Thursday or
Can you
tonight.
imagine? Can you imagine how insufferable we would have been about Blake Snell's no-hitter if it happened tonight, tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning, we'd be at 49ers camp, and we would mention the 49ers for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So Blake Snell dominant. The Giants do take 2 out of 3. That was my low-key, what would be the most 2024 Giants thing.
And it felt that way on Saturday.
Blake Snell, unbelievable. Farhan Zaidi keeps him. Hey, this is the reason you keep him. Best starting rotation in baseball. We're going to get into all that between now and 10 o'clock, but then just incredible performance. You lose Saturday, you lose Sunday, and you wind up farther away in the wild card than you were before Friday.
Right on the edge.
But, hey, Blake Snell was on. Like that, in a lot of ways, was that worst-case scenario that we talked about last week, exemplified. But they won yesterday, and they won 2 out of 3. And Tyler Fitzgerald went deep again, and they have won now 7 of 9 to get to within a game of 500 for what feels like about the millionth time in the last 2 months. But they haven't quite been able to touch 500 since the end of May. They've got another shot to do it this afternoon, Dieter.
It's marvelous that they have a shot to do it. I would like to note that the JD rule, which I picked up last week, which is you have to be at least 500 and 3.5 out for me to take you seriously, is still not ascertained. They have not met the threshold of the JD rule.
They could do both tonight.
They can do both tonight. More likely, honestly, that they get to 500. I don't know about the 3.5 because after all of that, right? After all of that, they're still 4.5 back of the wild card.
Yes,
they're still 4.5.
Still 4.5 back. Padres did lose to the Rockies once, but took 2 out of 3. The Braves got beat a couple of times by the Marlins. The Mets got beat a couple times by the Angels this weekend. So, in some ways, Pittsburgh ended up dropping 2-3 to Arizona. So Arizona, Pittsburgh had a big lead.
It's too early for us to put this all on our head, JD.
Again, it's just, but this is the nature of it. And I'm going to simplify it. The nature of it is the Giants won 2 out of 3. And other teams won 2 out of 3. A couple teams lost 2 out of 3. So you gained a game on a couple of teams, and you stayed the same on a couple of teams throughout the race.
And this lends itself to another aspect of the Giants' uphill climb that I don't think we talk about enough. These other teams play each other, and they're going to be playing each other more down the stretch because Major League Baseball, even with their new schedule where everybody's playing everybody, they want National League versus National League and, frankly, division versus division late in the season. So when you have, you mentioned San Diego. Well, they were playing who the hell? Colorado. Fine. That doesn't matter. But Pittsburgh and Arizona are playing. So any win for Arizona, that's great for Arizona. But now Pittsburgh, if they win a game, that's not good for the Giants either. And now you have coming up this week, you already have the Mets are playing at St. Louis. Okay, so now there's 2 teams right there. And Pittsburgh's playing at San Diego. So there's no gains to be had on those. There's
no gains to be had on some, but here's the thing: it isn't guaranteed to help you, but you also, if you keep winning, are going to gain. Like that's the key, and that goes back to what Farhan Zaidi said. Like we got to get hot, and they're hot now. They're 7-2.
Is this hot? Is this hot right now?
They've won 7 of 9, but here's the thing: they started from the point at which they were at their low point of the season. What they need to do is get to 500. And then go 7-2 again. And that's the part that they have been unable to do. We'll detail that coming up here as well.
Great chance to do it against a Washington team that has some guys, but a chance to do it this week.
Also coming up on the show, would the 49ers actually trade Brandon Aiyuk? We're going to get into that. It's
getting real.
Seemingly more likely. Real. And there's a huge deadline tomorrow. Well, it could be a deadline. Lauri Markkanen can be signed to a contract.
Oh, I thought you said we were going to get resolution with Aiyuk, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother.
No. We might get resolution on Aiyuk. We might get resolution on the Warriors and Lauri Markkanen tomorrow as well, as he can be extended. So
there's transactions, and fans love transactions. I heard that last week.
That's right. Farhan special. So the Giants, we got 49ers, we got Warriors. We also have a major announcement coming up today at 6:50.
Giddy up.
You're not going to want to miss that major announcement, something huge here at KNBR. Hums and bums as well.
That's happening.
At 6:50. We got a great show for you. Young Tony's going to tell us all about that coming up a little bit later. But, the Giants, Blake Snell dominant. We'll continue that conversation coming up. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon to discuss why the 49ers could trade Brandon Aiyuk as contract talks continue to stall. Stay tuned to the sports leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
1-2 pitch is a check swing, and he went. Malachi Moore, home plate umpire, rings him up. Strikeout number 11 for Snell. First pitch, he swings and hits a little roller. Back to Snell in front of the mound. He'll glove it. Turns, throws to first, and there's out number 2. Ellie De La Cruz from the right side. First pitch, a swing. Fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. Blake Snell makes history.
They can't say it anymore, you know? Complete game, shutout, no-hitter, leave me alone. But he doesn't go to 9, doesn't go to 8. You know how good that feels? Just did it, leave me alone.
Blake Snell there addressing the haters.
Wow.
As one has to do when
I suppose so.
Earn your first win as a Giant on August 2nd.
I didn't know that was his first win.
First win as he...
I know we don't care about wins and losses anymore, but that's stunning.
Well, and it's the first time that him and Logan Webb in the same term through the rotation have won, obviously, because of the first win.
Yeah.
And they were dominant.
It's his
first
time ever
shutouts.
throwing 8 full innings, much less 9, in his major league career.
Yeah, big time. The 10 strikeouts, 114 pitches, 78 strikes. 18th no-hitter in Giants franchise history, and the first since 2015. Where were you when Chris Heston threw his no-no?
I wasn't in Seattle.
In New York.
Or was it in New York? Yeah, I was in New York. Sorry. I guess I was in Seattle. I don't know. 2015. I mean, I was here. It was, well, you know why that's kind of an unmemorable no-hitter? Because it was going on during Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Oh, that's where I was then.
The Warriors were playing the Cavs in Game 3 of the NBA Finals when Chris Heston threw his no-hitter against the Mets. There was some overlap there.
Yes.
On into really the first half of that game, a game the Warriors lost to fall down 2-1. That would be the Warriors' last loss of the 2014-15 season.
Wow. So, yeah, I was in Cleveland, Ohio. Woof.
Great game for Snell. And, look, dominant performance. I mean, look, he's box office. When he's on, he is.
And he's been on for a minute now.
He has been.
It went to a new level. But to say that this is a surprise is ridiculous. You haven't been paying attention. We talked about it with Mike Krukow last week. I mean, he started to locate his fastball. And not only that, his fastball was popping in a way that it has rarely popped just in his career. Like, this might have been his best fastball outing in a long, long time. And when you're a veteran pitcher, you know, the fastball is usually the thing that goes first. He had a wicked fastball, and he's been locating it in a little bit of a different spot. He's been coming in on the hands instead of going up and away. He's been coming in on the hands, and it's been creating some worse contact. Clearly, he got a bunch of strikeouts, 15 strikeouts the previous go-around, so it's not as if he's not punching dudes out. But I like what the Giants have done with him, but it was all about locating the fastball. This is not a guy who is going to beat you with just a total wipeout slider. He doesn't have one great pitch. What he has is tunneling. When he throws his fastball and he can get it at the top of the zone, and then he hits you with those changeups and curveballs at the bottom of the zone, it all looks like the same pitch for the first 75% of the pitch. You stand no chance when you're going upstairs with the fastball and down low with the breaking pitches. He's been able to locate them pretty much since the All-Star break. And the fastball coming in on the hands a little bit more, get some weaker contact. It's been great stuff.
He's dropped his ERA from 9.51 to 4.29 over the course of the last 5 starts. I said 10 strikeouts. It was 11 in the game on Friday night. And you look at the 5 starts since he came back on July the 9th, and it's 5 shutout innings against Toronto, 7 shutout innings against Minnesota. He allowed 1 hit in both of those games.
That's right.
He did give up 2 runs and 4 hits in 6 innings at Dodger Stadium, 2 hits and no runs against the Rockies with the 15 strikeouts going back to his start prior to the no-hitter in Cincinnati, 11 strikeouts, 3 walks. Yeah, into the 9th inning and beyond, he ends up with his first win as a Giant. He has now in the last 33 innings, Dieter, 2 earned runs.
Seems good.
That's like World Series Bumgarner level.
Yes. It's elite level pitching. The man is the reigning National League Cy Young winner. He's won a Cy Young in both leagues. Let's not pretend as if this is some flash in the pan, new guy coming through, Tyler Fitzgerald, Elliot Ramos. Hey, what a moment we're having. Let's ride it for as long as we can here. And this has also been the MO of Blake Snell in his career. He's a slow starter. He's not somebody who comes in hot at the beginning of the season. Now, you add injuries into the mix this season. Took his time coming back from injuries, which can't say that didn't work out for him. But, yeah, now, this is why Farhan Zaidi has some confidence in this team. It's one of the reasons. Now, there's a lot of things going on with Farhan Zaidi's press conferences that we've talked about and we will continue to talk about. But when Farhan Zaidi comes out and says with confidence we have the best rotation in baseball, he's right to a degree. He has some merit in that comment because 1 and 2 with Logan Webb and Blake Snell, it's very difficult to make the argument that there's a better 1-2 in baseball right now than those 2 guys.
No doubt. And the back-to-back shutouts, first time the Giants had back-to-back complete game shutouts since 2002. It was Jason Schmidt and Livan Hernandez who did that.
I've been calling Webb and Snell the next Livan and Schmidt. I've been saying that.
Yeah, and the 26 strikeouts, the 4th pitcher in Giants history with 26 or more strikeouts in a 2-start span. The others, Madison Bumgarner, he did it in 2015. Jason Schmidt in 2006. And John Montefiusco.
Oh, well, of course you got to get Montefiusco in there.
Got to get him in there in 1975.
Listen, Jason Schmidt, Blake Snell, goatee power. That's all I'm saying.
100%. 100%. And so, yeah, big win. Giants do back it up with taking 2 of 3. But I saw a lot of this, and John Shea, the Chronicle, wrote about this. And, you know,
don't be knocking John Shea on me now.
I'm not knocking John Shea, but he wrote essentially that Blake Snell throwing the no-hitter makes Farhan Zaidi's decision to keep him at the trade deadline look good, which it does in the short term. It does. But there was a lot of that.
Prisoner of the moment.
Well, there was a lot of that going around social media, and even in somewhat, it's not about us. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. It's not about us, but directed at us. Like, hey, you guys are both hardcore. Farhan should have traded Blake Snell at the deadline. What do you got to say now, fellas? And look, my response to that is you can make the case that there is a value in overall watchability for the Giants over the last 2 months for Blake Snell being on this team, especially if he's going to pitch in the manner that he has over these last 5 starts. And his career would tell you, and last year would tell you, that he probably will be dominant.
That's right.
Over the final 2 months.
It's hard to imagine this sliding off. I mean, I don't think he's going to go Johnny Vandermeer when he gets on the mound in 3 days. But, like, he went 15 strikeouts to a no-hitter. Like, it's not as if this is, again, a one-off or it all clicked for one night. He's been cooking for a minute now, and the no-hitter might not even be as good of a game as the 15 strikeout game that he had.
Right, and regardless of whether the Giants make the postseason or if he remains beyond this season, when he's on, it's box office. There's an overall watchability improvement factor for this team that just, frankly, hasn't been there enough this year.
Unquestionable.
Hasn't been there at all, really, in 22 or 23. And I think it was also a big part, in fairness, of why the Giants built the team the way that they did, even with similar results as the last couple of years. It's go get name guys that people can root for. even if some of them turn out to be mid, even if there's some bumps along the road.
Even if you have to trade Jorge Soler.
Yeah, but again, it comes down to, and I think, because you're pretty nuts and bolts. Hey, and I agree with it. It's if Blake Snell dominates and leaves, and he can opt out and leave, and the Giants don't make the postseason.
That's right.
That's not a good look for Farhan Zaidi, even if Blake Snell throws a no-hitter and 8 more starts.
That's where we're at. There's a catch-22 to all of this. Everyone goes, I want to watch Blake Snell. Well, Blake Snell, if he does what we think he's going to do and continues to cook the way that he's been cooking, well, he's going to cook his way right out of town. Now, we did talk to Susan Slusser last week, and she says that he really likes it here. I have actually seen no indication of that whatsoever. He seemed pretty testy with the Bay Area media who ain't exactly tough on him. I mean, we're tough on Farhan now. That only took 6 years to get around to. I would not call Bay Area media, and I'll put myself at the forefront of this, tough to deal with. We might be annoying, but we are not tough to deal with.
No, I would agree with that. So there is this nuts and bolts conversation versus the just, hey, Friday as a fan was fun to watch. It was exciting. It was engaging. It was like if you're a Giants fan, you're watching that game. It doesn't. You don't.
Is that the highlight of the season?
You don't. Well, of course. I mean, I think it's up there.
I think it's the highlight of the season. So that's a good thing to have.
But it's also just you don't care that they're 3 under 500 at that point or 2 under 5 or whatever. Like, you don't care that they're 4.5 out. And
it's a glimmer. It's fun. It's good. It's positive. It's entertainment. We're also not going to talk about it for 4 hours today because it happened on Friday night. Other things happen in baseball.
But the question I want to get into is, does that vindicate Farhan Zaidi's decision? Like, does that make his decision a winning decision? We'll get into that coming up. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. But right now, let's check in with young Tony and find out what else is coming up on the show. What's going on, Tone?
What's up, boys?
You have a good weekend?
Young Tone.
Absolutely fantastic weekend. Yeah. What about you guys? Everything good?
Yeah, man. Little check out and then back into it.
Have you seen Toy Story 4, Young Tone?
I have not. I was going to ask you about that. What's your thoughts?
Feels like you and my daughter are in the same age range. So
damn,
I figured
nice.
Toy Story 4 was going to hit.
I was out on the Snell no-hitter. I was not dialed in on the Toy Story 4 on Friday night.
You missed out. I mean, I had it both ways, buddy. Let me tell you. YouTube TV, you can have it both ways. Toy Story 4 still hits.
All righty. Well, coming up on the show today, we have a great show. We have Hums and Bums, your total weekend recall at 6:50 this morning. We have the great Mike Krukow to talk about Snell's no-hitter at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We'll check in with Mark Spears at 8:15. Get the latest news on Lauri Markkanen. When can he sign? When can he get potentially traded to the Warriors? We'll see what that is. What's going on with Mark Spears today at 8:15, and then cooler content at 5:30. And then we want to continue to tease the 49ers season pass. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for more details on that.
All right, appreciate that from Young Tone.
Young Tone.
We'll be back. Farhan vindication.
Oh, my God. JD, I can't wait to get into this with you.
808 KNBR, right here on the Sports Leader.
They can't say it anymore, Complete game, shutout, no-hitter, leave me alone.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't see back-to-back shutouts this day and age very often. But it's cool to see that two, dominant pitchers like those two can go back-to-back and do it like that. So, plus the bullpen's gotten a little bit of a rest too, which is always nice.
And that wound up paying off in the Giants' win yesterday. There's Bob Melvin, post no-hitter Friday. Blake Snell, Logan Webb, back-to-back complete game shutouts. And the Giants all of a sudden have won 7 of the last 9. They win a road series for the first time since the 4th of July in Atlanta. So it had been a month since they had done that. Still 4.5 back in the National League wildcard race. Still a bunch of teams in between them and where they need to be. But Blake Snell was a great watch on Friday evening in Cincinnati, and he ends up with the game of his career, the no-hitter against the Reds. And again, we talked about this a little bit before the break. Let's get back into it. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday. Farhan vindicated. Is Farhan vindicated for keeping Blake Snell at the trade deadline? Again, I think there's a watchability claim to be made. Hey, they're going to be more fun to watch because he's on this team.
Yeah.
Nuts and bolts, though, it's still, for me, it comes down to he's either got to be here beyond this year or you got to make the playoffs with him. Otherwise, I still think you look back in hindsight and it would have been the best move to look to move him.
I just don't know how one game, as spectacular as it might have been, and I guess we could have done this after the 15 strikeout game with Colorado, too. We could have done this after any of his performances.
Remember, it was like, hey, trade him.
Sell at the high watermark now. Okay, so the watermark got a little bit higher. Fair play. And this is unquestionably the highlight of the season for the San Francisco Giants. What does that say? What does that tell us about the San Francisco? No-hitter's great. Any team, no-hitter, fantastic. Not trying to bring down no-hitters at all. Definitely not trying to bring down Blake Snell after the run he has been on and after the performance he put in on Friday. But the idea that one game, or even this stretch of games, I guess it'd be one game because it's post-trade deadline, one game, that can vindicate Farhan Zaidi is to just forget about everything that led up to this point, and that's ridiculous. That's prisoner of the moment nonsense. And again, I agree with you on the notion of watchability. If I have the choice between some rando from AAA to come up here and give me, 3 innings and then lead to Sean Jelly for another 3, I'm taking Blake Snell. I want to watch Blake Snell. I think any team in baseball would agree on that. But again, any team in baseball would agree on that, so there was probably a team you could have traded them to. And you probably could have set yourself up to win in the future in a better way than they perhaps have by keeping Blake Snell because, as you said repeatedly last week, JD, and you deserve more credit for it, it doesn't matter about the day-to-day. It matters about the big picture. It matters about the macro view of the San Francisco Giants. And right now, the macro view has not changed. Nothing has changed. They're still 4.5 back. So what are we talking about here? Blake Snell had a wonderful night, and I suppose that's a consolation prize amid all the crap that Giants fans have had to eat this season and watching what is oftentimes unwatchable baseball and boring baseball and not winning baseball. They got one night of reprieve. Just so happened to be on a night that probably no one was watching because it was a Friday night post-rain delay in Cincinnati. But, man, the idea that this vindicates Farhan Zaidi for not trading him, we'll find out. We'll find out. But there's only one thing that vindicates Farhan Zaidi, and it's this team making good on what was an 11% playoff chance going into that game against the Cincinnati Reds. I'm not liking Farhan's chances of getting vindicated here.
Well, it all comes back to the evaluations and the things that he said in the post-trade deadline press conference. And I think it's a good point every couple of days to kind of check in on that, right? Best pitching staff in baseball was one of the headlines. Well, 2 shutouts with a no-hitter. Robbie Ray was pretty good yesterday.
Don't mention what happened on Saturday, though.
Not a good Kyle Harrison outing. Well, not a good Robbie Ray outing, going back to the game against
Robbie
the A's.
Ray was fine.
Against the A's.
Yeah,
he wasn't good against the A's. He was fine yesterday.
And I don't feel too bad about Robbie Ray because Robbie Ray's thing is he gives up a lot of homers.
Yep.
Right? That's always been his knock. And
2 hits, 2 homers. Yes.
2 hits, 2 homers, and both of them were like, I don't know about those. I don't think either of them were 100 miles per hour off the bat.
Great American Small Park.
So I'm not going to hold it against Robbie Ray. That was a good outing by him. And by the way, the Giants won. It was a little hairy there for a while. I mean, when Matt Chapman makes that play at third base where he somehow threw out, I think it was was it Ellie De La Cruz or was it Steer? I can't remember.
De La Cruz was on third.
That's right. And it throws him out. I mean, I thought that was going to be the play of the game. Turns out didn't even matter in the long run. So that's a big win for the Giants. They had to have it. They have to win series. I want to note something here, JD. They have 16 series remaining. They can't lose any of them unless they want to go and sweep a couple, which, let's be honest, that ain't happening anytime soon. I think they got their last sweep of the season against Colorado.
They do play the White Sox coming up.
Hey, don't be talking bad about my White Sox. That's my job.
I've just heard the White Sox haven't won in a while. Like, I don't know what. I got I'm
something.
Not totally
I got
locked
something.
in on there.
You're not locked in on the White Sox, JD?
But they haven't won in a minute. That's what I hear. That's what the streets are telling me. The streets are telling me the White Sox haven't won in a minute.
They haven't won since July 10th.
Okay.
That was well before the All-Star game.
It was almost 4 weeks ago.
The Olympics hadn't started yet.
That doesn't usually happen in the majors.
I think Joe Biden was still in the presidential race when the White Sox last won.
Yes.
So it's going great. It's going really well for my Chicago White Sox. I'm feeling fantastic about it.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, I digress.
Okay,
I digress.
That's my job.
I digress on that. So best pitching staff in baseball. That's one Farhan evaluation. There's been the two dominants. There's been a pretty good Robbie Ray. There's been a bad Harrison. There's been a Robbie Ray start.
It's unquestionably a very good, if not top 5 rotation. I don't know about best, but it's very good.
Webb and Snell have been dominant since he said that. That's
a 1-2 that you're not matching.
Leaning in on the young guys. Fitzgerald, a couple more home runs. NL Rookie of the Month for July. Encarnacion hit one out the other night in a losing effort.
Is he a young guy? Is he qualified as a young guy?
I mean, I don't know. He qualifies as a find.
He's a new guy. He's a classic Farhan. Classic Farhan guy.
I think he qualifies. I think he qualifies. So the young
for the
leaning
next
in
2
on the young
weeks
guys
until they waive him.
Leaning in on the young guys, that works for now. Again, it's not. None of these are overwhelming. Like I'm not saying like stamp these for the rest of the year. It's just we're evaluating where we are right now.
They had a good series.
100% believes they can make the playoffs. That one's not going as well. Even at winning 2 out of 3 and 3 of 5 since he made the statement about 100% believing, because that's the other part of this. That came after the sweep against the Rockies. They're 3-2 since the 100%. I believe they can make it.
High on their own supply.
Don't mistake that for 7-2, because there's again, it's like they have won 7-9, but the 7-9 started from their low point of the season. So the 7-9 is not.
Congrats, you're digging yourself out of a hole. By the way, the playoff chances up to 13.3%.
So there you go. So you've gained 3% since then.
Every day, a little higher. Even though they make no moves whatsoever in the standings.
So, again, varying degrees of, like, Farhan may wind up being vindicated, Dieter, but we're not going to know until September 29th.
Yeah, I don't think that one good series, very good maybe, whatever you want to call it, I don't think one series against the Cincinnati Reds vindicates Farhan Zaidi, because they've played 100 baseball games that clearly did not vindicate him. He was, it's like this point you were making. Okay, they're 7 out of their last 9. Well, yeah, from the low point of the season. You don't get vindicated just because you pulled yourself back up to a level of respectability, and you certainly don't get vindicated when you don't make any moves in the standings over the weekend.
And they still aren't quite to 500, and they aren't quite to within 3.5 or the neck.
They're in 4th place in the division, JD. How about we get to 3rd place, and then we can talk about vindication, huh?
Well, if they can get to 3rd place,
they're in a wild card.
They're going to be in a wild card spot. So at that point, they beat. But what they need to do is get to 500 and then win 8 of 10 once they get to 500. Yeah. Then they've got action. Like that's what changes it. But
16 more series. Can't lose one of them.
From a standpoint of watchability, because I think there are a lot of fans that just want a fan. I think there are a lot of fans that just want to watch great players dominate and do cool things, and that's what Blake Snell provided on Friday night in Cincinnati. And I'll put it this way. Would you rather have Blake Snell continue to be on the Giants as he is, or like Mason Black come up and, all right, we're out of the race. Mason Black's coming back. Mason Black's pitching at Cincinnati in his return to the rotation because we just traded Blake Snell.
I feel like Mason Black's taking a lot of strays here, and that's not fair to Mason Black.
It's not, it's not a Mason Black issue.
No, it's clear that you have a vendetta against Mason Black, and we're just going to leave that where it is.
I picked a random young starter who wasn't great when he got an opportunity.
Here's Bivens for 4. I'm with you. I'm with you, and I'm in agreement. It's much better to watch Blake Snell. You know what's even better? Watching playoff baseball. And I don't think it's going to happen this year. And if Blake Snell leaves and he goes to Seattle or the Yankees or wherever, if he leaves at the end of this season and you got nothing to show for it but the memories of the no-hitter in Cincinnati after the rain delay, you're going to be holding a big bag of nothing and wondering what the hell it was all for. Because, by the way, you had to suffer through Blake Snell for months just to get that one moment, just to get this little run that we're on that culminates or perhaps extends. We'll find out here in a couple of days. With this one moment, you had to eat a big pile of turd because he was awful for months. And the fact of the matter is you got one night out of it. It doesn't even vindicate Blake Snell, much less Farhan Zaidi.
First win of the season, but dominant in throwing the no-hitter, 11 strikeouts. It's 26 Ks in the last 2 starts. And again, last 33 innings, 2 earned runs allowed and 8 hits.
If they're going to do it, he's got to be part of it, man. But, boy, they got a long way to go.
All right, so we'll continue this conversation later in the program. He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. We're in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday, 808 KNBR. Coming up next, though, it's Hums and Bums. We're getting your heroes from the weekend. And Dieter's going to go in on a team that probably shouldn't have made this segment that did as well. That's coming up right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, welcome back. Hums and Bums coming up in just a second. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here. But right now, our major announcement, Dieter, are you ready?
Has it not already been announced?
I mean, we may or may not have run a promo for it already. But starting today, August 5th, until August 23rd, so that's what, 3 weeks. For the next 3 weeks, you're going to have 3 chances a day, the lucky listener, once during Murph and Marcus, once during Papa and Lund, once during Tolbert and Copes, to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game.
Hot damn.
Big deal. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the grand prize. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR.
That's 896-KNBR.
Right.
Don't be coming on the regular 896-KNBR.
But you do it when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today during the 9 o'clock hour.
9 o'clock hour.
9 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify for 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Big time deal.
You can be there. I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk will be, but you can be there.
And that's coming up in 10 minutes. We're going to get into the latest on Brandon Aiyuk and what is going on there as they continue to be at a stalemate between the 49ers and his camp, and some new teams popping maybe into the mix as far as if the 49ers would look to trade him. That's coming up.
It's getting real.
At the top of the hour. But right now, Hums and Bums. Let's get to it. Our hum babies and bum babies from the weekend. And I want to get it rolling with Tyler Fitzgerald.
The pitch to Fitzgerald. There's a high drive into deep left field. Way back there, still going. Adios! Pelota!
1-2, a swing and a high drive hit out to deep left center. This one heading way back. It is gone. Swings at this pitch, hits a high drive out to straightaway center. Doyle on the move, going back at the track. He leaps. It's gone.
Here's Tyler Fitzgerald against Yarborough. He blasts one to deep left field. Going back on the ball. Vargas, it is gone.
He's swinging. He hits a high drive deep to left field. And has he done it again? Yes, he has. Way back into the Dodger bullpen.
Tyler's 0 for 2 tonight. He smashes one. Deep left field. It is gone. Another home run for Tyler Fitzgerald.
And there's a swing, and there's a shot. Deep left center field. Way back there. Goodbye. Another home run for Tyler Fitzgerald. A couple of strikeouts, so he was 1 for 4 in that game, and he blasts one. Deep left field. It's on its way. Goodbye.
It's also about seeing if the young guys can continue to spark us, because whether that was Jung-Hoo Lee at the beginning of the year, Ramos, in the middle of the year, or Tyler Fitzgerald over the last month, it's really been the young guys who've come in and given us the spark to get going offensively. So hopefully we can have more of those performances down the stretch.
All right, there's Farhan Zaidi on Tyler Fitzgerald. All 8 July Tyler Fitzgerald homers. As I've got the hum babies, Dieter, you got the bum babies coming up here in just a second. But Tyler Fitzgerald, 2 more homers, by the way, this weekend in Cincinnati.
Yep.
So that's 10 in July and the first couple of days of August. He was also the NL Rookie of the Month for July. 321 to 8 home runs, 2 doubles, a triple, 15 driven in, 13 runs scored. He had a stolen base. Led all NL rookies in homers, batting average, on-base percentage for the month of July. So he is leading off for my hum babies here for this Monday.
He's the Central Illinois Barry Bonds, which, listen, you got to grade on the curve here, but he is unreal.
Young A-Rod.
Young A-Rod?
He's young A-Rod at this stage.
Okay.
We'll see where it continues. When's it going to end? Well, it didn't end over the weekend in Cincinnati. All right. Hum baby number 2 for me. And I'm going in reverse. I'm going the build up. I know sometimes it's just come out of the chute, give your top.
Coming hot.
Top. I'm going more
You're going Blake Snell.
I'm going 3-2-1.
You're going Blake Snell. You're going to start slow, and then you're going to build up to something great.
Exactly. I'm building up to Blake Snell right now.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out with, you guessed it, the curve. Snell strikes out the side for the second time tonight. He's got 8 through 4 scoreless innings. Snell ready. The payoff pitch is strike 3 called. 97 on the fastball for strikeout number 10. 1-2 pitch is a check swing, and he went. Malachi Moore, home plate umpire, rings him up. Strikeout number 11 for Snell. First pitch, he swings and hits a little roller. Back to Snell in front of the mound. He'll glove it. Turns, throws to first, and there's out number 2. Ellie De La Cruz from the right side. First pitch, a swing. Fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. Blake Snell makes history.
They can't say it anymore, Complete game, shutout, no-hitter, leave me alone. He doesn't go to the 9th, doesn't go to the 8th. Y'all get that feels? Just did it. Leave me alone.
All right, Joe Rizzo on the call. Blake Snell for the haters there at the end.
Suppose so.
He throws the no-no in Cincinnati, 11 strikeouts. We've been all about his dominance here the first hour of the program. Hum baby number 2 for me. Well, how the heck do you throw a no-hitter in your number 2? Well, because the number 1 guy went into the freaking Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis, enshrined in Canton. He is my hum baby number 1 here for the weekend.
This day is special for so many reasons. Obviously, being here at the Hall of Fame, the Pro Football Hall of Fame, standing up here on this stage with my new classmates, my new brothers, and in front of you all speaking. But that wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for this lady who's no longer with us. Mama Loretta, today's your birthday. You'd always say, even if I hadn't seen you, baby, Mama loves you. Mama, no, we didn't have the best of relationships, but I love you for getting me here and allowing me the opportunity to go through this life as it has been. So today, I say thank you. Happy birthday to you. God bless you all. Thank you.
An emotional Patrick Willis in Canton giving a thank you to his mom.
Yeah,
Couldn't have
shout
done
out to
it.
the moms.
Yeah, moms are the best. Moms are the best.
Big ups to moms.
Big ups to moms.
Ultimate hum babies.
Patrick Willis, hum baby number 1 for me as you listen here to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Hour number 2, still in hums and bums. Dieter Kurtenbach's got the bums.
I'm stunned that you gave me the bums, by the way. I mean, stunning move by everybody here at Cumulus Media.
Just
being
worked
like,
out.
hey, Dieter, you know you're a curmudgeon. Pick out some bum babies for the week.
Who you got?
Okay, we're going to start with Colton McKivitz. And
okay,
I feel bad. I feel bad because you want to have players with confidence here. You want to have guys who can talk themselves up, who can, come in with optimism. We've been getting a lot of optimism from 49ers camp, JD. Not a lot of good football, but a lot of optimism. And here's Colton McKivitz. And he's a bum baby because he is just setting himself up for a year's worth of ridicule on the internet and sports talk radio. Colton McKivitz on Saturday.
So I think that was just the biggest thing, just that trust that the front office and Kyle had in me to keep going during the season. And then they're like, here, dude, like, this is your job. Like, take it. And I think that's the biggest thing I learned, was not playing, kind of hesitant on, am I going to get pulled to this? Like, no, this is my job and now it's mine. And that's kind of the biggest mind shift that I've had towards, being the right tackle here is there's a lot of talk about left tackle and run and how great, Trent is. Obviously, he'll be the best, but there's going to be some good football coming from the right this year.
Going to be some good football coming from the right. I really do hope Colton McKivitz is correct, and I hope he's not on social media if he is not correct, because my goodness, is he about to get roasted. That quote is going to be used a lot this season.
I just thought it was hilarious that you take one of the most maligned 49er players on the entire roster.
Come on.
And it's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm making him my bum. I'm just going to make him my bum. Like, that's an easy bum. Like, what an easy bum.
Okay. Well,
Easy
how about
bum.
this guy? How about one of the most beloved players in the history of Bay Area sports? How about Draymond Green, bum baby of the week number 2?
Now, that's more like it.
But y'all chasing the game like all young dudes do. Come down, I need to get a 3. And ain't nobody Steph Curry. But everybody want to get to 3. Shooting it well. But you took 3 bad ones in a row. Or you took 2, one of y'all took another one. Right? And then y'all cried about every call that was called. I get a lot of texts. So I'm actually f***ed up on that part. But it's also cost me $2.5 million. Which is more money than probably everybody in here paying to make that ain't a rich kid. It's probably 50 times the amount of money my mom made in her life. So it'll cost you. And also, what have y'all done to get calls? I was this close from, by the way, not giving y'all one. And there's nothing any of y'all can say. So why are we crying about calls? It's pick up. He ain't say nothing about a foul. He ain't say nothing about a foul. Say, yo, we still had the ball. And y'all crying about every call. Why? Who's done something? I just want to know which one of y'all done something. Quite frankly, I don't think any of y'all have done anything. But that's just me.
That's Draymond talking to children this weekend at the Clutch Sports NIL camp. Those were all high schoolers he was talking to. And why he's the bum baby, one, there was just enough self-awareness that he should have caught himself. There was just enough self-awareness that he should have been like,
y'all want to be like me, getting texts and complaining to the refs?
Yeah. It could have been a teaching moment. Could have been a teaching moment because he's like, hey, don't make my mistakes. Don't be like me.
Y'all try to be like Steph and it wrecks your game.
Didn't get over the hump there. Couldn't get over the hump. And just kept going. It was a lot like the Draymond Green show. You're like, oh, you're right there. You got a point. You're about to make it. And then he just sort of drifts away. It's extemporaneous speaking from Draymond Green. Bum baby of the week number 2. And bum baby of the week number 3. It's my Chicago White Sox, JD.
Who?
The Chicago White Sox, they are apparently a Major League Baseball team in the American League. Well,
I thought they got kicked out in 1919.
Promotion relegation, they would have been they'd be in the 4th division by now.
They let them back in?
I cannot believe. Frankly, I wish they never did. Because as a longtime Chicago White Sox fan, I have 1 year in which I can hang my hat on. That's 2005, which last time I checked was 20 years ago, which I don't like to think about or bring up very often. That's the only year in my lifetime the Chicago White Sox have won a playoff series, and they have now lost 20 straight games. They are 60 games under 500, JD. They're going for the record. The 61 Phillies lost 23 straight. The White Sox have lost 20 straight, and here's their former manager, the guy who won the World Series in 2005, a guy who was in the running to be their manager this year, Ozzie Guillen, talking on the White Sox postgame show, and honestly taking it on the chin for the team.
I don't think I was the bad manager when they picked Pedro in front of me. I gotta see a psychiatrist. Yeah. So I'm drinking a lot.
You are.
I have problems with my wife a lot. I scream into. The only people who get along with me is my grandkids. Everybody else, I hate him. I don't know why.
Don't take it personally.
Maybe that's why. I swear to God. I'm not playing around. A lot of people think, I know. I thought I was bitter myself. Like, my God, I'm this bad. Then I went to manage in Venezuela. Come and go, wow, man, I won
a championship.
I'm not that loud. It's on my cities. Go. It's like, holy cow. I should be embarrassed.
Ozzie Guillen saying he should be embarrassed because they hired Pedro Grifol to be the manager over him. And what does that say about Ozzie Guillen? Now, there's some self-awareness from Ozzie Guillen right there. Drinking a little too much. His wife doesn't like him anymore. And they pick Pedro Grifol, who, how is this guy still employed as the manager? By the way, if the White Sox, you take out their franchise record losing streaks this season. They started off the season with a franchise record losing. Of them. Yeah, which one? There's been 2 of them that are franchise records. If you take those losing streaks off the books, they still have the worst record in baseball. Still have the worst record in baseball. 60 games under 500. They're on a pace to go 38-124, overtaking the Cleveland Spiders. Overtaking the Cleveland Spiders of 1899, overtaking the 62 Mets. The worst team in modern eras. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. And guess what? This was supposed to be the peak of the rebuild. So enjoy Blake Snell, ladies and gentlemen, because let me tell you, it could be a whole lot worse.
Here's what I know. There's your hums and bums for a Monday here. Murph and Marcus, JD, and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in here on this Monday. Here's what I know, though. The Giants are thrilled that the White Sox are still in the league because they got 3 games against the White Sox at Oracle Park coming up August 19, 20, and 21. 2 weeks from tonight.
First off, I think the White Sox play the A's this week. So there's a chance.
They do.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's a much smaller story.
That's a much smaller story. I think I might go on Wednesday just so that I can be the most miserable man on the planet, fulfilling my destiny there. If the Giants do not sweep the Chicago White Sox, we can call it over. We can call it. If they lose a single game to the Chicago White Sox, season's done. There's no redemption from losing a game to the White Sox at this point in the season. I'm not going to lie. I don't watch a lot of the White Sox because they went from having the best broadcast booth in baseball, and I say that proudly. I know that there's promos saying
they're
something
coming
else.
At you.
Jason Benetti's as good as it gets. They let Jason Benetti go at the beginning of the season. They brought in this guy, John Schifrin, who is now a meme for how bad he is at calling home runs and wins. It's brutal. It's brutal. They went from the best booth in baseball to the worst booth in baseball in a season. So I don't even watch him anymore. And I'm feeling this by proxy. And again, 60 games under. We're complaining about 2, 3, 60 under 500 for a White Sox team that you just wake up?
I'm sorry. I dozed off on you there.
Oh, apologies. Okay.
Wait.
It's a little early.
No, 3:45. I was doing great, and then all of a sudden I was just like, oh
man,
like
just the White Sox.
It kind of did it to me.
All right, well, we'll talk about something else.
No, we're going to talk some 49. No, you can't lose to the White Sox.
If you lose to the White Sox, it's over. There's no redemption from losing to the White Sox. So get what you need to get done against Washington. If you lose a game to Washington in a 4-game set, I'm not going to hold it against you. You know what? If you look good and it's tight in a 4-game series and you win 2 and you lose 2, I mean, I can give it as somewhat of a pass. The season's not completely over yet. You cannot lose series from here on out. I guess you can tie them. There's a couple 4-game sets.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Dieter and Matt Kolsky talk White Sox on their
I'm just saying,
Southsiders podcast.
If the Chicago White Sox come to Oracle Park and take a game off of the San Francisco Giants, just pack it up. Pack it up. Start waving players because it's over. It's over. You can't lose to these guys. They're not even a AAA team at this point. This is a AA operation masquerading as a major league team.
All right, hums and bums in the books here for a Monday. We got Mike Krukow coming up at the bottom of the hour, 7:30. Lots to get into with Kruk off of the Giants taking 2 of 3, and they're on their way. You mocked me, by the way, when I said, hey, 5-2 trip incoming. They're on their way, 2-1. All you got to do is take 3 or 4 Washington, 5-2 trip.
All you got to do, 5-2 trip. That's great. Will they still be 4.5 out by then?
I don't know where they're going to be, but if they could win 3 of 4, they will be above 500. So that will check at least half of my are you in it or not boxes that need to be checked.
That's awesome.
I don't know. I feel like they got a little thing going right now. I don't know where it's going to lead.
Okay.
But I think they've got action as much as maybe they've had action at any point.
It's nice to have optimism 4.5 back.
Could the 49ers have action on a Brandon Aiyuk trade? What has changed regarding the 49ers' stance on Aiyuk, if anything? 808 KNBR, we're going to get into that coming up next right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And y'all crying about every call. Why? Who's done something? I just want to know which one of y'all done something.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what to do when you can't pay your taxes.
Paul, you know, we do a lot of other things too, but this is so overwhelmingly important to clients. There's so many people that just live in fear of the day the IRS agent's going to be knocking on their door. It doesn't have to be. I know you feel overwhelmed. I know you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater. There's no hope. But there is. You have so many good opportunities. Whether we cut a deal where you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or you pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what the IRS says you can afford, or you get the penalties forgiven, which can be a lot of money, or you get some time to just get yourself together and leave you alone while you're getting back on your feet. The bottom line is this. We have a free consultation. We partner with you. We listen to you. We explain all your options, all your benefits, answer all your questions. And then if you want us to, we want to do everything for you. So you have nothing to do with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up your telephone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected. Caught. Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Aiyuk is on fire! Just in time!
And what a great move to snag and just throw Cam Sutton off of him and get a release to the inside, and Brock right on time, slamming it right in between two defenders as he bought some time moving to the left. That is a big-time play.
All right, Greg Papa, Tim Ryan, NFC Championship game. That was Brandon Aiyuk's last touchdown to date with the 49ers. Will it be his last touchdown period with the San Francisco 49ers? We welcome you back. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday on the Sports Leader. Some indications, and our buddy Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area writing over the weekend and combining some other reports. What started all of this is Cam Marino of NFL Draft Buzz reporting that the Browns and Patriots would be the most likely trade partners for Brandon Aiyuk. It's interesting, the Steelers and the Commanders have been other teams that have been rumored and speculated upon over the course of the last couple of months.
Right.
Mayoko wrote, it appears more likely than ever that the Niners are willing to make a trade. It might be up to Aiyuk to determine the next move. And then Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, longtime Browns beat writer, wrote that the Browns could afford to pay Aiyuk if wide receiver Amari Cooper were dealt in trade to San Francisco. So there's a lot of different things. Why would the 49ers suddenly change their reported stance on we're not trading him? We don't have a feel if a deal is close or not, but I think and Mayoko wrote this, and we've discussed it, Dieter. The difference, it sounds like, is the 49ers would have been unwilling to do a trade for draft capital only, but if they could get a player and maybe draft capital back, they could look to, have a more cost-effective replacement in the immediate, add to the draft capital, and kind of have this best of all worlds as things continue still on the contract front to be at a stalemate.
Here's why the Patriots and the Browns make a lot of sense here. Matthew Judon, Amari Cooper. They're two guys who are in contract negotiations with those two teams. Judon with the Patriots. He's not showing up to camp. There's not even really talks going on there. An elite-level defensive end. And then Amari Cooper's been on, 3 different teams now. So you don't think about Amari Cooper in these heavy terms of an elite wide receiver. I was grinding some Amari Cooper tape last night. I'm going through the numbers. He's kind of the same thing as Brandon Aiyuk. They're running the same kind of offense. Kevin Stefanski, that's a Shanahan disciple. It's really similar. Now, is Brandon Aiyuk a better player? Absolutely. I think the question the 49ers have to ask themselves is, how much more does Brandon Aiyuk have to offer the San Francisco 49ers? Is second team All-Pro his peak? Brandon Aiyuk certainly asking that question because during his ill-fated PR tour He was saying that he can take it to another level if he had Jaden Daniels as his quarterback, which is a ridiculous statement, but, here we are. I think that if the 49ers can get an Amari Cooper and draft capital for 2025, they can reasonably say, hey, we tried to make it work with Brandon Aiyuk. He was being unreasonable with his demands. We're not going to pay a wide receiver that much money in an era where wide receivers are coming out at a rate unbeknownst to the NFL before this point. I mean, the level of talent coming out of college football at the wide receiver position is immense. It's to the point where you can be a team like the Dallas Cowboys and have Dez Bryant and just say, yeah, we're going to take CeeDee Lamb. Well, now CeeDee Lamb is the next Dez Bryant. You could be a team like the Minnesota Vikings, and they can have Stephon Diggs, who has the biggest catch in Vikings history. And then you can say, you know what? We're just going to take this guy Justin Jefferson, who's like the 4th receiver off the board in the first round. Now Justin Jefferson is the highest paid receiver in football. The talent that's coming out, and I know those are two extreme examples, but the 49ers might be looking at Ricky Pearsall, who has been the truth in camp, and say, hey, he could be the next Brandon Aiyuk. There's not that big of a difference. And by the way, if he's not that guy this year, because he's a rookie, and why would you expect that to be the case? You know who could be Brandon Aiyuk for us this year? Amari Cooper, who was basically Brandon Aiyuk last year in a very similar system, and in fact, might have been a little bit better.
Yeah, Amari Cooper, 72 receptions last year for 1,250 yards, 5 touchdowns with the Browns. He's got 7,000-yard seasons in 9 years in his career.
He's a steady Eddie.
He's 30.
He's 30.
Brandon Aiyuk is 26.
That's right.
So you're getting a more affordable contract in Cooper. You're allowing Brandon Aiyuk to get paid by the Browns, but I think you'd be getting draft capital back for taking on the older player. And so, yes, this could finally be a potential best of all worlds solution. I agree with you. Ricky Pearsall factors into this. I also think in a weird way, Chris Conley factors into this as well. In that, just there's maybe a little bit more depth. If you're taking somebody back, though, a plug and play receiver back, that I do feel like is a game changer. For whatever reason, though, the Niners they're pretty hard set on not moving up closer to Aiyuk's preferred number.
I can't really blame them for that. At a certain point, it is too much, especially when you have so many other guys to pay, including Trent Williams.
Here's my deal on that. I think, and this is where I'm maybe changing my tune a little bit in being open to doing a deal. I've said this, and I firmly believe it. Like, I don't think the 49ers can just not have Brandon Aiyuk on this team, not have a immediate replacement in terms of a veteran receiver.
Okay.
And I like Chris Conley a lot. He's not that guy. I'm not. I want to be clear on that.
Chris Conley is a nice guy if you need him for a week, if you need him for apparently a catch in the playoffs. But he is not an all-pro caliber receiver.
No, but steady and a guy that depth and all of that.
You can play him.
Here's the thing for me, if I've thought since the end of the season, as the contract squabble has continued to go on, that the 49ers just need to pay him and figure it out and keep him on this team for this season, because their best chance to win a Super Bowl is with Brandon Aiyuk on the team. I would have gone as far as to say the 49ers can't win the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk or a replacement, because now the new information is the 49ers might get a plug-and-play replacement, even an older one, but an extremely talented one.
Right.
With the prospect of it being Amari Cooper, or looking to trade him to a team that would be willing to send a receiver back. Yeah. In addition, that's where it feels like maybe you win the trade if you're the 49ers, right?
It depends on what Aiyuk does, but if the 49ers are of the mindset that we've already seen the best that Brandon Aiyuk has to offer, that he is peaked, and that maybe he maintains that peak, but this is as good as it is, that there's not another level for him to get to, as he's indicated that he thinks there is for himself. If the 49ers really think this is as good as it gets for Brandon Aiyuk, then their price, while probably a little bit low, is closer to what he should be paid than what Brandon Aiyuk thinks he should get paid. Brandon Aiyuk is trying to get paid for something he hasn't done yet. The 49ers are trying to pay Brandon Aiyuk for what he has done over the totality of his career, which means one truly great season and a couple of years building up to it. Somewhere in the middle, the two should meet, but if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to come down at all, he's the one who has to sign the contract. And to this point, the reason there's a stalemate is that Brandon Aiyuk is hell-bent on getting over $30 million per year. And we're not even getting into the fully guaranteed stuff and the things that actually matter. Just $30 million a year. And the 49ers have strictly said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to pay you that kind of money. You're not as good as those guys. And until Brandon Aiyuk says, you know what, I'm cool taking a little less. You know what, I'm cool coming under 30. Nothing's going to happen except Brandon Aiyuk's going to keep holding in, and at some point he might show up to work, or that neck and that back injury might actually be something, and he might hold out for a little while longer. And all this to say, this isn't even the 49ers' top priority right now. Their top priority is getting 71 under contract and ready to go. And I know that that's not an immediately pressing issue because, 71 doesn't really practice anyway. But Trent Williams is the most important player on this football team, not named Brock Purdy. It's not 11. And I think that, honestly, framing it like that only hurts Brandon Aiyuk's value. The fact that Trent Williams holds out and you go, well, we got to drop everything and deal with this. Meanwhile, your all-pro wide receiver is holding out and you go, we can deal with that later. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about Brandon Aiyuk and where the 49ers are at?
It truly does. And look, I think, and maybe I'm naive, but I've been of the belief on Trent Williams that it's basically, hey, when do you want to show up? When do you want to show up? Like, we'll figure it out. When do you want to show up?
Well, it's very similar to the Christian McCaffrey thing, where McCaffrey's like, listen, I'm not coming here unless you pay me what I'm worth. And the 49ers are like, yes, sir. That's the same thing Trent Williams is doing. And so, to your point, it might just be, okay, we got something figured out. You can keep playing golf for a while.
Well, and that being said, I think it also relates. It's in some ways similar to the Warriors with Klay Thompson. Their stance on Klay Thompson was, hey, we got to figure out all these other things we got to do first. Yeah. And then we'll see how much money, how far we can go with you on the back end.
That's right.
And I think there's a hint of that, not apples to apples, but a hint of that in this, hey, we got to figure out Trent Williams right now.
I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk doesn't like it.
And then come back to, can we do another $1 million here, $1 million there? Like, I do think the two are interrelated as it pertains to this deal. But it's interesting to me. We're going to get into this in the big hit coming up at 7:50. Would you do the deal is part of it. And then also, why have things changed so much? So all that's going to be coming up as well. But Mike Krukow joins us next. Back to some Giants conversation and then more 49ers. There's also a little bit of news on the Warriors to get into. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in for Murph and Marcus here on Esports Leader. Mike Krukow coming up in just a moment, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Before we get Mike, and do we have Mike? Are we ready to roll? Not yet. All right, before quick NBA note, Tony Jones and Tim Kawakami of The Athletic reporting it's unlikely Lauri Markkanen will sign his deal on Tuesday. If he signed a deal with the Jazz tomorrow, he would be trade eligible at the deadline,
That's right.
February 6th. If he signs after Tuesday, then he will be untradeable. Basically, has a no-trade clause.
There's a lot to unpack here.
For a year. So
I want to get into this a little bit later, but I got to talk some Blake Snell right now.
We're going to get into that coming up here. But right now, let's get back into the Giants. Good weekend for them. Phenomenal Friday night for Blake Snell at Great American Ballpark. So Mike Krukow joins us here on the Sports Leader. Mike, how are you? And my goodness, I didn't think Blake Snell could be better than he was against the Rockies, but he sure as heck was in Cincinnati.
He's putting on a show right now that I can't remember witnessing a better streak. I mean, these last 5 starts since he's come off the out of the break. I mean, he's just been remarkable, and he calls his own games. I mean, he's got such a good feel for all of his pitches, and he is a very bright guy, and he gets what he's all about. He knows how good he is. What blows my mind, because Friday night it was a first for a lot of things. Obviously, the no-hitter, but first shutout, first complete game. This guy's won 2 Cy Young awards and didn't have a complete game in those campaigns. That to me blows my mind. And but just watching how he carves guys up, I was listening to his interview the next day. They had it on maybe I thought it was Saturday. Yeah, maybe it could have been Sunday. Anyway, he was talking about himself, and he goes, "I'm a power pitcher." Well, he is. That's what a power pitcher can do. He can make you look foolish on a fastball, and you know it's coming. He can make you look foolish on a curveball when you're looking for it. And he's got 2 other weapons, the slider and the changeup, that are just like, well, yeah, I got these I can make you swing and miss with too. He is putting on a clinic right now. And that was really one of the easiest no-hitters I've ever seen. And he got pinched. There was at least 12 pitches that could have been called his way. He got none of them. And yet he still got a complete game no-hitter with a relatively small, low strike zone. I think it was 114 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just watching this guy, I'm thinking, well, and we've been talking about this for a while. He's the best pitcher in the world right now, and he's having fun. He's enjoying it, and I'm just glad he's here with us.
Mike, it was also the first time Blake Snell had ever completed 8 innings in his major league career. He had never even gone 8. He had pitched in the 8th, but he had never completed 8. So an incredible performance by him, and obviously the Giants are hoping more to come there. I was impressed by what Robbie Ray did on Sunday. I know there were the 2 home runs. Both of those were, let's say, ballpark aided. I don't think either of them went 100 miles per hour off the bat. 9 strikeouts. He's looked really good, too. We're talking about one hell of a 1-2-3 at the top of the rotation here.
Well, and 4 and 5 ain't bad either. They're going to give him a chance to win. The Robbie Ray thing is pretty cool because he's got his arm back. And when you give an athlete his body back after he's had an injury, it's the ultimate gift because it gives you perspective. I mean, when you're charging hard and you're going into the big leagues and you're trying to get established, you're trying to make your fortune, basically. I mean, what are you? You're a professional player. What do? They get paid. Well, once you get paid, it changes perspective in itself. But when you go through an injury that could be a career-ending injury, and you don't know what's in store, and then it's a long time before you come back. You go by all the rules, you do everything they tell you, and when you get a surgery, you're always anticipating when a surgeon tells you, yeah, well, this could be, you could be back within 9 to 16 months. Well, you're in your mind going, well, that's 9 months. I'm going to heal up and I'll be back. Well, it didn't happen for him. So he had this reality check for 16 months. He kind of was lingering, and it didn't come back as quick. And you had these doubts: can I come back? Well, then when you come back and you get your body back, it's like the greatest gift that anybody ever gives you. And you literally would play for free. And I know that sounds stupid because it is professional sports, but that's the mindset you have. You're so happy you got your body back. You feel like a kid. And that's where he's at right now. In regards to the home runs that he gave up, he challenged. In that ballpark, it's better to give up a home run than a walk sometimes. I mean, that sounds stupid, but it's a fact. He gives up 2 solo shots. Nobody on base. Nobody hurt. Our offense is confident they'll pick me up, and they did. I mean, an inning later, Chapman hits a 2-runner, game on, and then all of a sudden, boom! An inning later, here comes Lamont Wade Jr. Boom! I got the lead, and they never gave it back. So, I don't get too eaten up with. Go take a look at Cat Fish Hunter, the amount of single solo shot home runs he gave up, and he's in the Hall of Fame. Same thing with Burt Blyleven. And I think it was Blyleven the very first time I ever heard a guy said, it's better to give up a home run than a walk. Well, you stay away from the crooked inning. And so I don't get too eaten up with solo shots.
Well, that ballpark makes everybody look like Aaron Judge, and Aaron Judge this weekend intentionally walked with the bases empty. So I think exactly to your point. I mean, just put him on base. I don't care, but this guy's going to hit a home run. Like I'm with you. It's a ridiculous ballpark, Great American Small Park they call it, but Tyler Fitzgerald had a pretty good time there. And Krug, I got to get your perspective on this. This guy's 6'1", 205. I wouldn't have guessed that he was 205 watching him play as a utility player here. But last 73 plate appearances, 10 home runs, 19 RBI, 1.261 OPS. I mean, he is slugging it like few are slugging it in baseball right now. The accolades are following. Did you see any of this coming from Tyler Fitzgerald? Because I can't say I did.
No, I didn't think he'd have this type of success with the long ball. I liked him a lot. I liked his swing. I like the amount of generates in his swing. It's the same hip speed that pitchers generate with their arm speed, and with just a couple in his approach, they have him a little more erect and in a position where he's not collapsing his back leg and developing premature uppercut in his swing. And when they corrected that, I mean, everything just started taking off. He started backspinning the ball. And like I say, I mean, I couldn't have predicted that he would have done this. I definitely felt this guy was going to be a big leaguer. The fact that they have settled him into one position, I think has been instrumental in getting him to that confidence spot. I think that, a lot of guys who are good defensive players, they pride themselves with the glove. Now, all of a sudden, you give them the challenge of being a utility player, and they want to be exceptional at every position, and it's impossible to do. You just have to resign yourself that you're going to be good at every position if you're lucky, and that wears on guys. You have so much pride in their glove that it takes away from their offense because they're concentrating so much on trying to be above average in every position on the field. And he was one of those guys. The fact that they've got him in one position now, I think, has been huge in the success that he's having with the bat. But I didn't see that he'd have this long ball success early. I did definitely believe that he's a big leaguer. And by the way, the Giants have been getting blistered by MLB. And I'm not going to sort out names. One of the guys who stood out, and he's been on this club and questioning the identity of the team. And he's been on this club for a long, long time, so I don't really pay it that much attention. And he's a good baseball mind. I like listening to the guy. But the Giants are attempting to do something in this year that is almost impossible to do, and that is develop and contend in the same year.
Yep.
For the most part, it's either or. But they're doing it. And they're doing it with stories like Fitzgerald stories. They're doing it with stories like Birdsong stories and Harrison stories and Elliot Ramos stories. And it's just really been a really fun team to watch. And I don't doubt any of the success that they've had. I think they feel they can win every series from here on out. And if you take a look at the Giants' schedule going into September, that's a tough schedule. You better have some confidence coming into September. Or you're going to get grinded up. I mean, it's just the way it's going to be. But I think they have it. I think they have this opportunity to do something very special. And they're doing it on a tough road trip. Look, I'm rambling, but that's all right. Cincinnati's been a tough place to win for this club for a long time.
Yep.
And they won a series. And now they're going into Washington. I don't give a rat's what with what their Nationals record is. They play the Giants tough. And this is going to be a tough series, but it's another opportunity to apply a little layer of confidence on this team that's starting to gather confidence.
Well, and how much of it is the pitching? And you mentioned Washington. Washington took 2 out of 3 in April at Oracle Park, so I think that the Giants know that they can be beaten by the Nationals if they don't come in with an A game. But how much of it is the pitching and the dominance and the depth that takes a little bit of the pressure off the hitting? You see that. I think you've seen it. Eventually the floodgates kind of open if you play enough games kind of like yesterday or enough games like they have here maybe in the last week.
Well, the defense is just so key. The Nationals are a team that put ball in play. They don't strike out as much as other teams. They put the ball in play. You have to catch the ball, and you have to control the running game, and you have to play perfect defense with your relays. That's how you can beat them. The Giants are going to give you a chance to win with their pitching. I mean, they're giving you opportunity with good starting, good relief pitching. They are going to keep you in every game. You have to catch the ball, especially against the Nationals. And now, I mean, thank God the offense is waking. I mean, they can get. Yesterday was just such a cleansing game to watch. Conforto going the other way. I mean, they have to get him going. He's been in this awful slump, and they're left-handed veterans. Yastrzemski, he's got to get it going.
Wade looks like he's coming around a little bit.
Well, a free hit day yesterday, absolutely. He had some of those laying ground balls are finding holes, and he does. And he's got to stay in the lineup. I mean, these are essentials as they go forth. Those 3 guys, those 3 veterans, they, I think, in a way, are the big key offensively as they go forth. But it'll be a very interesting series because of how much pressure it's going to put on this defense.
Kruk, great stuff. Always appreciate it. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
In a bit.
All right, appreciate it. Mike Kruko joining us here on KNBR, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. We'll come back. We'll get back into the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. Also, a little bit of Warriors news we'll reiterate coming up as well. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon to discuss why the 49ers could trade Brandon Aiyuk as contract talks continue to stall. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
a big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Had a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and it got national media attention because it signaled something. What did that signal?
This is usually how we greet each other. Honestly, you guys would see maybe a lot more hugs if we had it filmed for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Can you characterize where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates.
Same with Trent.
Same with Trent.
All right, no updates with Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. The contract situation's there. That from Kyle Shanahan's press conference a couple of days ago. That would have been Friday.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan at the podium.
We were there.
Following. Yes, we were. 49ers. But the days were kind of running together a little bit. I'm like, yep, off today.
You ain't kidding about that, buddy.
You were out there yesterday. I was out there Saturday. We were both out there Friday and did the show from the stadium and the studio there. We're going to be back tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday as well at Levi Stadium.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to that in a big-time way. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, Murph and Marcus on a Monday. And also want to let everybody know again, and we debuted this an hour ago, starting today, you have a chance, 3 chances a day, once during this show, once during Papa and Lund, once during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies gets a $50 gift card from to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the grand prize. Caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, 896-KNBR. When you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, tune in today during the 9 o'clock hour, 9 a.m. hour, for your first chance to qualify for the 2 tickets. The season pass.
Season pass.
Good stuff. So, yeah, keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader for all of that.
Something I want to quickly note before we get back into Brandon Aiyuk and where the 49ers stand right now. Kyle mentioned, like, hey, if we had Hard Knocks around, the 49ers have never been on Hard Knocks. They've never been on Hard Knocks once.
Yep, too new. They too new and too uninteresting, and then too good.
I mean, I guess.
That really is. I mean, I'm
too good? You can't qualify because you're too good?
Yeah, if you make it to a certain level of the playoffs, I think you are disqualified. Like, teams can volunteer to do it.
Right.
But there are also teams that have the right to say, we don't want to do it.
We're not even talking about just with Kyle Shanahan. The show came around in 2001. They have not been on it once.
Now, that's a little interesting. But
there's a bunch of teams like that because they do the Cowboys every 3 years.
And they were in a bad way.
I would have loved to chip Kelly.
Chunk.
Well, that would have been a first year. Well, they did first year head coach, first year head coach, first year head coach, first year head coach.
First year you get an exemption. You can turn it down. And then there comes a point which I don't think, like, by 2018, maybe they would have been in the running. But I can't remember you get Jimmy Garoppolo, you go 5-0, but you still weren't thought like you were going to be the darling in 2018.
Beyond that, you have the in-season one. But now there's an off-season one.
But then you go to the Super Bowl, which exempts you. Then there was COVID, which created an exemption. And then I think even if you, and I could be wrong on this, I haven't honestly checked it in a couple of years.
Right.
But I believe if you make the title game,
you're out.
You're
exempted
gone far
from
enough.
Hard Knocks, which explains why the Cowboys consistently get Hard Knocks and the Jets.
And you have to be willing to do it. And so, like, there are teams.
Kyle's always going to say no to that.
And Jim Harbaugh was going to say no. And so you were constantly on the list.
I don't know. I mean, I remember, obviously, they picked a great year with the Raiders when they did Hard Knocks. And it was a bad Hard Knocks, to be fair, with John Gruden and Antonio Brown. That was a chaotic Hard Knocks. I was there for that one. That was fun. That was good. I've actually covered a couple of teams that have done Hard Knocks, and it was very informative and positive to the general coverage of the year. And I'm just wondering, hey, when can we get some Hard Knocks for the 49ers? Because this 49ers studio content ain't doing it for me.
Push may come to shove at some point. If they, Kyle Shanahan obviously no longer first-year coach. If maybe they end up first round and out, something like that, it could end up where they are
just
one of the teams
that
can't avoid it.
I was just thinking, I'm like, have they ever been on Hard Knocks? Turns out no.
Look, all I know is if you have an exemption to use, you're going to use the exemption.
I would love Hard Knocks this season.
I would use the exemption to not have to be on it any turn I could, personally.
And I would tell them to do it because it's better for me and it's better for the fans. But, I would love to see what's going on behind the scenes with the Brandon Aiyuk conversation.
Sure.
I'm trying to find out every day. No one wants to tell me anything, which is pretty normal. But, let's be real. We all want to know what's going on behind the scenes. We want to know what's going on with Trent. They're out with Trent at the golf course if it's Hard Knocks. That'd be good stuff. But here we are. We're just having to suffer through August.
I'm not going to doubt that. 808 KNBR, big hit time. 49ers, could they actually trade Brandon Aiyuk now as contract talks continue to stall? Matt Mayoko writing that over the weekend that it appears more likely than ever the 49ers are willing to make a trade. Matt Mayoko, by the way, going to be on with Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 today.
He's on every day.
He is, but 2:30 today, and
they're going to ask him about
there's
it.
a little something there.
There's a little something. You asked me on Friday, what do I think the percentages are? And I told you, I think every day the percentage chance of him getting traded increases. But that doesn't mean that it's the majority or even the plurality here. I still think the more likely option is that they figure it out. And every day, I would also say the chances of him playing on his fifth-year option increase as well. And at some point, we're going to have it to where Brandon Aiyuk just plays on the contract he's already on, overtakes getting a new contract. I don't think trade is ever going to be the most likely outcome of the three true outcomes of the Brandon Aiyuk saga here.
Well, and the reporting over the weekend is that the Browns could potentially be in the mix on Brandon Aiyuk, and this was from Cam Marino of NFL Draft Buzz. Patriots and Browns were among the teams mentioned, and then Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, longtime Browns beat writer, reports the Browns could afford to pay Aiyuk if Amari Cooper is in a deal to San Francisco in a trade. And so I think one of the questions to ask at 808 KNBR is, would you do that deal if you can get Amari Cooper and maybe a second-round pick?
That's exactly where I was going. Amari Cooper and a second-round pick. Do you make that deal for Brandon Aiyuk? I'm thinking I do it. Now, not today, but let's say in 2 weeks from now, if that deal is still on the board, we haven't done our third preseason game yet, I think I'm okay with it because Amari Cooper's coming from a system that's very similar, if not identical, if we're being honest, to Kyle Shanahan's in Cleveland, Kevin Stefanski running the Shanahan scheme. Because he was so excellent last season with Joe Flacco as his quarterback, by the way. So imagine what happens when he gets Brock Purdy and all these weapons around him. As Cleveland was a talented team. They're not as talented as the 49ers. I'm starting to like it, and it's also really just a one-year deal for Amari Cooper. So, hey, you get to have the win now. You maintain your win now. Even if you think you're taking a little bit of a step back, you're still in the same ballpark. And you can set up much easier for the future with Brock Purdy's new contract because you don't have an Amari Cooper on the books at 20-something million. You can figure out what you want to do with Deebo Samuel. Maybe you keep him around, let him finish out his contract. But you're not paying Brandon Aiyuk $28, $29, $30 million a year when you have a Ricky Pearsall, when you have a Jacob Cowing, when you have a Juwan Jennings who's looked awesome in camp, when you have a Deebo Samuel, when you already have George Kittle and you already have Christian McCaffrey. Do you need a Brandon Aiyuk? You need an ex-receiver, and you need a good one, but do you need Brandon Aiyuk specifically? If Amari Cooper's in this deal, I don't think you do, and I don't think you need him in 2025 and beyond because you do have some young talent in the books.
Yeah, I've been on record as saying I think the Niners need to get Brandon Aiyuk paid and in camp because they're all in to win a Super Bowl this year, and that may very well mean I put a tangible value on having him here this year and harmony and all those things, although as we start to get closer and closer to the season. Again, I do agree that once he gets signed, if he gets signed,
everything
all
will
of
be
that
fine.
Goes away.
Yeah.
But there comes a point where you want it done to have enough of a lead up to where it doesn't alter things at the beginning of the regular season in terms of rhythm and flow and
it's already
not vibes.
It's already messing up with training camp. I mean, you mentioned it last week, and I had been hearing
seen enough. Yeah.
I hadn't seen enough. And I'm willing to say that I've seen enough now. Legitimately low juice at training camp so far. I don't know if that's good or bad, if they're going to ramp it up, whatever, but just I've seen a lot of training camp practices on half dozen teams. Not a lot of juice in these 49ers practices, and I can't say that that's something I like. I can't say that I'm a big fan of the lack of energy, the lack of zip, the lack of crispness, the kind of just general that seems to be permeating throughout this thing. And I can't say that it doesn't have something to do with the fact that two of the best players on your team and probably the best player on your team, 71-11, aren't there. And it feels like the Niners are just sort of biding their time. And the players are just sort of biding. Well, we'll ramp it up once they get here. They might not show up, buddy.
And I also think, coming off the Super Bowl and the championship games the last couple of years, I think that's part of it. I mean, I've noted the fact that every day it seems like there's 4 or 5 guys rotating.
They're practicing half their team a day.
It's an older team. Like, they're getting a look at young guys. And again, I've also heard they're building toward the joint practices with the Saints, which are coming up the end of next week. So they're going to be on the field 3 days this week.
You don't want to freak out on August 5th, but it is worth noting.
Go to Tennessee, come back, have a couple of days in Santa Clara, go down to Southern California, then come back and play that game against the Saints. So, again, there's plenty of time. There's over a month. It's, 5 weeks from today, I believe. 5 weeks from today is the opener against the Jets on Monday Night Football. So you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station. Hour number 3, John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach here in for Murph and Marcus on this Monday. Continuing the Brandon Aiyuk conversation, what happened this weekend? This is what I want to know, because you've got Mayoko saying it's more likely than ever that the 49ers are willing to make a trade. I think you're right. We've talked about this. There are now teams in play where the 49ers could get a replacement and draft capital, more cost-effective replacement as well. So I think that's a big part of it. But what happened this weekend from the Colin Cowherd tweet specifically on Thursday of, basically hinting that something's imminent.
Yeah.
To
still waiting.
My
eyes are still wide open for it, Colin.
Yeah. I mean, so has anything happened?
I'm looking. Has anything happened? I think
more on the Aiyuk point than the Colin Cowherd's credibility point.
I mean, we don't have enough time in the show for Colin Cowherd's credibility, which is both. Okay, leave it there.
I already fell asleep once.
Okay, give me a break. I think here's what happened. I don't think anything's happened with Brandon Aiyuk in the San Francisco 49ers. I think nothing's happened. And in nothing happening, now there becomes a little bit more urgency. Just a bit. Nothing crazy. We're not freaking out here. But there's a bit more urgency to, find resolution, because it doesn't seem as if the current tack that everybody's on is going to result in a resolution. I think the other thing here, and we can get in an early question with Matt. Maybe I text him here. He was in Canton, Ohio this week.
Mm-hmm.
He's in exurban Cleveland. He's talking to some folks who know a little bit about the Browns, I imagine, in that environment. He's talking to a lot of people, a lot of beat writers, highly respected beat writers from around the NFL. I'm sure he's had some interesting conversations, because one of the biggest stories in football, if not the biggest story in football, is Brandon Aiyuk's contract holdout here, or hold in, I should say. And so what's Matt going to get pestered on the entire time? Hey, what's going on with Aiyuk? What's going on with Aiyuk? And you run into a couple people from Cleveland, and they say, I'm hearing the Browns, they might be interested in letting Amari Cooper go. Okay, well, that changes your mindset a little bit. If now the 49ers are absolutely looking for a resolution here, resolution doesn't seem to be coming on a new contract, and hey, I'm sure the 49ers are hearing what Matt Mayoko's hearing, probably heard it before him, it'd be weird otherwise, that, hey, there's a couple of disgruntled players, or a player that, the Browns don't want to double down on with Amari Cooper. He's 30. He's kind of a guy who can get lost sometimes. He did have a massive game in Week 16, but there are other games where Amari Cooper just disappears. We know from when he was with the Raiders. We know certainly from when he was with the Cowboys. We have to hear about the Cowboys.
Is there something to be said for the 49ers just wanting that 1-year placeholder? Like, we want to pay it for a year. He had 72 catches last year. Hell, he might have 90 catches with in the 49ers system, or he might not, but the 49ers have enough weapons to where they don't need another mouth to feed, in a way.
Well, let's just put it pretty simply here. As it stands currently,
but they do need someone.
They need somebody. You have to have an actual X receiver, and as good as Ricky Pearsall has looked, that is too much for him right now as a rookie coming into the league for a Super Bowl contender. X receiver is a vitally important position. You can't just throw anyone in there and think everything's going to be A-okay. If Brandon Aiyuk, heaven forbid, had a season-long injury here, we'd be talking very seriously about trading for another X receiver, at least to mix it up with Pearsall, at least to mix it up with Jawan Jennings, so that you had a little bit more depth at the position, or just straight-up starter depth. But let's bring it down to brass tacks here, JD. There's no good option for the 49ers right now, okay? And this is not to say that Brandon Aiyuk has leverage. It's just to say that every single resolution has the 49ers feeling a little icky, because you're either giving Brandon Aiyuk a new contract that you're probably overpaying him for, You are either letting him play out the fifth-year option, and you get to bring all of this toxicity, whatever it might be worth, into the regular season, and now you got to deal with it again next year, or you're trading a player who you want to commit to. You just don't want to commit that much to. And it's not a binary thing. We're down to dollars and cents here. There are 9 figures in play. And so, okay, you're committing to this guy, but you overpaid him, or you're trading him, and now you have to bring in somebody who is unquestionably lesser, because otherwise, how would you get him? So there's no good win.
This is the first time that I've not felt at a possible resolution. The Amari Cooper
Browns
one specifically.
I
don't know what the Patriots are. The Patriots, I know you mentioned Judon.
It'd be I would say it would have to be Matthew Judon and maybe Pop Douglas, the receiver they have there as well.
And Kendrick Bourne?
I mean, I don't think Kendrick Bourne does it. Kyle let him walk the first time.
He liked him, though.
He liked him. I don't think that changes anything. I mean, Pop Douglas is not going to change anything either, but you also look at where the 49ers depth chart is. Man, they could really use another defensive end. Do they need a Judon-type player?
Probably not.
No, that's probably too much. It's probably a bit surplus to needs because you do have Floyd, you do have Yetur Gross-Matos.
Yeah.
But after that, it gets, I mean, you're talking Austin Bryant on the depth chart here, and people are saying, oh, he might make the team. Buddy, if he's making the team, we got an issue. So, hey, Matthew Judon, surplus to needs, at this point, you take it.
There hasn't been any point throughout the spring and summer where I've thought it would be in the 49ers' best interest to trade Brandon Aiyuk. The first time I'm actually entertaining it is this potential Browns deal.
I'm with you. I'm with you right now.
I don't think Judon is I don't like the Patriots they're a misfit.
If the Patriots want to throw in here's the thing. Their second round pick is going to be extremely valuable. It's effectively where the 49ers just picked.
Right.
So now you might almost snake draft it, where you get to go last and first.
But I don't think you're getting Judon and that pick.
I don't think so either. But at least there's something.
Judon's a better player than Cooper, just in a value perspective.
There's something to talk about here. I mean, for the 49ers, is he, though? Because, again, he's a defensive end, and I don't want to get too far down the hypothetical wormhole here and pretend like any of this is imminent or real. But, like, in the hypothetical world here, you would absolutely rather have Amari Cooper for the San Francisco 49ers in 2024 than Matthew Judon, because you're trading away your number one X receiver. And Amari Cooper and Brandon Aiyuk, you put their stats together, you're not going to be able to figure out who was who last year. And by the way, one of them was doing it with Joe Flacco as their quarterback. The other one's doing it with Brock Purdy, an MVP candidate. So something to be said there as well. Now, again, you're not getting the longevity. It's going to be a short-term thing. You could maybe, restructure him or whatever. The Browns would have to hold on to his salary cap hit. I'm not sure really why the Browns would want to do it. It feels like they're giving up too much. It feels like the 49ers would be winning that trade, in my estimation.
I think that's why they're suddenly the reported frontrunners, because I think the 49ers want to win the trade.
So is any of this real? I mean, is any of this – seems to me as if there's something there.
I think there's something there.
I don't know if it's enough to get anything over the hump, because, again, if we're talking Amari Cooper, Brandon Aiyuk, you could say, 1-1. Well, one of them's younger, one of them has more upside, one of them needs whatever. Maybe you call it even, but like the 49ers need to get a draft pick in there too, and I don't think a day 3 pick is going to get anything done here. And I honestly feel like a third rounder doesn't get it done. I think you need that second rounder in order to feel like, hey, you got something for now and you got something for later. Whereas with the 26-year-old wide receiver, you're getting it now and later inherently.
No, I think it's a good point, and the extension of that conversation is, does this put a little bit of pressure on Aiyuk? I think Aiyuk, and look, this is not a shot at him, but I think he wants to get paid above. I think he wants to be a 49er. I think he wants to get paid first and then be
Correct.
a 49er.
His priority paid is to get
be
paid.
a 49er, preferably both. But if he can get the deal he wants with Cleveland, he'd rather be with Cleveland.
The man willingly said that he wanted to go to Washington. Clearly, his interest is in getting paid, because no one in their right mind would willingly want to go to the Washington.
All right, we'll continue this conversation coming up as well. What do the 49ers do with Brandon Aiyuk? But there's also some NBA news, a lot of Warriors news within the last 20, 30 minutes regarding Lauri Markkanen. Our guy Mark Spears is going to join us. Coming up next, we'll get into the latest. It's Dieter Kurtenbach, John Dickinson, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The guys just talked about it. Matt Mayoko is making some news over the weekend, and he joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon to discuss why the 49ers could trade Brandon Aiyuk as the contract talks continue to stall. Stay tuned to the sports leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, 808 KNBR. Let's switch gears. Let's talk a little hoop. Big day potentially tomorrow involving Lauri Markkanen. The Warriors obviously still want to be in the mix for Markkanen. He can sign that extension tomorrow. Some reports indicating he's not going to sign that extension tomorrow and maybe isn't even going to sign it at all, knowing that he can be paid in the next couple of days or next year when he becomes a free agent. A lot of levels to this as well. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. We're joined from Paris by our good friend Mark Spears. Spears, what's going on, my brother? How you doing?
Oh, man, just still trying to get off this high from last night, seeing Noah Lyles win. Man, I've been to a lot of incredible events in my life. I've been to, obviously, a bunch of NBA Finals, All-Star games, Super Bowl, NCAA Final Four, BCS championship game, World Series. I've been to all those things, but man, it was just super incredible going to the 100 meters, the energy in an Olympic stadium, knowing that the competition was going to be fierce, and I didn't even think it was going to be that fierce, but to see Lyles win, see an American win, and one of the greatest races in Olympic history, closest races in Olympic history, 100 meters of all races, and not being American, that has won that since, I believe,
Justin Gatlin.
In the 90s.
It was Justin Gatlin 20 years ago.
20 years ago, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever forget that, man. It was a special night.
Yeah, honestly, bucket list type stuff, Spears. Anybody that's had the opportunity, and I've seen a lot of you guys have been, sharing things, which is beautiful. And
rubbing it in our faces, Spears.
Well, no, that's okay. I'd be doing the same thing. I got no shade at that, but it's just, you want to live vicariously through those who are getting an opportunity. But yeah, Olympics is kind of a, hasn't ever really been in the cards for me, but it's one of those things that, it's bucket list.
LA.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
It's coming to LA in 4 years.
All of San Francisco is going to be there.
Yeah, I've mentioned that to a few people.
I'll say this, perhaps it's different when it comes to the States, right? But, the ability to buy tickets is not cheap. My wife and my mom and my cousin are coming, and they're going to go to the last day of track and field, and they're going to go to the women's basketball gold medal game. But it wasn't cheap, but there was an ability to buy, which was a lot easier than I expected it to be. So I just say it in advance, man, for people that do want to go in 28 in LA. Once they make them available, buy something. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's varying prices depending on what it is, and I believe there's going to be some soccer in Santa Clara, but you gotta taste it, man. I actually, believe it or not, the first time I've been to the Olympics was in '84, and I saw a soccer match at Stanford Stadium, and somehow at that time I was in elementary school, I think, at Hellier Elementary in San Jose, and we got to go to that, and I just never forget that. That was really, really cool. So got to go to 08, China, now I'm here, and it's one of the coolest things. I think going to another country is better, but if you can make it in LA, man, without having to, really fly to get there, like I have to get here,
sure.
Do it. It's one of the most incredible, no matter what event you go to, man. I saw hammer throw yesterday.
And it was cool, right?
It
was cool.
Yeah,
the Canadian kicked ass.
No doubt. Yeah. Let's dive into the Markkanen deal, because I know there's a number of different ways it could work out, right? There's he could sign a deal tomorrow and then 6 months later be traded, which is the trade deadline, February 6th. He could sign a deal with Utah after tomorrow, and then it basically gives him the 1 year trade clause, because it'd be after the trade deadline, or 1 year no trade clause. The one scenario that I hadn't really given a lot of credence to is maybe he just doesn't sign at all, right now. And that obviously is good news for the Warriors potentially, because it would be more time to make a deal and get the player.
Yeah, no, Tony Jones is a really good reporter. I've known him since he was a Cub. And so anything on Jazz, if he writes it, you could trust it. And so, I mean, to me, that probably makes sense for marketing. You could get more money that way. And so it is good news for the Warriors. I mean, keep in mind, like, I know Warriors fans are certainly biting, at the chops to get this something done here. But just remember, James Harden got done, during training camp. Damon Lillard got done before training camp. Like, those kind of things don't always happen in the summertime. Sometimes it takes a while to get it done, but I do think this is certainly good news for the Warriors, that they'll have more time to try to consummate a deal. Like, I mean, I get this at this point. It's like, all right, how many more conversations do you need to have, right? And at some point, somebody's going to have to fold their cards and say, we're going to do this. So I don't know if the setup or the holdup is on the Warriors side, if it's on their side. And a lot of times teams will just try to hold as long as possible to try to squeeze as much as possible, try to get somebody else in the race. And I don't blame them. Like, I mean, why should the Jazz be in a hurry? They should do what they need to do. But at some point, though, like, you want, the longer you wait, like when players start reporting and stuff like that, I think it ends up being a disservice to both teams if a guy's still, like, in the balance, not knowing what's going on, because either he ends up getting traded and has to start fresh, or you end up keeping him and you get somebody that's bitter going into camp, right? So whatever it is, for his sake, for the Warriors players' sake, whether they're going to do it or not, I think the sooner something could get done, the better it is for everybody involved. But, hey, it's a business, and it doesn't always work that way.
Spears, I mean, is it as simple as it's marketing or bust for the Warriors? Because without marketing, without a guy who can at least come in and present himself as a number two, the Warriors did a lot of work this offseason. I'm not sure they got any better. Add marketing, and we're having a different conversation. Is it really as simple as marketing or bust?
Yeah. No, I mean, because there's always a possibility of being creative and doing something else, right? Is Brandon Ingram still available? Is Zach LaVine still available, right? I think, sometimes teams surprise you and they got that smoke screen going and they get something else. So no, I don't know that it's marketing or bust. I think it's getting something done or bust. To, like, go into camp and not have a new addition, a number two addition to go along Steph Curry, I think would be an extreme disappointment for the organization. I think it would be a very big disappointment to Steph. He's right now he's in Paris, and he's talking to LeBron every day, and he's talking to Kevin every day, and he's talking to all these guys every day. You're there with them for 45 days, and behind the scenes, they could kind of talk about, well, maybe they could, we could do this for you, Steph. Maybe we could do that for you, Steph. And I think we'd be naive to think that he's just, just dedicated to the Warriors no matter what they put around him. Like, I've asked him about it, and I don't think he would be interested in just being in a Warriors uniform playing with mediocrity. I mean, he deserves the best around him. He lost Clay. Give him something to go into camp. Like, could you imagine him media day with no Clay and no addition? Like,
no doubt.
What is there to be excited about?
I mean, I can imagine it. That's the reality coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, like you get a gold medal on, but that's your reality when you come back. After all these dudes have probably been in his ear, like, hey man, they don't do nothing. There shouldn't be an overconfidence on his longevity with the franchise and that he just played with anybody.
Mark and Mark Spears joining us here on KNBR. Do the Jazz lose a little bit of leverage if Markkanen's like, you know what, I'm good for a minute. I may sign and we can renegotiate, but I'm also cool for a minute. We can do it at any point now. Do the Jazz lose leverage? Are the Warriors counting on maybe the Jazz losing a little bit of leverage with the offers that they've presented?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not interested in signing now, then I'd probably look at trying to move him. There's certainly some risk that comes with that, right? Because couldn't he just become a free agent next summer?
Yes.
Right, and maybe even lose a year, but go where he wants to go. And so, I mean, you can play the game, but, you certainly don't want to lose it, especially when you're a small market team. The small market teams have to build things through the draft. They don't really build things in free agency. They got to build things in trades. Name the last major free agent that the Jazz signed. Maybe was it like
Boozer? Maybe
Jordan Clarkson.
Carlos Boozer, was that a trade?
Yeah,
Carlos Boozer, right?
No, what I mean is I'm over here trying to tell
he
the guy
went
to
to
turn his radio down. Yeah, but he won't. The taxi driver won't do it. He turned on the air conditioning. Tells you how bad my French is. But no, I you're just not going to get. When you're that market, you got to be extra specially careful about what you end up doing, man, because you could destroy the franchise for years.
Yeah.
If you're a small market franchise like that, and you lose someone, it'd be hard to lose them for nothing, but it's a possibility. So I think that it behooves them to keep talking to the Warriors and. Hey man, if for this guy, if it's either one of those two young dudes, man, push the button. You know what I mean? I mean, they're good, but come on, man, this guy's an all-star and he's 7 foot, so you kind of fill a lot of voids there.
No doubt.
Mark, thanks a lot, man. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the Olympics, and we'll talk to you again here shortly.
Thanks, Spears.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. Mark Spears joining us here on KNBR, and we are also sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We got the Cooler of content coming up, and then we're going to get back into the Warriors, then we're going to get back into the 49ers. It's all straight ahead between now and 10 o'clock. KNBR, the sports leader.
is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler content time. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. We're flying through a Monday here in for Murph and Marcus. Our thanks to Mark Spears.
It's like we're flying through the 100-meter dash.
Just like that. Less energy, though. I mean, actually, we've always got pretty good. Less energy than the 100-meter dash. We got pretty good energy. That's not no sneaky shots fired at you or me.
I mean, yeah, no, we're not doing 100 meters. I mean, it was 5 1,000ths of a second.
I'm a big self-deprecator.
Yeah, we're going to have real problems for the rest of the week, JD, because there's only so low that we can go, and both of us are going to try to find that limit.
A lot going on with the Giants. Blake Snell, no-hitter over the weekend. This Aiyuk story continues to evolve, and some Warriors news within the last 30 minutes or so. So we're going to get into all of that, but we're going to put it all in the cooler of content. So let's get it rolling here with, of course, Blake Snell.
Ellie De La Cruz from the right side. First pitch, a swing. Fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. Blake Snell makes history.
They can't say it anymore, Complete game, shutout, no hitter, leave me alone. He doesn't go to 9, doesn't go to 8. Yo, get that feels? Just did it, leave me alone.
All right, Blake Snell for the haters there at the end. All of the haters of Blake Snell.
First time ever completing 8 innings, but, now, I guess he can retire. He should go out on top because he proved all the haters wrong.
Dominant Blake Snell performance as he has been dominant since July 9th, and it begs the question. It was an awesome sight to watch.
Hell of a game.
And listen to. Joe Rizzo on the call here on KNBR.
Shouts to Rizzo. Rizzo's been doing a bang-up job. I bring this up fairly often. I want to reiterate it. Rizzo's done a really good job. He's filled in a lot more this season. I'm really happy for Rizzo that he got that call. He deserves it after this campaign. I mean, he's been really good for a long time, but Joe Rizzo, no one's paying me to say this. I just like Joe Rizzo, and I think he's good on the play-by-play, and I'm glad he has a no-hitter that will harken back to that time and time again, and I'm happy we get to hear Rizzo more in our life.
26 strikeouts for Blake Snell in his last 2 starts.
Is that good?
33 innings since July 9th. He's allowed 2 runs, 2 earned runs. But 2 runs. Hasn't allowed any unearned runs either.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do. And you look up at 41 strikeouts and 10 walks, which for him, you'll take that.
That's a coup. That is unbelievable. 10 walks?
You will take that.
Not in a game, right? That's over the course of it all.
And 8 hits.
Wow.
8 hits, 10 walks.
I mean, it's gonna be like that though with Blake Snell, right? Where you have more walks than you have hits, but that's a very low number. He has been marvelous. Mike Krukow just saying it's the best stretch he's ever seen from a pitcher. I don't know about that, but it's really damn good.
It's very close to if you add up Madison Bumgarner's World Series numbers.
Oh,
and we all in the Bay know how great those are.
Yeah.
It's his line is very similar. I think he's a couple innings short.
And JD, the stakes of late July to early August baseball in the World Series. I mean, how can you tell them apart?
Off the top of I want to say it's 36 innings and 1 run. For the World Series.
He's a god. He's
Bumgarner.
a World Series god. And frankly, just quick aside, Madison Bumgarner, regular season, shouldn't go into the Hall of Fame, right? Great player, but Hall of very good.
Sure.
I think because he's such a great World Series pitcher, if Harold Baines is in the Hall of Fame, then Madison Bumgarner needs to be in the Hall of Fame just because he's the greatest World Series pitcher of all time.
Before we move on to Kyle Shanahan and our cooler of content, Farhan Zaidi vindicated for keeping Blake Snell off of Friday night.
How many games have they played since the trade deadline?
5.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think vindication's coming. I don't think 5 overrules 100.
3-2 in those 5, but 7-2 in the last 9.
Hey,
within a game of 500 again.
Do they get to play the Rockies again?
They do not.
Oh, okay. So then maybe we wait and see.
They also don't play the Dodgers anymore. They don't play the Phillies anymore.
Well, that's a real shame. I don't like the new schedule, if I'm being honest.
Okay,
I think I want to go
play
back
the White Sox.
That's good. That's even better than playing the Rockies. That's even better than playing the Rockies. And I know that you're putting salt in the wound.
No salt. I'm not. I take no glee in the fact
you're
that the
literally
White Sox
smiling,
stink.
JD. You're literally smiling as you say.
I'm just smiling because I want to see if I can actually put myself to sleep again.
With White Sox talk? You want to bet?
Because I dozed off. Dieter was, for those that didn't know, and we're not going to belabor this, but
they all just woke up again. They want more White Sox
Dieter
talk.
had like I don't know, it felt like a 10-minute rant, like a soliloquy on the White Sox season, and I those on YouTube, I dozed off.
60 seconds.
Anyway, Giants are, so no vindication
for a team
for
that's
Farhan.
60 teams under 500. No, it's not vindication yet. The only thing that will vindicate Farhan Zaidi is if this team makes the playoffs. And you know what? They're 4.5 back. Nothing changed. Nothing changed,
but they aren't dead yet. And
No,
I know
sir.
Our buddy John Shea, the Chronicle, wrote that, hey, decision to keep him looks good. It does for now.
Honestly, what's happening right now could be the exact opposite of vindication. It could prove the point that everyone was making, and I think that you made it more specifically than I made it, which is, hey, you got to get something for this guy.
Definitely.
Sell high. Because if he keeps pitching like this, that dude's opting out with a quickness. He's opting out like every batter in the box against him, just saying, nah, man, I can't do this. He's going to be gone, and if he doesn't re-sign, now you got nothing, but thank goodness you have this no-hitter that we can go back to time and time again, because that's all you're going to have.
We're closer to that opt-out point off of Friday's performance than we were before.
The better
Friday's
he
performance.
pitches, the less chance there is of him sticking around in San Francisco. All you've done is walk yourself into a paradox. Congratulations.
All right, this Brandon Aiyuk situation, moving on. Kyle Shanahan addressed, and man, what a whirlwind of a 5 days, from Brandon Aiyuk and the bro hug and everything to the Colin Cowherd report and something seemingly imminent to, hey, now the Browns are in on a trade and the Niners are willing to maybe do it for the first time. Here was Kyle Shanahan going back to Friday's press conference talking about the bro hug with BA.
Had a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and it got national media attention because it signaled something. What did that signal?
This is usually how we greet each other. Honestly. You guys would see maybe a lot more hugs in here if we had it filmed for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates. Same with Trent.
All right, so no updates on Aiyuk or Trent Williams. Would the 49ers, though, actually trade Brandon Aiyuk? It seems like it's a potential reality for the first time in the last 6 months.
Well, what's happening here is that everyone is desperate for a resolution except for Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers. But, JD, you and I know young Tony, I know every 49ers fan that I've talked to, that I've heard from, is just sick of it, right? How many different ways can we attack the same story? How many different times can we talk about nothing's happening? And this is the biggest story in football right now. It's certainly the biggest story with the 49ers, though it shouldn't be their number one priority. That would be Trent Williams. And so everyone's just looking for how this thing finishes. How do we get to resolution? And I think we might be getting out ahead of our skis, just like Colin Cowherd did on Friday, just like we did when we had Dapgate trying to figure out if there meant anything here. We don't have any good information, so we'll take the crappy information that we have, not to impugn Matt Mayoko in any way, but we'll take the little bit that we have, and we're going to make a molehill. We got the molehill. We're going to make a mountain out of it. And frankly, I think we should just learn our lessons, sit pat, and see how this thing plays out.
808 KNBR coming up here in a few minutes. We're going to continue the Aiyuk conversation. Would you do Aiyuk to Cleveland for Amari Cooper and a second-round pick? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
And if anyone says no, we get to fight on the air.
We'll fight on the air, and Dieter's ready. He's got a lot of White Sox rage built up.
60 games under, baby.
A lot of rage built up. So that's Kyle Shanahan on Brandon Aiyuk. More on that coming up. All right. Final story, Lauri Markkanen. A lot going on there. Tony Jones of The Athletic reporting Markkanen not going to sign an extension with the Jazz tomorrow and may not be on tomorrow, knowing that he's going to get major money either now or next summer, gaining a little bit of control over his future. We just had Mark Spears on and asked him from the Warriors standpoint, is it Markkanen or bust?
No, because there's always a possibility of being creative and doing something else, right? Is Brandon Ingram still available? Is Zach LaVine still available, right? I think, sometimes teams surprise you and they got that smoke screen going and they get something else. So no, I don't know that it's marketing or bust. I think it's getting something done or bust. To like go into camp and not have a new addition, a number 2 addition to go along Steph Curry, I think would be an extreme disappointment for the organization. I think it would be a very big disappointment to Steph.
All right, so I don't love some of those other options. It feels to me marketing
the Warriors
or bust,
don't either.
But I also believe that the Warriors do have 2 or 3 things that they're considering that are on the table that they're going to have to decide whether they do or not once they get a resolution to marketing. But right now, I think it is marketing or bust.
It has to be marketing or bust because Markin is the only one that you can throw in. And let's just go with over the other guys. Zach LaVine, who never plays and frankly isn't all that great when he does. And then Brandon Ingram, who wants a new deal from the Pelicans. And the Pelicans are like, we're good. Hard pass. And by the way, Pelicans head coach Willie Green, where did he learn his trade? From Steve Kerr on the Golden State Warriors bench. So you don't think there's some conversation happening there? You don't think that they understand what Brandon Ingram brings to the Pelicans when you're talking about him coming to the Warriors? Like, this whole thing, the reason I asked the question, is it marketing or bust, is because, get this, I think it's marketing or bust for the Golden State Warriors. And we're going to find out here in the next couple hours, not even hours, what's going down. It doesn't seem very good for the Dubs right now.
Yeah, although I do think Markkanen not signing could reduce some of the Jazz leverage, and maybe the Warriors can get away with that offer, which I think is completely unserious, at least to this point, what's been reported. Moses Moody and a bunch of, we don't know what.
You can't even
basically
get Brandon Ingram, who they're trying to give away for that.
All right, so back to Brandon Aiyuk, 808 KNBR. Would you do a Amari Cooper plus a second-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk deal? We'll get into that coming up next. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, I mean, he's there. I saw him interact in apparently friendly nature with John Lynch. So it doesn't seem, at least outwardly, I mean, obviously he's requested a trade, but it doesn't seem like there's outward hostility in any way. So I guess that's a good thing, but he's sitting in a golf cart during practice with his feet propped up by the steering wheel. So that's not a good thing for the 49ers, especially at that position where, you know, you do need to get your camp legs. You don't want to be susceptible to soft tissue injuries early in the season. And I think it's also a good idea to work on some chemistry and just kind of hone those skills with the starting quarterback. So the first week has been basically, he's taken part in meetings, so I guess he has a leg up there on Trent Williams, who is not taking part in anything.
All right, Matt Mayoko there from last week on the bro hug and where things stood at that point between the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. Some reporting from NFL Draft Buzz, Cam Marino. As we welcome you back here, it's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader reporting that we're not reporting. Cam Marino of NFL Draft Buzz. I don't want to go two-word salad on you there. Everything's we're reporting.
The reputable NFL Draft Buzz coming in here.
Yes, NFL Draft Buzz that the Browns and Patriots are the most likely trade partners for the 49ers should they reverse course and want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Matt Mayoko writing, it appears more likely than ever that the 49ers are willing to make a trade. It might be up to Aiyuk to determine the next move. More on this conversation. And then Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, formerly the Cleveland Plain Dealer.
Thank you.
Reporting that the Browns could afford Aiyuk if Amari Cooper is in the deal going back to San Francisco. There would be some draft compensation going from Cleveland to the 49ers as well in that scenario. And so it led us to the path of, if you're the 49ers, would you do that kind of a deal? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. Couple of texts to get to off of that in a moment. Also need to let everybody know, though, first, that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour and starting today, the 5th through the 23rd, so for the next 3 weeks, you're going to have 3 chances per day. Once during this show, once during Papa and Lund, once during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies gets a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the grand prize. Be listening in the 9 o'clock hour to be the first person who will have an opportunity to win the big package, which is
that what we're calling it?
The season passes.
The big package.
The big ticket package.
Okay.
The big season pass package.
Yep. So we're just going to leave that there.
Be listening at 9 o'clock.
Here's the big package I want to talk about. Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper and a second-round pick. Now, this is hypothetical on our end, JD, but I think that a lot of folks out there, you say, okay, hey, Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper. What do the Browns need to do to make this feel even, to make this deal feel like it's worthwhile for the 49ers? And when you have a 26-year-old wide receiver, you're both getting the production now because he's a second-team All-Pro, but you're also getting the production later because he's young, and there's still more to get, in theory, with Brandon Aiyuk. Even if he just maintains, you're getting plenty later down the line. This is not some last contract for Brandon Aiyuk. This might be a last contract, wherever he signs it, for Amari Cooper, who is 30 years old and has been in the league for roughly ever. So for the 49ers, you get Amari Cooper, you go, okay, pretty similar receivers, like shockingly similar receivers. Even when you go into the advanced numbers between Brandon Aiyuk and Amari Cooper this past season, stuff like, yards before the catch, yards after the catch, big receptions, catchable targets. I mean, it was really quite stunning how similar they were. These were, if I go through some of my metrics that I like to use, the fourth and fifth best receivers in the NFL last year, and Amari Cooper was fourth. So there's something to be noted there, coming from a similar system. At the same time, he's on a one-year deal. Next year, his contract becomes void. You're going to have to re-sign him or let him go. So you get the now with Amari Cooper. I really do think you get the now with Amari Cooper, perhaps even more so than the now you get with Brandon Aiyuk, because Ayuk's got this contract thing holding out if you play him on the fifth-year option. It's about the later. A second-round pick is pretty juicy to me. And I think Cleveland's going to be fine. I think they're going to be a good team. I don't know if they're going to be really good, but they were a playoff team last year with Joe Flacco. I don't know about the nasty man, Deshaun Watson, and what he's going to do at quarterback, but there's reason to believe with their level of talent, they should be in the mix. Second-round pick, pretty juicy. Maybe too juicy for Cleveland. Again, we're in the hypothetical scenario here, but we're checking the text line. And when we throw out second-round pick and Amari Cooper for Brandon Aiyuk and let's get this thing done, it does not seem as if 49ers fans are down with the little bit of business we're trying to do here on the airwaves.
408 and 925 with a couple of F-nos.
Oh, well, that's a little bit more.
Like some variation of that.
Really?
Yeah. I'm cleaning it up, obviously, because I don't want to lose the license. But
I don't want to lose a 26-year-old wide receiver, but at this point,
a little harder in the South Bay and the East Bay, maybe.
I respect it. I respect it.
But yeah,
this is why I ride in the East Bay, and this is why I hang out all the time in the South Bay. I don't need this softy mentality.
415 and 650, pay the man his money. They were watching Rounders.
They were watching Rounders with Young Tony. Did you finish it, Young Tony? Did you finish Rounders?
Oh, dude, phenomenal film. Edward Norton, dude. This guy is incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
Edward Norton was on a heater in the late 90s,
and everybody's
baby.
like, oh, yeah, he's known for Fight Club. I'm like, whoa. He did Rounders first.
He did a lot. Yeah.
Should we tell Young Tony about American History X? Should we tell him about it or just let it?
At 10:02.
Okay, got it.
We're going to tell him all about it coming up at 10:02.
Everyone wants Brandon Aiyuk to get paid. Do you know who else agrees with everybody? Apparently everybody. Brandon Aiyuk. Do not trade me, even though you asked for the trade request. Give me my money now. And I'm just of the mindset that the 49ers are not going to get it done. I also want to bring this up to Niners fans who are saying, pay Brandon Aiyuk. And again, I'm fine with them paying Brandon Aiyuk, but I think we need to be clear-eyed and clear-minded about what that means. If you pay Brandon Aiyuk, you are saying goodbye at the end of this season to Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore.
Now, why is that?
Because Charvarius...
Both?
Both.
You're going to lose both your starting corners.
We are in a zero-sum game situation here. The 49ers
two
have
of three. Nickel,
Your nickel,
nickel.
Your two best.
Your two
Let's
best
put it that
corners.
way.
Yeah, well said.
You're losing them both. Now, maybe you can amalgamate it and lose more players that get... Here's the deal. If you're going to pay Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't think the 49ers are going to go above $28 million a year. 49ers are already looking at being $20 million over the cap for next season. That's before they pay Brock Purdy. They're $20 million over the cap. That's with the rollover from this year. And that's including what I would expect to be a nice pay bump for Trent Williams off of that cap number. So let's just call it $20 million over the cap for next year. You got to pay Brock Purdy. He's your starting quarterback. Now you have Brandon Aiyuk under contract. You're looking at $28 million a year. And you can get wonky with the cap, but let's just try to keep it simple here. $28 million a year? Well, Charvarius Ward's a free agent. He's been one of the best corners in the NFL. The going rate for one of the best corners in the NFL, even one that's on a third contract now, I'm thinking $17, $18 million a year. Hey, inflation's crazy. We got guards making $20 million. Diamador Lenore, you go, well, he's just a slot nickel corner. How much could he make? Well, Kenny Moore in Indianapolis makes $10 million a year. $10 million. I think Diamador Lenore, who was outstanding in the slot last year, outstanding, and is looking to take a big step forward this year with Brandon Staley in his ear, and I think he's going to do it. I'm very comfortable saying that Deommodore Lenoir is going to be a top slot corner in the NFL this season. That means he's worth $10, $11 million. It's simple math. 17 plus 11 is 28. And you are in a situation where every penny counts. So if you're paying your quarterback 60, you're paying your left tackle, you're paying your running back, you're paying obviously your defensive end, you're paying your middle linebacker. Now, okay, there's going to be some guys who got to get cut. Deebo Samuel, you're going to have to move on from him probably. You're looking at Charvarius Ward, you're probably going to have to move on from him. You're looking at Deommodore Lenoir. Now you can't afford him. Do you want to have Brandon Aiyuk as your ex-receiver, or do you want to have the deepest cornerback situation in the NFL, which is what I think they have right now? And I think there's a very good argument to be made for both of them. But again, let's just be clear-minded about what it means if you pay Brandon Aiyuk. It means that you're probably getting rid of Deebo Samuel, and it means that you're probably not going to be able to pay both Ward and Lenoir because, well, Brock Purdy's going to cost a lot of money. And I'm starting to think, with that being the case, maybe a year of Amari Cooper and a second-round draft pick makes me feel okay about a situation that's gone kind of a ride at this point.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. Hour number 4 in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday on the sports leader. Pop and Lund coming up at the top of the next hour. I am at a point where I would consider trading Brandon Aiyuk for the first time.
Sounds like the Niners are too.
I have been hard fast on you cannot trade him. They need him. They cannot win a Super Bowl without him. I've said.
Well, are you of that mindset now if you include Amari Cooper on this team?
It's the first time I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. I think it's the only trade package that makes any sense.
No level of draft capital where you're not getting a replacement back does it for me at all. Because my stance on Aiyuk specifically has been, one, the 49ers need him on the team to contend for and win a Super Bowl. 2, I'd be willing to pay him to make it happen and then figure out the rest next year, whether that means you do some kind of a trade. If that means I'm not going to go down the path of it means you're going to lose like 5 guys just because you sign them, but I'm of the path of you bite the bullet now, you do it, and you figure it out. Because you might win the Super Bowl.
Figuring out might hurt.
You might win the Super Bowl.
That's true.
And if you win the Super Bowl, then you can tear it down a little bit.
True.
If you win the Super Bowl, you can say, hey, we went all in and got it done, and now you got to pay the piper, but we won that first Super Bowl in what would be 30 years.
Let's be very clear about this. It's getting torn down one way or another. This is the final year of the window as we currently know it.
See, now I don't know about that.
No, Brock Purdy goes from making a rounding error to making serious NFL quarterback money. You have to fundamentally change the look of your roster in order to fit a contract like that. You can't your rent can't increase 60-fold and your bills go unchanged. You were living in too cheap of a place to begin with. The entire roster is built on the fact that Brock Purdy makes no money relative to his peers. No money. He makes a rounding error. He makes what a lot of people on the stock market lost today. Like, he makes nothing. He was not even top 51. He didn't even count against the salary cap at one point in his career. So to go from that to 50, 55, 60, that is a fundamental change. It doesn't matter how much the salary cap goes up.
I think the money may change, but I don't think that necessarily closes the window.
It's a different window. And we have to find out under the new roster construction if Brock Purdy has enough to do that.
It's a different window pending who's gone. I know you. I know
there's too much nuance. There's too much nuance, but you're right.
Because I agree with you 100%. Important players are going to be gone.
100%. I mean, we've already seen it. Eric Armstead is no longer on this team.
We don't know who and how.
Correct.
And that's the point. Like, you laid out a scenario where it's, you're going to lose your top 2 corners, and you're going to lose Deebo, and you're going to and it might be that. And it might be some variation of that.
The 49ers have this thing gamed out. That's why they're pretty much standing pat with here's what we can pay Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, it's not as if they're just trying to be hard on him and see if he can come down. They have gamed this thing out thoroughly. And there is some prognostication that could go wrong in all of that. But ultimately, they have models for every reasonable possibility. And with Brandon Aiyuk, paying him $30 million isn't reasonable. It's not reasonable if they want to maintain the talent level that they have. And nothing tells you that more than the fact that with the pick 31 in the first round, they took a wide receiver.
Well, and it's also circumstances, right? It's the fact that now Trent Williams is factored into this, but it's more specifically, and it's always been about where Brandon Aiyuk stands in terms of his contract. You've got the fifth-year option. The 49ers can say, hey, we're glad you're here, but at some point you're actually going to have to come on the field and play.
Right.
And play on that fifth-year option. We do not have to trade you under any circumstances. And I think that then leads down the path to where the 49ers can play hardball on waiting until somebody brings an offer that they would at least consider to the table. And again, it hasn't been reported that they're considering it.
Right.
And
we're making up the second round thing. This is not something that's on the table. We're way down the line.
I think, and I'm looking,
what the reporting already says.
No, and I think Mary Kay Cabot, though, did add the fact that, like, hey, the Browns could pay.
Yeah.
And Cooper would be involved, but you'd have to give up more to get the 49ers to budge. Probably not a first is what
it's not going to be. No one's giving
wrote.
up a first because the 49ers wanted to trade Brandon Aiyuk before the draft. And they said, we want a first. We want multiple firsts.
And she wrote, they, being the Browns, probably wouldn't have to offer their first-round pick, their first one in 3 years without one in the Deshaun Watson trade.
How's that going?
But perhaps a second-rounder in 2025 would get the job done. So she did write that.
We're all in agreement on Amari Cooper's second-round pick, Brandon Aiyuk, and it's just a question between you and I, between us and young Tony, between Curly, and between everybody out here listening. Do you pull the trigger? Do you pull the trigger today? If this is the same offer in a week, do you pull the trigger then? Because, again, I don't see any reason that Brandon Aiyuk is going to come off of his stance, and I see no reason the 49ers are going to get over 30. They're not going to do it. They might up their offer, but it's not going to be where Brandon Aiyuk wants it to be.
Well, and then our buddy Matt Mayoko also had speculated the Browns would send multiple picks, including their second rounder next year. So
we're
second rounder and then some?
You toss in a fifth. You swap a fifth and a seventh.
Yeah, but those have tremendous value in the purposes of our conversation. Everybody loves talking about picks.
Dig deep on fifth round.
I can see young Tony's getting more and more excited. What, a fifth too?
What the 49ers can't do is trade for a third round pick because those are useless to them. They can't do anything with a third round pick. But everything else, hey, fair game. I'm
like, give me Amari Cooper in a second, and young Tony's like, but and a seventh?
Until there's a fifth in there, I don't want to talk. Until we get some day three action, and I can take a guy out of Liberty, I don't care. I make the deal. And I'm not somebody who is just jonesing for a resolution here. I'm not somebody who thinks, hey, this has got to get done. I'm sick and tired of this story. Let's just move this thing along. And I don't think that's not where the 49ers are. The 49ers are willing to wait this thing out. They got time to burn, and they still have all the leverage. And by the way, they got a bigger priority on their plate in getting Trent Williams under contract. So I'm not somebody who's of the mindset of, I just want this over with. Amari Cooper in a second sounds good to me. Let's do this thing. I'm saying it because I think it's a good deal for the 49ers. I think it's a better deal for them.
How much longer do you think this goes on? Do you have an internal deadline?
Well, my deadline's earlier than the Niners' deadline. It's certainly earlier than Aiyuk's deadline. I mean, my deadline is when they play that preseason game against the Saints, I want to see Brandon Aiyuk just hanging out on the sidelines.
So that's 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
The 18th.
I mean, I get that they're probably not going to get anything done when they're down in Irvine and practicing with the Saints. But, I want some resolution by the time we're heading into the final week of training camp and preseason practices. Because as soon as that third preseason game goes down, now you're in the regular season. And I know there's 2 weeks of buildup, but you're in the regular season. And that means that we're not going to see Brandon Aiyuk practicing. We're going to just get to hear about it. And I'm sure they'll say lovely things, just like they said with Nick Bosa last year. Oh, no, he looks fine. It's good. It's great. It's no problem. And then what happened? It was kind of a problem. And about halfway through the season, Nick Bosa's kind of hinting that it's a problem. And at the end of the season, he goes, yeah, that was a really big issue. I really messed that one up because I sucked for the first half of last season. And by the time I had to ramp it up, I didn't have as much to go to as I thought I would. There is, training camp is not around just for the clicks. It's not around because it's making money. It's around because guys do need to get ready. And especially in this era where there's such limited contact, the only preparation that you're getting is pretty limited windows every day. The 49ers didn't even wear pads yesterday. They gave the team a day off from pads. That's not football preparation.
Well, they had gone, 5 in a row? I guess not with a day off. They had 3 in a row in pads, took a day, 2 more in pads. Yesterday, non-pads, today, off day.
But when you have already structures in the CBA that say you can only do this many pad days, and then you have obviously, these sports scientists saying, you can only do this many pad days. And when they're doing pads, they're barely hitting anyway.
You're trying to say Kyle Shanahan's running a country club?
I'm trying to say that every team in the NFL is up against the exact same issue, which is actual football preparedness is very difficult to do under the new modern CBA. And the flip side of that is guys are healthy, but they're not at 100%. And we see this year in and year out with Kyle Shanahan teams, with Sean McVay teams, with the Packers, that they take a month to ramp up. They treat September like the preseason. And for the 49ers, we've talked about this time and time again. You need to make hay in September and October. You cannot be ramping your ass up in September. You're going to get got with the way that the second half of their schedule looks.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson, 808 KNBR. We'll continue the conversation. Also some Warriors to get into, the latest on Lauri Markkanen. It's all straight ahead right here on the Sports Leader. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what to do with IRS audits.
You call us and we take care of you. Think of an IRS audit like a heavyweight boxing match. Even if you're the local tough guy, you don't get into the ring with a heavyweight unless you're another heavyweight professional fighter. And that's what an audit is. It's a fight. All law is adversarial. The more for one, the less for the other. It's a fight. The IRS auditor is a trained professional, and he's there representing the IRS. We're there representing you. And if you think you're the most innocent person on the planet, or if upon reflection you've done some things you really wish you hadn't, you still want us there for you. In almost all cases, we can go for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And if we disagree with that auditor, that's okay too. They're not judge, jury, and executioner. There's a very effective system. You have all kinds of rights. But again, it's not the IRS auditor to tell you that. It's not his job. Just like the boxer. It's not his job to say, hey, when you throw your right, you drop your left. The bottom line is we want to take care of you. Regardless of your facts and circumstances, we want to get you everything within the bounds of the law.
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon to discuss why the 49ers could trade Aiyuk as contract talks continue to stall. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, you heard the sounder, so call in now.
What a pick by young Tony on that sounder, by the way.
Excellent work. 415-896-KNBR, as heard there. And you get the $50 gift card, and you are entered to win, have a chance to win the 2 tickets to each regular season Niner home game for 2024.
Can you repeat the contest line phone number? Because some people are going on the regular line. It's the contest line.
415-896-KNBR.
896 KNBR.
Yeah, 896-5627.
Okay, just want to make sure. I'm seeing 808 KNBR. No.
No, they're hitting both.
Okay.
They're all light.
You're not going to win if you're on the wrong one.
They're all lighting up. This is a huge deal, and we'll have the first qualifier and winner of the $50 gift card to the Niners team store for you between now and 10 o'clock. And again, if you don't win now,
hey,
you got another shot during Pop and Lund to qualify, and you got another shot during Tolbert and Copes to qualify.
You have a chance to be at every 49ers home game. JD and I will be at every 49ers home game. Will Brandon Aiyuk be at any 49ers home game? That's the question we're asking right now. And frankly, I know that things are trending this way because there is a vacuum of information, right? And we gotta find something. We gotta find some resolution here because we're all sick and tired of this storyline. I get it. I'm with y'all. But the fact of the matter is nothing's happening with the 49ers and Aiyuk right now. There's nothing happening. Aiyuk is entrenched on his spot. The 49ers are entrenched on their spot. And frankly, I'm not even sure if they're really talking right now. And it should be easy to talk. John Lynch's agent is Brandon Aiyuk's agent. He's talking to him. Maybe he doesn't know how to talk in a mirror. I don't know. He's negotiating against himself. There's some weirdness happening with that. This should have been done a long time ago. And the fact of the matter is that because it hasn't gotten done yet, and there's no clear path to it getting done other than someone getting out of their trench and agreeing to do something that they don't want to do right now, with no deadline in sight, by the way, no real deadline, I'm starting to think more and more about this trade. And as flimsy as it feels, it's a lot of aggregation and sort of conjecture reporting.
Sure.
As flimsy as it feels, as I told you on Friday, every day we don't get any closer to resolution between Aiyuk and the 49ers on a new deal. The chances of a trade increase, and I'm not sure if that's 12% or 20%. Maybe it's the Giants' playoff odds. Every day they get a little bit better. Doesn't mean they're good.
Went from 10 to 11 to 13 just in the time we've been doing
every
these shows.
day they grow a little bit, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe by the end of training camp, we're at a point where the trade seems like the most viable option. But as of right now, it's a bit of conjecture, a bit of prognostication, but I'm liking what I hear when I say Amari Cooper, second-round pick. You get a little bit now, you get a little bit later, and you get this Brandon Aiyuk situation off your plate, and you can get on with your season, as chaotic as it might be. Rip the Band-Aid off, and let's get something done here.
And that's been the educated speculation. Aiyuk to Cleveland for a Amari Cooper and a second-round pick from Mary Kay Cabot, the longtime Browns beat writer, Cleveland.com, and Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area.com as well. And Mayoko's going to join us coming up later on in the day here. Where is Mayoko today?
2:30.
Mayoko's 2:30 this afternoon with Tolbert and Copes. So make sure you tune in to that as well.
Scoops Mayoka.
Here's the other part about Amari Cooper.
This is important.
Amari Cooper is going to be a free agent next year. So he's got 1 year on the deal.
This is his final year.
Final year of his deal is this season.
He has an expiring contract, to use NBA parlance.
And look, that plays in with what I've said for a while, which is about Aiyuk, and that I would pay him and then figure it out. Meaning maybe he gets traded in a year, maybe Deebo Samuel's not here, whoever. You laid out a catastrophic scenario.
Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore gone because you paid Brandon
Debo,
Aiyuk.
right? In that, and Debo?
Because Debo is almost guaranteed to leave based on where the salary cap. Again, they're $20 million over on the most conservative and beneficial estimate.
With what, not to get all wonky on the numbers, but what number would that be for Aiyuk in your?
That would be about $28 million, which is $2 million less than he's willing to take.
Because I've long said $28 million feels like the right number
for a wide receiver. Yeah, no,
that feels like
that's
the
his
right
market.
number.
That's
not
his market
30,
value,
not 26.
But this is what we're getting
28.
into, JD. Like, that's his market value. Is that worth it to the 49ers? Because the market value for Charvarius Ward is like 17, 18 mil, and for Diamador Lenore at the end of the season, it's going to be like 10, 11, 12 mil. And so it really is pretty much a straight up question of, do you want to have these two guys? Or do you want to have one? And honestly, I would say having two high-level elite cornerbacks is more valuable than having an ex-receiver.
So going back to my scenario of you keep Aiyuk and you play it out and you figure out what you need to do.
Yep.
It's basically an all-in play for 2024, which is where the 49ers should be.
No question.
And I think are.
Yes.
But they have some unique situations with Trent Williams, who I think ultimately is going to get paid probably sooner than Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see.
No, certainly.
And then, but all in on 2024 could also relate to, we can get a 2025 second and maybe Amari Cooper, final year of his deal. Amari Cooper, like you said, expiring contract. Like he would be the rental, if you will.
That's right.
For a full season, but he would be
This is getting off of, this is a bad comp, but just contractually, this is getting off of the Jordan Poole deal and bringing in Chris Paul and then saying, hey, okay, we're going to clear this from our books after a year, but we want to have a player for this year. We're not doing it now. We're not dumping the salary. We're not dumping a big $28 million cap hit. We're bringing in somebody who can do what Brandon Aiyuk can do. And a lot of the advanced numbers say that these guys are even more similar than even the basic numbers. I mean, it is like jarring how similar they are. Different body shapes, different kind of game, but they run in the same offense, same position, do a lot of the same things. Now, we know what Amari Cooper is. We know what his peak is. I don't think he's getting any better coming to the 49ers, but what he gave last year was more than good enough. He was an outstanding receiver for the Browns last year, and he made Joe Flacco's life. He got Joe Flacco comeback player of the year in 5 games last year. What could he do with Brock Purdy? Is there more on the bone with Brandon Aiyuk? Does he have another level he can get to? I seriously question if there is. I really do. In this offense, with all these offensive weapons, I don't think he's ever going to be targeted like an Andre Johnson, like a Julio Jones, prior Kyle Shanahan ex-receiver.
Well, you say that now, but again, he has a great connection with Brock Purdy.
No question.
And
Brock Purdy has great connection with a lot of guys.
Yes, but he has I would say the best connection with Brock Purdy among everybody.
He's the best receiver.
But I mean, I'm just throwing all the weapons in.
Okay.
Like I'm just throwing all the weapons in to this point. We'll see. I mean, what's going on with Pierce and all that. But I think it's twofold. It's the connection with Brock Purdy, but it's also the fact that if he's around, others may not be. So to the point of, is there another level that Brandon Aiyuk can get to? There might have to be another level that Brandon Aiyuk gets to. And there might be opportunities to do it as maybe George Kittle's not around at some point. Maybe Deebo Samuel's not around at some point. Maybe Christian McCaffrey is still around, but they need to have him on a little bit more of a pitch count at some point. Again, not saying this year necessarily, but when you speak to levels that Aiyuk can get to at only 26 right now and signing a deal that's going to keep him here for at least 3 years, right? Or probably 4.
Well, it'd be a 5-year contract most likely, and it'd really be 3.
But you've got this year plus probably 3.
Like 3.5, something like that.
So to that point, maybe this season for Aiyuk looks a lot like last season, but I think there would be opportunities. That's the main gist of what I'm saying, for him to elevate and be targeted more because there might be fewer weapons, and they would need that Purdy-Aiyuk connection to continue to be the team that they have been.
There are plenty of examples recently of teams having to do serious roster makeovers because they paid their quarterback. And the best example is Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. They got rid of Tyreek Hill when Patrick Mahomes signed his massive new contract. And then they went out and won 2 Super Bowls. There are ways through this, but I'd like to remind everybody, Trent Williams will be the highest paid left tackle in the NFL when he comes back. Tight end, one of the highest paid players. Running back, highest paid running back. Middle linebacker, one of the highest, if not the highest. Defensive end, one of the highest. And now you're going to add in a $55, $60 million quarterback, and you're going to have a top-of-the-market wide receiver. Something's got to give here, JD. Something's got to give. And this is not new information, but with a possibility of getting something now and later with this hypothetical Cleveland trade, it looks very, very promising.
All right, we'll see if something happens on a 49er off day at training camp today with Brandon Aiyuk. There is some deadline pressure potentially with the Warriors and Lauri Markkanen and the Jazz. We'll get into that coming up. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Right now, he's in Paris and he's talking to LeBron every day, and he's talking to Devin every day, and he's talking to all these guys every day. You're there with them for 45 days, and behind the scenes, they could kind of talk about, well, maybe they could, we could do this for you, Steph. Maybe we could do that for you, Steph. And I think we'd be naive to think that he's just, just dedicated to the Warriors no matter what they put around him. Like, I've asked him about it, and I don't think he would be interested in just being in a Warriors uniform playing with mediocrity. I mean, he deserves the best around him. He lost Clay. Give him something to go on a camp. Like, could you imagine him media day with no Clay and no addition? You get a gold medal on, but that's your reality when you come back. After all these dudes have probably been in his ear, like, hey, man, they don't do nothing. There shouldn't be an overconfidence on, his longevity with the franchise and that he just played with anybody.
All right, Mark Spears, we appreciate him joining us earlier. Murph and Marcus on a Monday. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for the fellas here until 10 o'clock. Pressure's on the Golden State Warriors.
Yes, sir.
With Lauri Markkanen able to sign a contract extension, a renegotiation and extension with the Jazz tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If Markkanen does it tomorrow or at any point, there's a 6-month date until he can be traded again. You got to go 6 months out.
Sign a new contract.
Yep.
You can't get traded for 6 months.
Exactly. You do that tomorrow, it's Feb 6.
That's the trade deadline.
That's the actual trade deadline day. So he could not be traded until the day of the trade deadline. If he signs an extension after the 6th, then that essentially grants him a no-trade clause for a year because 6 months from any date after tomorrow would mean that it would be beyond the trade deadline.
Which, if he's going to sign the extension, if you're Lauri Markkanen, you're going to sign the extension, you're committing to Utah long-term, like why wouldn't you get that no-trade clause, even de facto? Why wouldn't you have that built in? Like, hey, man, I just signed an extension with you. Don't go Blake Griffin me and send my ass to Detroit 6 months later because, hey, we changed our minds. If you're dealing with Danny Ainge as your director of basketball ops, I'd like to get some protections involved if I'm Lauri Markkanen. He's a young guy, young family, got kids. He likes Utah. By all accounts, he likes Utah. He wants to re-sign there. I don't know if he will, but he's interested in re-signing there at the number that Lauri Markkanen's going to get, which is a whole ton of a lot of money. I'd get that no-trade clause. So everything that I've heard is if he's going to sign, he's not going to do it as soon as he's eligible to do it. He'll wait until Wednesday or beyond.
And according to Tony Jones of The Athletic and Tim Kawakami of The Athletic have been all over this, but according to Jones specifically, he reports it's unlikely Markkanen will sign the new deal by Tuesday.
Right.
Which makes sense. Markkanen knows he's going to get money either now or next summer. So if he signs, it's going to be, but there is increasing thought that maybe he doesn't sign at all.
I don't think anyone's got a good read on this thing, is kind of where I've been at. Warriors clearly don't have a good read on this because their offers to this point have been laughable. It's almost as if they don't want them.
No, and here's the part of that conversation, though. I agree with the fact that I've said this, I don't think the Warriors' offers to this point have been serious from the standpoint of you can get Lauri Markkanen, Moses Moody, and 2 first-round picks and a pick swap.
Who the hell can you get for that? You're not getting an all-star.
But I think here's the thing, and I think this is similar to what happened with Klay Thompson and his market. The Warriors correctly valued they offered Klay Thompson more money than Klay Thompson ultimately was able to get.
That's right.
The 2 years and 48. They did it early.
That's right.
They successfully read Klay Thompson's market and offered him, which didn't look at the time like the best deal he would get offered, but
Correct.
It was. So
Correct.
they in their mind, and I think, well, why is there so much friction? And yes, part of it was he wanted to change the scenery and all of those things. And
Are you saying that the Warriors last year were light years ahead on Klay Thompson's contract offer?
They correctly valued his market.
That's right.
That doesn't mean you get to keep the player. What they misread was how pissed off he was at them specifically and how much he wanted. And for them, he wasn't going to take 2 and 48. No. He was going to do that to leave or less. Well, but he wasn't going to do. For them, it was going to be 3 and 80 or 4 and 100 or what. Like he wanted more than just even though that was the best offer. Relating it back to Markkanen, though,
right?
Because I agree with you. I don't think that the offers that have been reported. No Pajemski, no Kuminga.
I mean, come on.
Like that part specifically, I think is a joke.
It might take both. They're not putting in either.
Well, that being said, I think the Warriors view this as, well, no, we've correctly read the value.
Yeah.
Because it's the best offer. Because what you routinely hear that.
You're right.
Oh, it's the best offer. It's the best offer. It's
we're so smart. We got this thing pegged.
Just because you have the best offer doesn't mean you're going to get the player.
This isn't an auction. There's no deadline where at the end they have to say sold to the highest bidder. This is not how it works. The Jazz don't have to do anything. Lauri Markkanen doesn't have to do anything. Just because you have the best offer, this is a store. The price is the price. Here is what it costs today to get Lauri Markkanen. And what it costs today to get Lauri Markkanen might be more than just Pajemski, Moody, and a bunch of picks. It might be Kuminga and Pajemski and Moody and a bunch of. It might be
at least one of them.
It's at least one of them, and it's not Moody. It's either Pajemski or Kuminga, and that's you getting off easy. That's
Moody can be in it and probably will be in it.
Sure. Well, what I'm saying is they're not even coming close. What they're doing is they're offering 50 cents for something that costs $1, and then they're going, well, that's the best offer. Well, no, they put a price on it, and it costs $1. You don't get to go into Target and say, actually, I'm only going to pay you $2 for this bottle of milk that I want to buy. And in fact, that's the best offer you're going to get, so you should take it. No, the price is $3.29, buddy. You either pay it or you go get your milk somewhere else. Good luck with your curdled milk. I mean, that's where the Warriors are at. They're not willing to pay the price. The laughable offer is a laughable offer. It's 50 cents on the dollar. And we are not in an environment where the Utah Jazz have to do anything. This is not an auction. And by the way, even if it was an auction, it'd be an eBay auction, and they haven't met the reserve price yet.
Well said. And at this point, again, with the reporting, it is that the Warriors, or that Markkanen specifically, more inclined, like nothing's happening tomorrow, basically. Nothing's happening tomorrow. If so, there's either going to be an extension after tomorrow.
Well, something could happen tomorrow in that they could make the trade.
Well, yes.
If Utah,
that's my point.
If Utah knows he's not going to sign, then there might be some movement.
More specifically, he's not going to sign an extension tomorrow, which would allow for him to get paid, but then be dealt again mid-season. He doesn't want that.
Let's be very clear.
So
on
that
Wednesday,
option could be off the table.
On Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or 3 weeks from now or any day before now in the beginning of the regular season, Lauri Markkanen and the Jazz can come to an agreement, and this thing's dead in the water.
Correct. What do you think of? Well, go ahead. Let's finish that point.
Legitimately, it's starting to get into a situation where the Warriors, much like with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, like someone's going to have to better their offer, right? Someone's going to have to do something because we have a clear stalemate between the Jazz and the Warriors. The Jazz are saying, you haven't met our price. You're not even close. And the Warriors are saying, this is the best we can do. Okay, well, someone has to move here. And Utah is looking at it and you're going, if that's the best we can get for him, hell, we'll just sign him. We'll just sign him. And yeah, we'll have him for a year, whatever. We'll just sign him. And we'll figure it out. I don't know what the Jazz want to do in terms of the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. This is supposed to be a very good NBA draft. We don't need to get into the details on that. This is supposed to be a very good draft. There are a lot of teams just overtly tanking.
Well, and if you keep Lauri Markkanen, you're probably too good to do that.
Even in the Western Conference, yeah. Yeah, well, because they've been kind of a 500-ish team with him.
They've tried to do it, and they've been a 500-ish team, and then they've quit at the trade deadline.
He always comes up with something.
And
he always has an injury.
They end up 8 or 9.
It's his back and his neck. Again, back to Brandon Aiyuk.
8 or 9th worst. 8 or 9th
that's
pick.
Right. And maybe that's good enough. Maybe doing the same thing that they've always done with the new lottery odds is good enough. But there's what is currently on the table, what's currently being discussed, reeks of the Warriors being hubristic, just constantly thinking that they're too smart for any of this stuff. And Danny Ainge thinking, man, I don't have to do squat. I'm kind of made in the shade. And you know what? If I do have to take a worse offer down the line, I'm going to have the bidding open to everybody. I'm not going to be doing it just before the season starts. I'm going to be doing it around free agency and the draft so that I can get more players in, so that I have cap space that I can move around, so I can get funky with it, the way that Daryl Morey got funky with it, the way that you look at what the Knicks and the Nets did. There are so many different things that you can do, many levers you can pull in an actual offseason. We're past that now. So Danny Ainge doesn't have to do squat.
All right, more on that coming up here in our final segment. Also, though, want to congratulate Mike from San Jose for winning a $50 gift card to the Niners team store, and he's our first qualifier for a chance to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. The winner of the grand prize is set to be announced on this show with Murph and Marcus August 26th, so 3 weeks from today. Thanks to everyone who called in. If you missed out today, don't worry about it. You got 2 more chances today during Papa and Lund and Tolbert and Copes. 1 chance for each show. Remember, 3 chances to qualify every day from now until August 23rd for the next 3 weeks. So be sure to stay tuned to The Sports Leader, your home of 49ers football for the last 20 years. Big deal. Congrats, Mike in San Jose. Final segment, straight ahead, right here on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, the Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. Elliot Ramos headlining this right thumb issue. Started in center field for the Giants on Saturday, then exited the game after he struck out against Hunter Green in the top of the sixth. He's been dealing with that thumb injury since July 27th, but it started to swell up on him after he got jammed a couple of times during the weekend set against the Reds. That, we keep it short and sweet today. Your health report sponsored by Sutter Health. From doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org. Go ahead, Dieter.
The Elliot Ramos, this is a big deal.
It is.
This guy was anchoring this lineup with Matt Chapman for months.
But now Tyler Fitzgerald is. So it's all good. Like Fitzgerald is doing his Ramos from earlier.
Yes, and we all saw that coming.
And Ramos was doing his Matos from that 1 week in May.
The 1 week of
Only
Matos.
he did it for 2 months.
It's like the paperclip game. You get 1 week of Matos, you turn it into 2 months of Elliot Ramos.
That's
and then you turn
a
it into a
special.
Listen, and it's gotten them so far. They're still 4.5 back. It should be noted that, Ramos was already struggling a little bit before this thumb injury. Last 14 games, batting .217 with a .230 on base percentage, .330 slug. These are not good numbers, folks. And it's gotten even worse now since the thumb injury. 192 average, .222 on base, .385 slug. So even the slugging's going up. But the issue with the thumb, and this was very evident when he faced Hunter Green, he can't get on top of the high fastball. And the high fastball is just the hallmark of modern major league pitchers. You got 98 up in the zone. You need that thumb to be able to roll over on it a little bit, get up and over on those pitches. And it's going to be a real issue. I wouldn't be surprised if they put him on the IL. And frankly, another Giants classic move is they wait way too long to put a guy on the IL when, frankly, you put him down for 10-14 now, and then he might be better. They're going to let it linger. It's going to be a whole thing. They played him on Saturday. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this at all.
No, it's definitely not good news. And, you never know. Maybe Luis Matos, though, gets another shot.
There's plenty of options. They're nothing but young guys now, JD. I mean, that or Mark Canha plays every day.
And we'll see if they can get to that elusive 500 mark with a win later this afternoon. 3:45 first pitch right here on the Sports Leader.
Can we get to the JD rule? Can we achieve
Yes.
JD mediocrity.
It could happen tonight.
It could happen tonight. Now, a lot of things have to go their way.
A lot of things have to go their way.
But it could happen tonight. By the way, let's just go through what's going on in the wild card standings.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah.
Atlanta's a half a game up. San Diego, who's red hot's half a game up. Arizona is holding the third wild card spot. The Mets.
Yeah, Arizona could lose at Cleveland today.
Right. That's right. But then the Mets and St. Louis are playing, so okay, that's 1.5 and 3 back respectively in the standings.
So they're already within those teams.
Okay.
So if the Giants win and Arizona loses, they're 3.5 back and they're 500.
Pittsburgh's playing San Diego, so there's something that could be had there. Yeah, if the Giants win today, there's an opportunity for them to do something here and get back to the JD line, which is 500 and 3.5 back.
If the Giants win and Arizona loses at Cleveland, both plausible, if not even maybe likely, although the Diamondbacks have
one of these teams has to lose.
They're 500 and 3.5 back.
I will say that the Diamondbacks, we've been talking a bit about the Padres because the Padres have been red hot and everyone talks about the Padres, and then it sort of begets itself on these national shows. The Diamondbacks are doing a lot of the same thing that they did last year, where they got hot late. In fact, they might be getting hot a little bit earlier, and this is without Corbin Carroll looking like Corbin Carroll.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, the Giants have won 7 of the last 9, and they are 7-3 in their last 10. If you take the last game at Dodger Stadium, they're 7-3 in their last 10. They've lost a game on the Diamondbacks over that span, and they've lost a game on the Padres over that span, who are 8-2. They have gained 1 game on the Braves, but they were farther back of the Braves at that point. So you look at it, over the last 10, they've gained 2 on Pittsburgh. They've gained 3 on St. Louis. They've gained 2 on the Mets. Those teams are out of the wild card race right now. They're not in, but the teams that are in have been hot, and in this case, hotter than they have been.
And then you look at, okay, let's just keep it in the division, right? Because you have to overtake one of these 2 teams because the Dodgers are way out of sight here. Not that that was ever going to happen. But you got to overtake the Diamondbacks or the Padres, and they're both playing good baseball right now. Both of those teams are getting good pitchers back here, theoretically, in the next couple of days, if not, inside the month of August. You get Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez coming back for Arizona. Yu Darvish maybe coming back. I don't know what's going on with Yu Darvish, but Joe Musgrove looks like he's on the way back. So it's not as if these 2 teams are just going to fade away, and they got nothing. I think that both of these teams have staying power. The Giants need to show an extra gear here.
And I think the one thing the Giants are hoping is, one, they take advantage of the easier schedule in the next couple of weeks. The other thing that they could claim to having in their favor, tougher games, yes, but they've got a couple of series against the Padres, a couple of series against the Diamondbacks. So you're going to have chances to beat them head-to-head.
Yeah.
And be able to make up ground. They also still have the 4-game series next week against the Braves. Again, tougher opponents.
Yes.
But
also, JD,
that coupled with this series, Detroit, Chicago White Sox, another 2 with the A's, which I'm sure they'll split over at the Collie.
And let's be real here. They've been a garbage road team all year.
Yeah.
And that's not terribly surprising because they don't hit home runs. And every other team in baseball, it's home runs equals wins. I see a lot of orange on this schedule on the wall, JD. I see a lot of home games, especially next 2 weeks or so. They're going to, even with Oakland, that's the same weather condition.
Yes, but a lot of these home games, Detroit, White Sox notwithstanding, Miami. So there are some winnables, but it's also Milwaukee and the Padres.
Yep, but you're at home.
Arizona and St. Louis at the end, who
would you
may
rather
or may
be
not
playing them
rather be playing them at home.
You got to play them at home. You have to continue to make hay, if not take it up at a level at home. And now you got to get your road record right too.
Final couple of minutes here. I want to wrap up for today the Warriors conversation as it relates to Lauri Markkanen and the reporting from Tony Jones today that Lauri Markkanen not inclined to do an extension with the Jazz tomorrow on August 6th, which would allow the Jazz to trade him on trade deadline day.
Right.
Tim Kawakami's been in on this, and the question I have for you, and Tim raised this question in what he wrote, do the Jazz, if Markkanen doesn't sign tomorrow, giving them the option to trade him, does that change whether the Jazz want to do a deal with him moving forward? Could that offer, hey, we'll give you the deal, but we're going to do it with where we can trade you in 6 months, not a year?
I would think
if they truly want to trade him as opposed to keep him.
The notion that the Jazz and Lauri Markkanen couldn't have had a conversation to this point is laughable.
Well, I'm sure they have.
No, that's what I'm saying. So, you can agree on a contract and then sign it on a day. You can say, hey, okay, then we're going to sign it on this Wednesday. We're going to sign it on Tuesday.
But the question is, and every report lately has been, no, the Jazz will keep him. The Jazz want to keep him. Because again, the Warriors,
they're offering him a contract.
But the deal is, do the Jazz truly want to keep him if he in some way stunts their rebuild? And I wonder, is there some leverage lost here if this thing isn't done in the next couple of days, where the Jazz don't want to sign him to a deal if he's going to be around for a full year guaranteed, and then maybe the Warriors say, hey, that best offer that we have that isn't really a great offer in my mind or your mind, you better take it, Utah, because you really don't want to sign your guy. Like, there is a game of chicken going on here. There's a game of chicken going on here that I think we're going to get some answer to in the next 48 to 72 hours.
But will we? Because it sounds as if this thing's going to go on in perpetuity.
If he doesn't sign,
it goes on forever.
If he doesn't sign, it could go on forever. But if he doesn't sign, I think the Jazz then become more inclined to take less.
But they're never going to take what the Warriors are offering currently.
You would think not. And then it becomes, do they include Kuminga or Pajemski? Do the Jazz want Kuminga? They got to pay him that.
I don't see the chicken because it's something that they've already talked about. They can already have this thing figured out. It's just a question of dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
All right, young Tony, what did you learn today, brother?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent. Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Good bit of baseball knowledge, Tony, today. Like something.
Is that like 6:20 a.m.?
Historic.
Johnny Vandermeer. Shout out Johnny. Dieter referenced Blake Snell having a good start. His next start, not quite as good as Vandermeer. That's pretty unbelievable. 2 consecutive no-nos. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's a coming of age. Like anytime Johnny Vandermeer comes up, it's like, oh yeah, like once you learn that, you never forget it.
June 1938. Johnny Vandermeer. All-time stretch.
That's great knowledge. I did not know that.
That's great. That's great, Johnny Vandermeer.
Only guy to ever do it. Every time there's a no-hitter, you got to bring up Johnny Vandermeer.
Dieter, great stuff. We'll do it again tomorrow from Levi's.
Yes, sir.
For young Tony and John Joe Curley. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. As you listen to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, popping Lund right now.
There's a lot of talk about left tackle and run and how great, Trent is. Obviously, he'll be the best, but there's going to be some good football coming from the right this year.
And y'all crying about every call. Why? Who's done something? Quite frankly, I don't think any of y'all have done anything, but that's just me.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Stevenson now swings, lines it out in the right center. There is Ramos, though, into the gap, reaches out, makes the catch. 7 innings for Snell. The Reds without a hit. Throws to Fairchild, who swings, grounds it to short. Right to Fitzgerald, gloves the hop, throws to first, in time, and the inning is over. 8 innings now for Blake Snell without a hit allowed. First pitch, a swing, fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. A no-hitter as the Giants have won 3-0. Now one of the Giants' hottest hitters, Matt Chapman. First pitch, he swings and blasts one out to deep center. Fairchild back, looking up. It is gone.
Lonway Jr., and he drills one to right field. It is gone. A low line drive home run. Hard to hit one that low and get it out. But Lamont Wade just did it to put the Giants ahead. Here's a swing and a high drive. Left center field. This one is gone. Tyler Fitzgerald has hit another one.
John likes to talk to everybody but me. I'm getting that feeling. Hi, John.
Good morning. How are you?
You are so gregarious in the morning. You're chatting up.
Oh, the
You're
guys
talking
are,
about
yes.
Lori Markkinen. Talking about Lori Markkinen.
We were talking about everything, man. I had to get caught up in like a minute. You're at NBC again. We got a ton of Giants to Blake Snell with the no-hitter. We got I'm sorry, I was watching men's water polo too. I think against Ukraine or whoever it is. We're head 9-3. I'm totally into the Olympics now. It took me a minute, but I'm
Noah
slow.
Lyles last night.
Yeah, Noah Lyles and Marcus was over there writing all his stuff.
Did they not have the Jamaican winning initially? I was a little confused
it looked like
there
it to
for
me.
a second.
But that shot of all the guys at the line, my God, that's how quick it was. But yeah, that was awesome over the weekend. And obviously we got Brandon Aiyuk news and Lori Markkinen news, and so. Busy on a Monday, and we have an early start, you and the Washington Frannies, and so you're at NBC today. Good. How are you doing, man?
I am doing well. Well, I mean, obviously we'll get into the Niners completely and watch 2 full days of practice Friday after I did the Blake Snell no-hitter on Friday night. Went there Saturday and spent the whole weekend down there, and it was hot. It was 87 degrees on Saturday. It was a really long practice. They were out there for 2 solid hours, got a lot of good work in. Sunday was the direct opposite. It was overcast and cool and a little bit shorter of a practice, but we have a lot of thoughts. I think we're going to have a plug-and-play rookie right guard starting for your San Francisco 49ers this year. And that little running back is really impressive, and he's not the one everybody was talking about. But obviously we start with what happened on Friday. And the Blake Snell no-hitter. And, you know, you and I were talking because I was watching the weather in Cincinnati all day, and it was raining. They took the tarp off about an hour and a half before game time, and then it brightened up. Both teams took batting practice. It looked fine. And then we get a report about halfway through Giants pregame live that the game is going to be delayed. They're not going to start on time. And it did not rain. They had a 1-hour rain delay, John. It did not rain a single drop. I remember in the early days of the Doppler when Jacobs Field was Jacobs Field and first opened. We sat in Cleveland one night. Susan Slusher will join us in the first hour. She was there. We had a 2.5-hour rain delay that night, not a drop of rain.
Amazing.
At all. But looking back on it, when they do that, they want to protect the starting pitchers. You know, Patrick Corbin's going to pitch tonight for Washington. There was a game where I think he was 2 pitches into his outing and the game got banged, and they lost Corbin. Now, he's not Blake Snell. He's not even Andrew Abbott. But to wait an hour to begin the game, there were just so many obstacles for Blake Snell to throw the no-hitter. But when I saw him right away in the first inning, and he always has no-hit stuff. He's flirted with no-hitters before. When he struck out the side, 1, 2, 3, with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, then a couple of curveballs, it was just, wow, his stuff is really filthy. Even after the hour rain delay, and he was walking around in circles in the clubhouse, he had great stuff. There was early long top of the 5th where the Giants hit for a while. There were a couple of hits, a double steal, a couple of reviews, a pitching change. And I thought when he came out for the bottom of the 5th, he lacked command, but his fastball was still there. And then he evolved into a guy that could be more like Logan Webb. Just put the ball in play to get through the last 3. So what a performance by Blake Snell. Then they go home run derby yesterday, and were able to take 2 out of 3 from Cincinnati, John. And then you got Logan Webb. After his shutout against the A's on Wednesday, he'll roll into Nationals Park and be your starter. So that was something. That was really fun to watch on Friday night, what Blake Snell did.
Yeah, pretty incredible that that's his first Giants win, and it's a no-hitter. He threw 114 pitches. Bob Melvin, which I really liked because I wasn't sure that he was going to get there, and they were going to let him do it. But as Bob said after the game, once he got rolling. And the one thing you learn about Blake Snell is he's a really emotional guy, and so he's constantly talking to himself. I thought Patrick Bailey did a great job just a few innings into the game because he wasn't getting the calls that he wanted from the home plate umpire. So kind of put his arm around him a little bit and said, hey, need you to settle down. And he's when he talks about the game afterwards, he can break it down. And he kind of said, I was kind of doing some things, and then I decided to get after hitters. And he can change. He gets really emotional, but he can change. Whereas a lot of guys, when they're out there, once they kind of lose it a little bit, they can't mentally get it back. It's kind of like my golf game. I start hitting it all over the place, and I'm like, but he can mentally get himself right again, and I think that's what he did. And then when he really focuses in, like when he was talking about the 15 strikeouts in the 6 innings, and he said, I went after strikeouts at the end of it, he can really lock himself back in and get into it.
his pitch mix is really, really interesting because you can kind of tell where he's going, but his stuff is so good that guys just can't lay off the curveball and that kind of stuff. So he's just a really interesting guy, both after the game, during the game, settling down, all that kind of stuff. But if there was a doubt before, the one thing I thought is this is a great thing that he's thrown this no-hitter, but he's opting out. I mean, he is just pitching.
Well, get him signed to an extension. Get Boris in and sit down and hammer out a long-term extension. He's built to pitch in this ballpark, and he's interesting. When you watched him when he was younger, he kind of, and Timmy had that vibe being from Seattle where it's just kind of a grip it and rip it kind of guy. But Lincecum was smart. His dad was so on everything. He was brighter than he wanted to play off. And with Blake, the more he taught his post-game Q&A around his cubicle in the clubhouse, he's got the big binder, Snellzilla, and he's studying hitters. And then during the game, he's got the scouting report in his back pocket. He puts it right in his glove when he pitches, and then he still runs pitch comm.
Yeah.
He's a little like Peyton Manning, where he's doing all this stuff pre-snap and pre-pitch. It's like, how are you going to throw the ball now? And then Manning would just put it through a thimble on a 17-yard out to Marvin Harrison. It's like, how did he do that? And with Blake Snell, he's got more. We haven't seen his changeup. His changeup was his best pitch last year. The curveball's taken on a new dimension. He can do whatever he wants with the curveball.
Nothing dives.
Just he could throw it for a strike. He could throw it in the dirt. He could move it around. I mean, Zito had the Rainbow Coalition curveball. His is kind of the same, 11-5. But Barry's would kind of pop out of his hand where he could see it a little bit. He's tunneling just so well. So he is just, I mean, that was some performance. And then the big thing was, would he be able to keep his pitch total at under 120? The most he ever threw in a game was 122, August of 2021 at Petco as a Padre against the Dodgers. He just said that he went out the last 3 innings and knew he had to keep him. If he got to 120, Bo Mel was going to go get him, or it was going to be a conversation, and he didn't want to do that. So he had 1, 2, 3 innings in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, throwing 9 pitches, 12 pitches, and 6 pitches. And Blake, with a K, struck out only one guy, Espinal looking, or 2 guys. He struck out one. He struck out Candelario, and then he got Espinal looking. So he evolved into a guy. And afterwards, he said, "John, my goal now is to get the batter out in 4 pitches or less." So, I mean, then it's going to be hard to strike the guy out in 4 pitches. He can do it on 3, obviously. But if he's evolving into that kind of pitcher, maybe being around Logan Webb a little bit is rubbing off of him. But, I mean, that was a performance, one of the best we've seen. This guy's got incredible stuff. I can't wait for him to pitch again on Wednesday at Nationals Park. But we got Logan Webb going tonight after his masterpiece last time out.
All right, we'll talk more about the Giants and what's going on. And, again, Blake Snell, nice job. If you want to hit up on anything that you saw over the weekend, whether it's Blake Snell's no-hitter, Kyle Harrison struggled a little bit, but then they get back on track yesterday. We'll talk about the home runs. Tyler Fitzgerald. Is there an issue with the Ramos thumb? We'll do all those kind of things. We'll also get into a ton of 49ers today, what you saw over the weekend, plus the latest news on Brandon Aiyuk. Matt Mayoko saying that this is the first time he thought they could trade Brandon Aiyuk, and there are some rumors that we'll throw past you. Plus, like we said, you were down there. We got a bunch of stuff to get to. We'll do it all coming up next. Plus, we got a big announcement, so make sure that you stay tuned. We got something going on that the morning show was talking about that we want to relay to you as well. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line always open. It's the call-in line, too, so hit it up at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Great Mark Spears, Manscaped and ESPN, joined JD and Gator this morning from Paris. Discuss the latest trade rumors surrounding Lauri Markkanen and the Warriors. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
That's right. CLR custom lens replacement from our good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Papa started this whole thing a couple of years ago. He was seeing really well. And although I had previously a LASIK procedure, it hadn't worked like I wanted. So that's where the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley came in. And this thing's called CLR custom lens replacement. It's a game changer. I can see near, I can see far. It's awesome. If you're struggling to look at your phone, for example, and you're running around your house like I was looking for readers, this is the solution for you. And here's the great part. The consultation is free. So it's the permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you're never going to develop cataracts. I know you're asking yourself, how do you know that? No, you have to ask. Tens of thousands of vision procedures, so you know that you can trust them. And that was my main thing. The first thing that I asked him was, okay, we're talking about my eyes here. It'd be nice to see better, but can I trust you? Of course you can. So make that appointment today. It is free, I tell you. LaserEyeCLR.com. That's LaserEyeCLR.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You can see near, you can see far. You're not going to need those readers anymore, just like me. Make that free consultation call today at 877-GET-2020, or simply go to LaserEyeCLR.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund, on a Monday. If you want to continue to talk Giants, we will do that. And Susan Slusser is going to join us at 10:50. Get into Brandon Aiyuk in a minute, but we told you we had some good news for you. Starting today, that is Monday, August 5th, until Friday, August 23rd, you'll have 3 chances a day. Once during Murph and Marcus, once during this fine show, Pop and Lund, and during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the big grand prize. As I said, Niners home tickets to every single game. So you enter to win the grand prize. Be caller 10, not right now, but when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, and we'll do that during the noon hour today. Sometime during the noon hour, put this in your phone. Caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Not now, but in the noon hour when you hear the Tim Ryan cue to call. And we'll do this through the 23rd. And again, once during each show, qualify to win 2 tickets to each Niners home game. Noon today is when you will listen. Good luck. How
what
about
is
that?
T-Rock saying? Bang! Or nothing wrong with that groin?
Yeah, I think it is the nothing wrong with that groin, if I'm correct, right? Yeah, Danny has given me the yes.
It's one good-looking groin.
Each show has a different Tim Ryan.
Charvarius Ward interception against Kyler Murray.
So ours is the Tim Ryan, nothing wrong with that groin. Each show has their own Tim Ryan sounder, but of course that's ours. Yeah, of course it is.
I had a nice visit. I watched most of practice both days with T-Rock, and first of all, that Steve McMichael's a buddy of his.
Yeah.
And boy, that was a tearjerker when all the Bears.
They brought him the jacket.
They brought him the bust and the jacket. His wife Misty was there. Patrick Willis's speech was just beautiful. Boy, he delivered that nicely.
It was awesome.
Dante Whitner actually hooked him up with a coach. You know, Ricky Henderson went to Laney College. Remember, Ricky had to give his speech, and Ricky went out with an all-white suit and nailed it. He worked at it. Patrick, was he reading notes, or wasn't that a prompter? I mean, he just flowed.
He was awesome.
Didn't have really a stumble, and he really opened up. So we'll get into that, but it was beautiful. And so nice. You don't often get lucky where you have 2 days of practice on the weekend. It's kind of the schedule. But just seeing all and it's their SRO. There was a huge group there on Saturday, a bigger group on Sunday. Dave Stewart, actually, speaking of Ricky, Dave came to practice on Saturday morning and just soaking it all up and seeing it all. Really hot day on Saturday. It was 87 degrees, and they went about 2 hours, John. And then yesterday, Carl rolled in, even down, going down 101 South. He got all the way down there, and it was a quintessential San Francisco day with the overcast. It was much cooler and a much shorter practice. So great to see T-Rock, great to see everybody, but my eyeballs were spinning on this football team. There's some young players that are not just going to make this roster, they're going to play a lot of snaps this year.
Wow. All right, we'll get back into that. The big story over the weekend, Matt Maiocco wrote a piece. He said, with contract talks between Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers continuing to stall, Matt Maiocco explains why San Francisco can end up trading the all-pro wide receiver, and then he continues on Twitter and says, I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the 49ers would trade him. Now I believe it's a legitimate option. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Aiyuk's court. So what do you make of what Matty's writing there?
Yeah, he went to Canton, so we'll have to, he may have been told things by Niner personnel. There were a lot of Niner people there. I've been optimistic that that he would at least play in the 5th-year rookie option, but I don't know where it's going, to be honest with you. And then Trent Williams, he's they just go dark. There was good communication with Trent, and now there's not. And this is part of it. Let's not overreact. It's only August 5th. If it was September the 5th, but you got to start thinking about the football team. And Mary Kay Cabot has been covering the Browns forever and ever. We'll try to get her on at some point, John, but Amari Cooper's name has been mentioned. Amari was making $20 million a year just about every year of his contract with the Cleveland Browns. They guaranteed his contract this year, but he's not making enormous money. And Tyreek Hill, who was voted by the NFL players the best player in the entire league this year. He was number 1. and Patrick Mahomes number 4, Justin Jefferson 18. In any event, the wide receivers just keep getting paid, and Tyreek got a lot of that guaranteed, and they restructured his contract. But we know Amari well. If they would make Amari available, would you be comfortable doing a Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper straight swap? And then I would want something back coming the other way. Although, Andrew Berry runs their front office for the Flying J, Jimmy and Dee Haslam and Paul DePodesta really put that group together. Paul was, he was Jonah Hill in Moneyball. That was Paul DePodesta. And he was a wide receiver at Harvard. Smart guy, obviously. The one thing about Amari, he could play anywhere. He could easily play X, Y, or Z. Amari Cooper is a tremendous route runner, one of the best. But as far as a blocker in the run game, he's gotten better as he's gotten older. But he's not the blocker Brandon Aiyuk is. So that would be a loss in that part of it. But as far as a pure route-running wide receiver, Amari, the game he had against us last year when the 49ers went to Cleveland 5-0, John, he made a couple of catches. That one back shoulder going down the right sideline was just incredible. Then he was a Dallas Cowboy. He scored a touchdown in the playoff game. He got behind the 49ers nickelback K1 for that touchdown. But in any event, we'll see where it goes. I mean, that's kind of the rumor now, that Cleveland may be all in. You trade him out of the conference, and possibly Amari Cooper would come back this way if they made Brandon at least talk about it in theory. That's what we're hearing.
Well, that's what she kind of was speculating. And just to get caught up, everybody knows Amari because he was in the Bay, but he had 72 catches last year for 1,250 yards and 5 touchdowns, 17.4 a catch, by the way. That's career high. That's up there. He's going to be playing his age 30 season this year, and as you pointed out, the thing that might be really attractive to the 49ers is his cap hit this year is only $8.7 million. So even if Aiyuk was going to make close to $30 million, they could still knock his cap down to a reasonable number. In fact, probably lower than the 14 he's going to make this year on the 5th year of his contract. But if you were to get Amari Cooper, who's comparable but older, for $8.7 million, and then you could buy that time to make sure that Ricky Pearsall is all that. If not, you could attempt to re-sign Amari Cooper, but going into his age 31 season, as he's a free agent after this year, he wouldn't command as much money, I wouldn't imagine. So if you go that way, now the guys this morning were talking about Cooper and a second-round pick coming to the Niners. I just don't see that. Now, is there a difference between Aiyuk and Cooper? Would you want Aiyuk more than Cooper? Yeah, but not a second-round pick. I'd see maybe like a mid-round pick, maybe a 4 or something like that.
I'd want a high pick.
I would too, but I don't know that. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see an Amari Cooper and a 1 or a 2. That I think that would be too steep for Cleveland.
Well, I mean, it's going to change your wide receiver room. And why would you even do this? I mean, they looked at it a little bit right around day 1 of the draft, and they would have had to have gotten, top 9. Odunze went 9. Mm-hmm. Malik Neighbors went before that. Harrison Jr. went before that. You had to get one of those X's to make it work. And so now you're moving on. Amari is different than Brandon Aiyuk. I think is just a pure wide receiver. Amari's got more. Amari was more of a flanker. He was a move guy when he was younger. Just watching him this year, and I saw him before the game. Well, you know him, John. He was painfully shy when the Raiders first got him. You could not get him to talk. We had some awkward interviews. He was an amazing route runner. His feet coming out of school were just golden. I mean, the guy could run a route. He was not tough. The famous game where Pac-Man Jones was dribbling his head on the field. I mean, he just punked him. He beat him up. And Amari was taken out of the game. There was a game in Kansas City. Remember the ball hit the guideline above the field when they had the camera? Tyreek had a big game that night. But teams would take Amari out. They would just physically beat him up. As he got older, watching him, I'm like, is that Amari Cooper? He just looks so much different. And, athletes change. When we saw Amari, he was 21, and last year was his age 29 season. But physically, he just got bigger. He's an older-looking athlete. His lower body was more pronounced. He had a little fight back in his game. But he's still got amazing ability to run routes. He can back shoulder any ball. I mean, Aiyuk is skilled. Amari Cooper has been doing this a long time in the NFL. Kyle would love him. I mean, you put Amari out there with Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings as far as beating man coverage, and Aiyuk can do that as well. I think it would be just, how much are we going to lose in the run game with Amari? And Amari's a willing blocker. He's more of a screener, basketball shielder than he is. He's not going to pick somebody up like Aiyuk did in Pittsburgh and deplete them. But he's a veteran guy. He's been around. He's played a lot of snaps in the NFL. So, that would be if you feel like you just can't make Aiyuk happy and the money just does not work. Amari Cooper would be a guy you could understand, because just in the passing tree, he would be a great 49er. That guy, Kyle would love designing routes for him, because he's always been. Calvin Ridley's psycho, the way he runs routes as a younger player, but not too many young guys have come in the NFL and could run a route the way and beat man coverage the way Amari Cooper could.
No, I think that's the kind of deal that you'd be looking for if you're going to move the guy. And look, I don't want to move the guy, but I understand the 49ers stance if they just don't want to get to the number that Brandon Aiyuk is, and they took Ricky Pearsall in the first round, and you got Amari Cooper at $8.7 million cap number, and then you could decide whether you want to sign him or not, or maybe Ricky Pearsall's ready, whatever the case may be. I mean, you'd like to get more compensation from the Browns in terms of just Cooper, because you're trading a 26-year-old for a 30-year-old, that kind of thing. But I don't know how high the pick would be, but that would make sense in that you're in a Super Bowl window. A draft pick doesn't do you any good. It does for next year, but for this year, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you just lost Brandon Aiyuk like an injury, really, and then you get nothing until next year. So wouldn't you rather have something? Like if I'm a younger team and I can't come to contract terms with Brandon Aiyuk, fine, I'll take, I'd rather have a number one draft pick. But if I'm in the situation where the 49ers are in and I want to win a Super Bowl and I'm pretty desperate to do it, wouldn't you rather have an established player than you would that draft pick?
But I mean, just comparing Amari Cooper versus Brandon Aiyuk, Amari's going to be on the football team this year.
Right.
Amari Cooper, he's a hell of a player. He is a legit number one. There's no doubt. And you'd have to watch him a little closer. I was amazed the way he's a different athlete than he was when he was younger, but he's still great. He makes tough catches, the sideline route. He's a great player. As a pure wide receiver, you're not lacking anything with Amari Cooper on the team over Brandon. They're comparable. Brandon's ascending. Amari's just been that guy forever. It's really the run blocking. When they run the pin and the pull to his side and they pull Trent out, and he's out in space, and that wide receiver, that X has got a pin down on the end. Is Amari Cooper going to block like that? Amari's willing, but he's not going to lay people out the way Brandon Aiyuk. So do you move Jawan Jennings, and he would be the X wide receiver there, and Amari would play. You can move it around, and they cross-train them all. And it would really, what it would be is they love Brandon Aiyuk in that building. They love him. Debo loves him. They're tight. Everybody loves Aiyuk. So, who knows Amari in the building? Who really knows him? And he's quiet. He'd come in there, and he'd be the OG in that room, and they'd look up to him. He's Amari Cooper. That's Amari. But he, it's different than Brandon Aiyuk because he and Debo are tight. So there's a lot of things you look at. Amari's not going to cause you any trouble at all. He doesn't miss anything. He shows up on time. The guy, he's underpaid. Do you hear Amari Cooper bitching about his contract? He never said a word. He's that kind of guy. He's a pro's pro. But he's not going to block like Brandon Aiyuk. How is he going to block? And then, who knows him in the building that can vouch for him, because it's a tight group. Aiyuk fits. He's a charter member of the Yak Bros. And Amari's really good by yards after catch. Amari does not have a weakness as a wide receiver except, physicality. But I think he's found a way to solve that in his career. But as far as just the two players, John, they're pretty damn comparable, except Aiyuk does block better.
All right, give us your thoughts on that rumor that's going around. And again, Maddie was back there in Cleveland as well, or well, not in Cleveland, in Canton, but in Ohio. So maybe some of that picked up steam back there as well. And then Mary Kay Cabot wrote a couple of things on it as well that we'll give you. But give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Pop and Lund sponsored today by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. We'll continue the conversation and more on what Pop saw from camp. Susan Slusser coming up at 10:50 to discuss the Giants weekend and look ahead to the Nationals, only here on the Sports Leader.
morning to you. Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. Huge Giants fan. Saw Blake Snell's no-hitter on Friday night. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. For a free review of your financial situation, call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR. KNBR. 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
What's happening? Papa and Lund on a Monday edition of the show. Lots to discuss. Blake Snell's no-hitter. By the way, we were discussing best no-hitters in Giants history. Everything lines up after Matt Cain. We know that. But then is it the two Lincecum no-hitters after that, as far as memorable? Any Lincecum
no-hitter? Well, I mean,
right?
they've thrown 10 in San Francisco, and a lot of them. Juan Marichal threw one in '63. Gaylord Perry, Ed Halicki, the Count Fusco. But we didn't have one for a long time, since the mid-'70s, till Jonathan Sanchez on that Friday night. And there was an error committed by Wander Ribe. That would have been a perfect game. He came in for Pablo defensively. And then, Kane throwing the perfecto. How do you beat that? Timmy's first no-hitter in San Diego was the one. He threw 148 pitches in that game.
Amazing.
He was no longer at the height of his powers. He was no longer the big-time Timmy Jim, the freakazoid, the freaky franchise. He wasn't that guy anymore. He got moved out to the bullpen, in some of those playoff runs in 12. And obviously he was so dominant in 10 and won the size in 8 and 9. He didn't think Timmy really he could do that. Anyway, he threw 148 pitches that night. But what Blake Snell was able to accomplish, John, and I think there's more. He gets that changeup going. It'll be interesting to see what he does. But that was special. But we haven't had one around here for a long time. We have to go back to Chris Heston.
That is amazing.
In Queens in 2015. Yeah. And that's probably the least watched one because that was happening simultaneously with the Warriors playing a finals game against Cleveland. So I watched that one with one eye when we were watching Steph against LeBron.
Well, when you guys were doing that post game too, it's because it was 2015 and so it had been a while. It was just so weird because I remember that, and then Heston just faded off the map. I think he ended up with the Mariners or something like that. But it was like when he was going through that stuff, it's like, whoa, here's their next, really good pitcher, and then just nothing after that for Heston. So anyway, Heston was the last one before Blake's. Now, to be honest with you, I didn't notice that one until later. Like normally, I'll lock, me, I'll lock on something. Oh, he's 3 innings in, he's going to throw a no-hitter. I wasn't really, I didn't really even lock into it until maybe the 7th. There was a break and they still have no hits. And I was getting a little nervous about the defense because Encarnacion was in right field, and he's kind of a big guy. He can move okay. But I was thinking to myself, this isn't the greatest defense that is behind Snell right now. And, of course, they put Yaz in late on that thing. But I was thinking there might be a ball that somebody just can't get to that maybe a normal guy could get to. Like Ramos makes me nervous in center. And, Fitzgerald early in the season struggled at short. And I was like, this isn't the greatest defense. So I thought it was going to be something like that where there was a ball that somebody can make a play on. But to be honest with you and remember in that game, there wasn't that great play like the Gregor Blanco play or the Hunter Pence play or you know what I mean, where a guy had to dive for one or anything like that. There really wasn't that great defensive play that they needed to make to keep the no-hitter intact.
So I thought after the 1 hour rain delay, when he came out in the bottom of the first inning, and the way he was pumping, and it was mainly his fastball to get Jonathan India. He struck him out looking, and then he got De La Cruz on a curveball and Spencer Steer on a curveball. I started to fidget in my chair, and I was going to do some Niners work that night, and then I thought I have to watch every single pitch. This guy's on it. And he was overpowering the first 4 innings of the game. The top of the 5th inning was I wish we had, and ordinarily we would time it. I go back and look at the time. I'm talking about elapsed time. The Giants' top of the 5th took a long time. Tyler Fitzgerald opened with a single. Mark Canha had an infield knock. There was the play where Elliot Ramos, there was a double steal. The Giants actually had a double steal for a second, and then it got overturned on batter's interference. But, there was a throw down the line, and then Ramos wound up striking out. There was 2 replay reviews on that play, and the Mark Canha play at first base had to be reviewed. David Bell made a pitching change. He went to get Brock Farmer in that inning to pitch to Matt Chapman. And it took, how long was the top of the 5th? So I thought right away in the first inning, I went to Rich Aurelia, and I was texting Sean. I'm like, his stuff tonight is incredible. But when he went out for the bottom of the 5th, he still was throwing hard, but he lacked command. The first 4 innings, he faced 13 batters. He started every batter with a strike. Mm-hmm. First pitch strike to 13 of the first 13. He walked. He went 1-0 on Tyler Stevenson. He wound up walking him. And then to your point, John, the one play that was memorable was when Candelario hit that line shot right at Casey at second base. And Casey's just got, he's got a great arm for the left side of the infield and the right side playing second base. He snagged that ball and threw back to first, and they got the double play. It was amazing. But then he walked T.J. Friedl on a curveball. He threw more pitches in the 5th. So early in the game, I thought he's got no-hit stuff, but he's not going to be able to pitch deep enough in the game. The pitch count's going to get him. And then that 5th inning, he began to lose some touch. But then he locked. And the 7th inning on, he went to the bottom of the 7th inning, having thrown 89 pitches. and he just went 1, 2, 3 in the 7th on 9 pitches, 1, 2, 3 in the 12th, in the 8th on 12 pitches, and then 1, 2, 3 in the 9th on 6 pitches. So at that point, he knew that he just needed to be in the strike zone and challenge hitters. And the Reds this is not the big red machine, to be sure, and they got some good hitters, obviously, but they're really aggressive. He was, to go 9, 12, and 6 pitches. What is that, 27 pitches over the last 3 innings to get the no-hitter was really impressive. But I could tell right away, because when an hour rain delay, you're like, what has he got? Well, he didn't warm up. He was just starting to warm up, and they shut him down. Didn't rain a drop. But when he went out for that bottom of the first, you're like, here he goes again. He just struck out 15 in 6 innings of work in his last outing, and he opens the game by punching out the side, and it was those 2 pitches, the fastball and the curveball.
Yeah, and India and De La Cruz, who didn't have good at-bats, especially India the entire night, they helped him out in the 9th. I mean, they were just India, I know, swung in the first pitch. I think Ellie did either on the first or second pitch in the 9th inning. I think they were anxious, and they helped him out because, like you said, he was saying like he was just basically on fumes those last couple of innings, but he got it done. But they helped him. They helped him at the end. So
yeah, and I can't wait to see his next outing. It'll be Wednesday in Nationals Park. Remember his first start as a Giant was against the Washington Nationals. We had to wait so long because he signed late, didn't make that first start until April the 8th, and it wasn't good. And we'll talk to Susan Slusser. She had a nice catch-up with Billy Beane, so I want to get the thoughts from haven't seen much of Billy in the last few years since he's changed roles. But the one thing with Blake was, he stayed true to his process. Maybe he rushed himself a little bit to make that first start April the 8th against Washington, and then it just wasn't good. The one against Tampa Bay was better. The one against Arizona on that Friday night against Jordan Montgomery was not good. He went on the IL. I went and watched him pitch on Mother's Day in San Jose, and he did not have that curveball that he's throwing right now. Now we're into late July, early August now, but he had the fastball command back. But it took him a little while to get his curveball, and now his curveball may be the best he's ever had. But we were waiting, John. There were times there where we thought, is Blake Snell ever going to pitch against the L.A. Dodgers? He missed every single Dodger series. He came back, just before the All-Star break. That Blue Jay outing was dominant. The Minnesota Twin outing was dominant. He had no-hit stuff those games, but the pitch count got, and he was, just coming back. He finally pitched at Dodger Stadium. He pitched beautifully. Giants lost that game, the game against Colorado. So, I mean, he is a little quirky, and he did sign late, but you have to say the process, although it was not good, his first 6 starts were brutal, but you got to let him do his thing. He's 29 now. He's a different guy. I love the way he's so locked in on the dugout bench with the big binders, like an NFL quarterback with the Snellzilla, and he's going through it all. He knows who he is. He embraces the nickname. He's got the scouting report on each hitter in the back pocket. He lays it right in his glove. And I can't tell when Bailey's catching him, is Bailey calling it from PitchCom? Is Blake calling? You see Blake, fidgeting with the side of his belt where the PitchCom is. It looks like he's calling it, but Patrick is such a take-charge guy. I think he calls everybody else on the staff. He'll call Logan Webb tonight and call every single pitch, John. When it's Bailey and Blake, though, it's kind of hard to tell which one's leading the dance.
It almost seems like Blake would be the type that he goes by feel. He's a trippy dude. But all right, let's talk to Susan Slusser about it. Coming up next, the weekend itself, including, of course, Blake Snell's no-hitter, but after Kyle Harrison, not a great outing. And the one thing is his velocity was down, so we'll ask her about that as well. And then Sunday they bounce back and now take it on the Nationals. All the games are important. We'll talk to Susan about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Greg Papa here, and August is here as well. And my good friend, world champion pizza, Tony Gemignani, announces the return of San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival for its second year on August the 17th in San Francisco's historic North Beach neighborhood. This fabulous event will feature a brand new beer garden, even more local pizzerias, bagelries, and breweries than the first event. Presented by the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club Foundation, the San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival takes place on Saturday, August the 17th in North Beach. Tickets for the event, which sold out last year, are now on sale at purplepass.com/Pizza Fest. Bringing the passion for Italian food to the neighborhood for nearly 2 decades, Tony invites you to join him for a memorable afternoon of great food, drinks, and community. Again, tickets are on sale now for San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival on Saturday, August the 17th in the heart of the North Beach. So again, purplepass.com/SF Pizza Fest.
Simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
First pitch to De La Cruz. He hits a fly ball, right center. Yastrzemski has it! And Blake Snell has pitched the first no-hitter of his brilliant career here in Cincinnati.
Dave Fleming gets the call. Mike Yastrzemski comes into the game, jumps for the last out, and Blake Snell with a no-hitter. Susan expected to join us momentarily, and she's sponsored by our good friends at River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. So she'll join us momentarily. Thank you, Marty. Thank you.
Marty!
How cool is calling no-hitters, by the way?
My first year doing full-time Major League Baseball in 1990, we had 4 no-hitters that year, including Nolan Ryan's 6th no-hitter. Or that may have been the year after. I think that was in 91 maybe. But we had Dave Stewart threw one in Toronto, June the 29th of 1990. And actually, so the Giants were playing, in Cincinnati on Friday, early game, and Stu rolls in for A's pregame, live, and postgame. They're playing the Dodgers. So last time the Dodgers ever played in Oakland, it pains me to say that, but possibly. Anyway, we were talking about, Gibby's home run and everything, and how that was Stu started that game, and that was his 9th inning. He was kind of mad that Tony went to Eck, but I'm like, you're not going to go to Eck there? He was pretty good in '88, Stu. But the night that Dave Stewart threw a no-hitter, Dave Henderson caught the last out on a fly ball from Tony Fernandez to left center. Ricky thought he should have made the play, but Hendu didn't want him to screw it up, so he caught it in left center, kind of like Yastrzemski.
Exactly. He's like, no Ramos. Miscommunication today.
This is me, Ricky. You're not going to snatch it. But after Dave Stewart threw that no-hitter in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, they got a phone call from Fernando Valenzuela congratulating him and then saying, I'm going to throw a no-hitter tonight. And he did. For the L.A. Dodgers that night, and it was 2 in 1 day. I knew a lot of that story, but I never knew that Fernando called Stu after Stu threw his no-hitter. So we were there, and Stu was there watching Blake Snell and the nasty stuff that he has, and basically doing it with 2 pitches. But, we celebrate the guys that got through it, the no-nos and the perfect games like Kane. But Scott Gereltz, he had a no-hitter years ago. He had 8 2/3 no-hit innings, and Paul O'Neill broke it up. And my friend John Ward just texted me to remind me of Yusmeiro Petit. Remember Yusmeiro Petit, September the 6th of 2013. It was his third major league start of the year. He joined the rotation late in the year. He was 1 out and 1 strike away from a perfect game against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Susan Slusser's guy, Eric Chavez, broke it up with a base hit. But we forget about Petit because he didn't get it. He went 8 2/3, perfect baseball until Chavi got him in the 9th.
All right, let's talk to Susan all about it. The weekend for the Giants, including, of course, Blake Snell on Friday night, no hits. The Reds throws 114 pitches, strikes out 11. He is red hot. Susan joins us courtesy of the Guest Line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great. We're just talking no-hitters in Giants history. And, of course, Kane and Lincecum and all that kind of stuff. Kane's a perfect game. But what was it like just as Blake has been so red hot, but all of a sudden here he is throwing a no-hitter on Friday night?
I mean, you could almost see this coming with how well he's been pitching, and that feels like a crazy thing to say because he doesn't have really sort of the background for a guy who would go, yeah, probably will throw a no-hitter. He doesn't pitch deep into games, sort of famously, and he was getting more and more efficient, which is not like him, and he's been talking really all year about pitch sequencing. He's doing deep dives on pitch sequencing. He was every single time out a little bit more efficient. I'm not sure I would have said a no-hitter, but I was on board with him saying that he and Patrick Bailey had been saying since the spring, he's going to get into the 9th. That I thought was going to happen, but this is pretty cool. He's such an elite pitcher. It's so great to have this on his resume. And just to get through 8 and 9, that's huge for him.
Yeah, Patrick was saying they've been talking since the spring, Suze, when he signed March 19th, 9 shutty. They wanted to go, a shutout like Webb did against the A's, but to throw a no-hitter? He does have no-hit stuff. But, one thing about him, and they are in Washington to play the Nationals, he signed late. He didn't get on a mound until April the 8th against Washington at home. It didn't go well. Those first 3 starts went sideways. He went down, went on the IL the first time, pitched in San Jose, pitched in Sacramento, came back up, looked like he was figuring it out against the Yankees, went back on the IL. And there was a time there, late June, they're going to play the Dodgers again. Is Blake Snell coming back? Is he going to pitch against the Dodgers? He always pitches so well against them, but he delayed it until July the 9th, his return. He is a very detailed guy. You see that he takes ownership, but he didn't want to go out there and be, not his best. But those first 3 starts and then starts 4, 5, and 6 were not great up to his standards. So he kind of knew how to get himself back up to speed.
Yeah, and you know what? He has talked a little bit about kind of wishing that he had done things differently, signing so late, maybe going to the minors and working a few things out there. That first month of the season was spring training for him, and obviously he gets the groin thing and then tries to come back a little too soon from that. You can kind of see everything that sort of happened. But the main thing to me is he's really always been a second half guy. The first half, no matter what the circumstances, that's not usually when he shines. It takes him a while to really get into the rhythm of the season. And then when he does, this stretch he has had right now, essentially he had that same stretch last year on his way to winning a Cy Young. So, a big second half can do all sorts of things for you, including cement your reputation as one of the best pitchers in baseball. This is a guy who consistently has done this.
Susan is also joining us talking Giants weekend, but focusing right now on Blake Snell and the no-hitter. So clearly he's going to opt out. I know it's early to be talking these things, and Scott Boras doesn't really like to sign with a team. He wants to get him to free agency. But what would you speculate would be the Giants' interest in bringing Blake Snell back?
I would think it has to be huge. I think they have the upper hand. I think the only team that potentially would intrigue Snell more is the Mariners. He still lives in Seattle in the offseason, very proud resident of the Seattle area. I think the Giants, if they want to rework that contract, could and should. I can't imagine why they wouldn't. And if I'm Blake Snell and looking at it and going like, I signed so late, that didn't work out well. I love it here. I like this team. I love pitching in this ballpark. I'd have a lot of incentive to get it done too. So I don't think the Giants are hurting monetarily. They obviously had no problem going over the tax barrier this year, and they didn't try to get back under it. If you've got Blake Snell sort of in hand and you can do it, just go ahead and sign him to the long-term deal. He's just such a phenomenal talent, and he fits so well with his team. I mean, Patrick Bailey alone, I think, is enough to probably get him to re-sign.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And the irony was he waited out a 1-hour rain delay on Friday in Cincinnati, Susie, even though it didn't rain a drop. But it was his very first start after the trade deadline. And we had you on last week. We were wondering what Farhan would do the next day. And minor alterations, trading Soler, moves some salary. We understand that. And Alex Cobb and, the other moves that they made. They got Mark Cannon here as well. But was there a legit offer from other teams in baseball? We heard from some people that the Padres were interested, the Dodgers were interested, the Yankees may have been interested. Was there any offer that was made by one of the big market teams or any team out there that had Farhan remotely interested, you think, in trading Blake Snell?
Not that I've heard, and I think the evidence is there. He's still with the team. I never got the impression they were looking to move him. I think it would have taken something absolutely outrageous to land Blake Snell, as it should. None of the deals out there that were completed were ones where you go like, oh, I could see that kind of package working for Blake Snell. So I assume nobody threw that kind of, you have to do this kind of deal at him. It sounds like they were pretty pointed to keeping the rotation together for quite some time. And if anything, adding some defense. I think they were targeting a defensive center fielder to really kind of shore up things. If you're going to go for it with that rotation, that's what you want. I think, that didn't quite come together. I would have loved to have seen them add, a big bat, especially moving Soler. Then you've got the DH spot to play around with. You could add anybody you want. But that's kind of clip. The more important thing for me was keeping the rotation together. I'm all on board with that when you've got that level of talent. And much as I love Alex Cobb, Hayden Birdsong showed he deserved a spot. So I like what they did from the rotation standpoint very much.
Susan Susser joining us talking Giants. Of course, she joins us every Monday. It's Bob and Lund here on the Sports Leader. The other big story is Tyler Fitzgerald continues to do what he does. He's the Rookie of the Month for July. He's hit 10 home runs in 16 games. I don't remember the moment that I started to believe in Elliot Ramos, but I do. When do we get to that point with Tyler Fitzgerald?
He had a stretch at Sacramento this year where when they went, I believe it was El Paso, he just went nuts. And afterwards, he's so self-deprecating and kind of, he's never going to take go like, look at me. And he just kind of went, well, it was El Paso, hit his park, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't me. And so the first kind of couple of weeks of this, I think we're all going like, oh, he's running into a few. And, maybe they don't know how to pitch him yet, getting too many fastballs. I think at this point we can say Tyler Fitzgerald has more power than I think anyone really projected him for. Fantastic. He's also got the speed. He's playing well at shortstop. This is such a good story. But there's also speculation that the ball's been juiced a little bit in the second half. And when you look around and look at sort of the homer totals going up, Tyler Fitzgerald is one of the names that gets brought up when people go like, clearly the ball's juiced. It's in there. That's however much more if they are using a little bit peppier baseball. I don't think it's accounting for that much of a difference. But, hey, I'm just throwing that out there that there has been a little bit of that. Maybe the balls, yet again, they're tinkering with it in the course of the season.
Is that the word? Baseball does own the manufacturer of the baseball. Did they take the home run derby balls from Arlington and actually mix them into the game bag with the home plate umpire? Are you hearing that? The ball's juiced in the second half?
Oh, there's just speculation at this point. I suspect our friend Meredith Wills will be collecting baseballs as she always does and unwinding them and sawing them and all the other things she does to get to the heart of the matter. We won't know until there's some actual digging into it. But yeah, there's some thought that with a bunch of the scoring was way down in the first half. What does Major League Baseball love? It really loves scoring. So maybe.
Interesting. On the pitching front, in a negative sense, Kyle Harrison's velocity being down. What's the concern level there?
I think there's got to be some. Anytime you've got a young, very good pitcher, and there's any sort of difference in velo, that's a dip. Anything with the stuff, especially in the second half, young guy. The Giants were very, very cautious with all their young starters in the minors, and they didn't get a lot of mileage on them. It could just be as simple as, this is still all a little bit new to him, this level of workload. I think that if that's the case, he probably gets an extra day or two here or there. I think that would be wise. I kind of thought that they would hang on to Cobb for that kind of reason, and then maybe do a little bit of piggybacking, a little bit of six-man rotation here and there. I think they can get through it without. They've actually done pretty well when they've had sort of bullpen-type games, so I'm not overly concerned, but he's a guy who might be up for a little bit of extra rest.
Yeah, and they have flipped him and given him almost a full week coming out of the All-Star break. He'll go Thursday in Cincinnati is the schedule. Logan Webb scheduled to go tonight, not in Cincinnati, in Washington. He'll go. He went in Cincinnati on Saturday. Logan pitched so well, what could possibly be, I guess probably at this stage is a better way to phrase it, the A's last game in San Francisco with the complete game shutout, Susan. Speaking of the A's, what a piece. You spent time with the great Billy Beane recently and sat down with him for an hour and a half. It's a long, thorough piece. I read it a few times and really interesting. What was your main takeaway from your time with Billy?
Well, he feels, I think, the way people that have been around the A's and A's fans have been feeling all year. He's pretty much all in on Oakland and the memories that the team had, and all the fun stuff. And I think he feels the same sadness and disappointment. There's some things, as somebody who's still working for the team, I think he probably can't say, but he made it very clear he loves Oakland. He loves A's fans, and the sport. He said he never had a negative experience with a fan, which to me is extraordinary. It's somebody in that position. I mean, can you imagine? Brian Cashman can't say that, I'm going to guess. I'm sure Farhan Zaidi it wouldn't be able to say that. I mean,
who can in all of sports?
Yeah.
Who can say that?
Yeah,
it's in that job.
So that tells you something. But the fact that he really got so tight with like the Athletics Nation crew, like the people, like the stats people who really kind of got the A's. That's really cool. You don't see that sort of level of involvement with fans, I think, a lot from the executive level. And obviously, hey, if you're not hearing anything negative, of course you're going to love it. But, one of the key personalities in the history of the Oakland A's, and it's understandable. He played at the Coliseum. He had a funny story about playing the second half of a doubleheader, filling in for Kirby Puckett, and the fans in the bleachers just kept yelling at him, "Did you steal Kirby's car keys? Did you steal his jersey? Why don't you just retire? You don't belong out here." So good stuff. So then I guess that's when he heard negative stuff from A's fans, just when he was playing.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because like you talk about with him here, he's kind of out of the loop a little bit. And then you asked him what's next. And he says, I've got some friends that have European investments, cricket, soccer team, but he says he doesn't have that burning ambition, and he likes being around his kids, and he talks about fly fishing and those kind of things. So what is his level of involvement in terms of not just the team, but he didn't have a voice in any of this? This was all John Fisher. This was not, Billy trying to keep him there. Was there any of that? Billy hasn't had an ownership in the stake in the team for several years. He had a very, very minor, less than 10% stake for a number of years, but he sold that off quite some time ago. So he's an advisor, and he's essentially an advisor to David Forst. And I asked, sort of my impression was that for a long time, he and David kicked everything around, and Billy had the final say. And since he stepped back, it's been the other way around. They kick everything around, and David has the final say. And he said, yeah, that's pretty accurate. So that's his level of involvement. But you'll recall when things kind of broke down with Oakland before the actual move to Vegas was announced, Billy talked to John Fisher and said, you need to re-engage with Oakland. That's the only thing that I know that he has done. But that's pretty significant. I mean, when talks broke down, he was like, get back in there and talk to Oakland. So I don't, there's probably some things he can't say as currently still an advisor to the team. But I think what he has said speaks volumes, and I think that speaks volumes. Good stuff. Susan, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next week as always.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thank you, Susie.
There you go. That is Susan Slesser giving us the latest on the Giants and on the situation with the A's. Really interesting. Like you said, got a chance to talk to Billy Bean for about 90 minutes. Long interview Q&A. You should check it out in the Chronicle and all of her other great stuff. All right, we'll get the latest on what happened at camp this weekend for you. We've got an open canvas for you until 12:30. Matt Barros is going to join us. So your thoughts, there have been some rumors around Brandon Aiyuk. Would you do this or not? What do you think of Blake Snell? Should the Giants engage in contract talks now? You got to get him back. A lot of things to discuss as well from the Giants weekend. We'll do all of it next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hi, Kruko joined JD and Dieter this morning to recap the Giants taking 2 of 3 over the Reds this weekend. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR social. John Lund here. That will make sense to you in a moment. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? What? Some not even based in the entire state? Oh my gosh. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, nice weather, summertime, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? $1 billion, doctor, with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front, nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. Dolan Law Firm.
noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think every team out there just is wondering, like, the longer this goes on, do we jump in and make a call on Brandon Aiyuk? Would they listen to our offer? New England certainly, I'm sure, would love to have a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, but again, it takes two sides to tango. You got to satisfy the 49ers if you're ever going to make a deal, and the player has to be willing to take the contract from your organization. And even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, he has an unofficial no-trade clause, Brandon Aiyuk does right now, because if he doesn't want to go to a team, he could say, I'm not taking that contract, and then why is that team going to give up the amount of compensation it would take to go get him if they know that they can't get him under a long-term deal?
There's Adam Schefter, blah, blah, blah. There's some speculation that the 49ers could trade Brandon Aiyuk. Matt Maiocco saying that's the first time he's felt like something could happen on that front. There is a rumor maybe Amari Cooper. He's 30. He's a little bit older, 26-year-old Brandon Aiyuk. Would you attach something with that as well? What would they do? Much lower cap number, 8.7 for Amari Cooper this year. So is that something that could happen? Give us your thoughts. Would you do something like that? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Before we get to Pop's thoughts on that, remember, starting today through August 23rd, you have 3 chances a day during each show, Murph and Marcus, Pop and Lund, and Tolbert and Copes, to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. Each person who qualifies will get a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for a chance for that grand prize. During the noon hour today, listen for the Tim Ryan sounder, and you can qualify. You'll be caller 10 when you hear it. Not now, but when you hear it. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. When you hear that cue to call, then you call. And today's time is during the noon hour. So best of luck to win tickets to each home regular season game for the 49ers. Back to the discussion at hand. Does that sound like something, Amari Cooper, we're throwing it around in the bullpen during breaks now? Is that something that would appeal to you, and Amari Cooper and possibly a pick?
Well, I mean, you and I have spoken all offseason, and I've never been on board with trading Brandon Aiyuk. But we're into August now, and he's not signed. And he's come in a couple of times for meetings with John and Kyle. He was in recently with John. He's around the building. He was there on the weekend when I saw him. There's a little bit of an impasse here that they're trying to figure out. New England has been in on him. Elliott Wolf is their new guy there, Ron Wolf's son. Kendrick Bourne is there. Still, they need, to upgrade their wide receiver room around whoever plays quarterback. Probably Brissett would start. And we're going to see New England before September's out. They're coming to Levi's. But in order to trade Brandon Aiyuk, you had to get back one of those top 3 rookie wide receivers that were all pure X's, which meant you had to get in the top 9 of the draft. Nobody offered that to you. Matthew Judon in New England also has a little bit of a contract problem. He would be a difference maker on your defensive line, although the Niner line is really deep. Matthew Judon would be great. But they got a lot of guys they can come at you in waves with. The Cleveland component is interesting because of Amari Cooper. And we know Amari well. He's a pro's pro, very quiet. Brandon's quiet as well. But they're pros, and they don't miss anything. And he would be an older guy that they'd all look up to in that room there. He's a great route runner. You'd have to really break down the ability of Brandon Aiyuk versus Amari Cooper to beat man coverage. We harp a lot about Debo in the Super Bowl and how he had a hard time with McDuffie. L'Jarius Sneed, who's a Tennessee Titan now, had Aiyuk for a lot of the game. And Aiyuk did not get targeted as much as he would have liked in that game. And, so when Amari can beat man, and Amari can settle into his zone. Amari is a pure tactician as a wide receiver. The guy's a beautiful route runner. He's always been. He's not going to block like Brandon Aiyuk, so that's a big part of it. Would Chris Furster and Bobby Turner vote for a trade like that to bring in Amari? But Amari's ability to run routes is going to help you in the pass game and help you indirectly in the run game. So, to me, they're comparable players. Then if you can get something more, yeah, Amari Cooper would be a name out there. Now, Cleveland Why would they want Brandon Aiyuk over Amari Cooper? I think Amari may be done there. They've just satisfied his contract after they got him from Dallas. They had a big contract there with the Cowboys, and he may be looking to move on. So they may see that as a final, stop on his deal. They know him well. Why would they be willing to trade him and go get Aiyuk? They're just trying to get younger. They're going to have to pay Brandon Aiyuk. So that's Paul DePodesta, we were talking to Susan about Billy Beane. Before David Forrest, and David was still there, and J.P. Ricciardi, it was Billy and Paul DePodesta is the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball. He runs the Browns, and he's the one that hired Andrew Berry to be the GM there, and so they're all looking at it. So, but that name does intrigue. There's not a lot of other pure football trades you could make. Just Aiyuk for Amari Cooper on the surface would be very interesting, and then Amari making less money. Possibly getting extra things from Andrew Berry, draft picks and such. That's one you don't hang up on. You kind of listen and say, well, how do we do that one?
Yeah. As far as New England is concerned, look, they're desperate for receivers. They're not very good, but any of the receivers that they come back, they're not on the level of Amari Cooper or Brandon Aiyuk. Matthew Judon's interesting, but then you have to give him a bunch of money. He's coming off an injury, only played in 4 games last year, but in 2022 had 15.5, and in 2021 had 12.5 sacks. He's 31, but then he's looking for a new contract, so you have to give him money. And you do have Floyd, you do have Bosa, so I guess he would start. He's that good, but then you'd have Floyd coming off the bench. I mean, believe me, that's really, really good. And if you want to beat Patrick Mahomes or a lot of teams in this league, having 3 pass rushers and rotating those guys and so forth is a great thing. But again, do you want to take that money, give it to Judon, and then rely on Ricky Pearsall? Is that a better situation? I don't know.
Ricky's going to get some run because he's a first-round draft pick, but the Niners and just the overall football team, just watching them over the weekend, John, they've got Trent Taylor can run routes and he can separate. Chris Conley's playing the pure X wide receiver position. I mean, with the first team right now, it's Conley at X and Debo at Z. And Jawan Jennings can play X as well, where Aiyuk plays, but he can move into the slot. And then you've got other guys around. I don't know what they're going to do with Trent Taylor. He's right now, you're probably your number 1 punt returner, but Ricky could do that as well. Chris Conley's a great gunner. They're deep at wide receiver, and Aiyuk's not even here. Then you bring in Amari Cooper. So the one thing of what we'll get into with Matt Barrows, just and then your Trent Williams is holding out, which is an issue. Trent's not around at all. Jalen Moore has improved immeasurably just in this training camp. When I was there the first weekend, you just thought he can't do it. But they didn't have pads on, so it's hard. When you're trying to block as an offensive lineman, some of these elite people like Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos, it's hard. You put pads on, he could kind of steer them a little bit. Jalen Moore, I thought looked so good over the weekend, and not only on Saturday, John, was it hot and the longest practice. They did several one-on-ones. They did back on backers. They did corners on wide receivers, and they did O-line against D-line, and Jalen Moore held up well. He's good in pass pro. He even played so well that I thought when Trent does get back here, assuming he does, could you slide him over to right tackle and let him compete with Colton? Jalen Moore's gotten to be a better player, but yeah, I was at a group there right by. They were coming through the stretch, and he goes, "Papa, would you move your party down a little bit further? Take your social club down so we can go to work." And I gave him the Colton. Is that you with the French dip? But the other thing is Dominic Pooney. I think he's a plug and play. When was the last time the 49ers had a rookie lineman? I guess McGlinchey started right away. Mm-hmm. My guy Mike Upati was back in Canton, with Patrick Willis. He was a plug-and-play starter. But the guy played mainly on the left side in college, and he's D2 school. But that guy, even with Feliciano back, when you get Trent back, I think you could just go, Trent Williams at left tackle, Aaron Banks at left guard, Brendel at center. Then Feliciano can back him up at center and back up all the interiors. Colton at right tackle. But right now, John, I think you're looking at a round 3 rookie, even when you're completely healthy. And Burford does not need the surgery. Feliciano's older. They're going to have to manage snaps with him. Barring anything unforeseen in the preseason games, the joint practices, when he goes up against Cam Jordan, although Cam's more of an outside guy with New Orleans, Dominic Pooney looks like the real deal. He looks like a day one starter as a rookie round 3 pick.
So you think he's going to start at right guard?
I do.
Yeah, that's
I
big.
think right now. I mean, a lot of football. He's got to play well in the preseason games. He's got to play well in the joint practices. But even with Feliciano back, I think they want to manage him. Burford's going to be a little ways away. He's going to fit in somewhere. You know, I think he's one of your best 5, and they kind of talked about him being able to play 5 positions. But right now, he looks like your right guard. He's that good. And that little running back, Cody Schrader, where's this guy? From Truman State in Missouri, what he did in the SEC last year, he's out early every day, 5'8", 202 pounds, undrafted player. After McCaffrey, let's just see where it all flushes out. Certainly a practice squad spot for him, but J.P. Mason's better. You got Elijah in the – I mean, right now, the 40 – go to our lads, and Cody Schrader is ranked 6th at halfback, behind Patrick Taylor, the former Packer, Garendo, who's not working out with a hammy, and the 2 young guys, J.P. Mason and Elijah Mitchell. But Cody Schrader looks like a player right now. That guy just keeps making plays. You're like, who's that little guy? Wow.
But any news on Trent? Nothing? Nothing new on Trent?
All quiet on Trent.
That's not good. Yeah. All right, that's the latest from camp. We'll give you more a little bit later as well. We'll keep you caught up on the Giants. Blake Snell, his masterpiece over the weekend. Certainly that means the good side is pitched great. Bad side is he's definitely going to opt out. Can the Giants get something done with him sooner rather than later? Maybe. We'll get into that conversation too, plus a recap of the weekend. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. It's Papa Lund on a Monday edition of the show. In about an hour, we'll talk to Matt Barrows about what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and the rest of what he's seen from camp. You were there all weekend, so we'll get into that conversation too. That at 12:30. Remember, Matt Mayoko at 2:30, and then we got pregame at 3:10 today because he was the one saying he thought maybe Brandon Aiyuk could get traded. Excuse me, I had to sneeze, so I had to turn off the mic there.
Gesundheit.
Thank you very much.
That was the quietest sneeze ever. Did you actually sneeze? Or
Yeah.
Did you,
it was actually a really big sneeze, but I turned my mic off.
Was it a Madison Bumgarner snot rocket? I didn't hear
No snot rockets.
Now you got some greenage going? You got to wipe your hands?
No, I'm
kind of gross there.
I'm actually good. I don't know if it's dusty or something weird in the studio here, but yeah, no snot rockets today. A couple of things over the weekend. It did take me a while to get going on the Olympics, but I was listening to Mark Spears this morning with the morning show, and you and I have covered all these large events that you could cover, and he said he was mentioning all the ones he's covered. He said that was the most electric stadium when he was there in Paris with the 100-meter dash, ultimately won by Noah Lyles, that he said he'd ever been to in his career.
It was pretty amazing. And, I mean, you're talking about the fastest men on earth, and the whole thing's over in 10 seconds. So
right.
The Kentucky Derby's the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. This is the most exciting 10 seconds, and they always run fast. I mean, going back to the days of Carl Lewis or, hell, Hitler's Olympics, Jesse Owens. I mean, that's always the featured event. But it just seemed like it was a blur last night. Every single runner, and Noah Lyles did not get out.
No.
What was he, in lane 6? He did not get out initially. He was behind. And his strides were so long as he gobbled it up, and it was when it ended, the announcers thought the runner from Jamaica had won, and it looked that way, but it's the chest and not when you break the tape. So it was, and then his reaction when he actually did find out that he won, and he grabbed his bib off his chest, and it was just so pure. So the swimming events, and it seems like there's a million of them, it's just amazing the stamina they have, and the swimmers from Australia are right there with Team USA. It is amazing. And that one guy from France that won the 4 gold has been exhilarating. It's been so fun to watch really everything. I've gotten into it all. But last night, just to watch Noah Lyles, and the first thing I thought of was Al Davis. I guarantee you if Al was still alive, he would call Noah Lyles last night when it was over and offer him a deal. Not only a contract, but a starting spot.
Well, I mean, he's built,
James
too.
Jadder.
Yeah, because
he's a big guy. I mean,
he's not like
brought
he's
in Ronaldo
thin.
Nehemiah.
Yeah.
Skeets was a hurdler, but this guy, I mean, Usain Bolt has gotten overtures. I mean, you're talking, so what would be his 40 time? What he ran last night, the 100 meters, how would that compute? Xavier Worthier ran a 4.22, the Chiefs wide receiver. Tyreek Hill, the streak, who was voted #1 player in the entire NFL. Wow. Yeah. Over Mahomes. I mean, what's the fastest any 40-yard time you want to put for Tyreek Hill? I mean, compared to what Noah Lyles, I mean, was it right around 4 seconds flat? How fast is he running the 40? I don't know. It was a blur.
Yeah.
Well, the last 40 yards, it just looked like they're all trucking. This is the fastest race I've ever seen. And then for him to get it right at the tape was amazing.
Well, it was the fastest. And then the picture at the end was one of the best photos I've ever seen in my entire life, because from first to last, I mean, everybody, I think in the field, I think they said the majority of the field ran a personal best or a country best. Or I mean, every one of these guys was just absolutely rolling. It was from I think he ran a 9.78 to a 9.91. That was from first to last. And Marcus, by the way, Marcus Thompson is such a great rider, but he started this. We talked to him in Eugene with all the trials, and he gave us a heads up on all these runners. And then you go to the Olympics, and he wrote a great piece this morning on it. But I mean, it's just that's the track events are the ones, right? So you're watching the swimming is great, and again Simone Biles, she fell off the beam, but she was absolutely great. And there's all these tremendous stories all over the place. But once you get into the track, and then the 100 meters is the coolest of them all, right? It's like the home run or the slam dunk. I mean, it's the one. And so for it to be that close, and, And to have a personality like him, and now he wants his own shoe, and he's like, nah, there's no money in spikes. I want like an actual shoe. It's just like the whole thing was cool, man. That was
Don't
fun.
let him be a Kansas City Chief.
You mean like John Gruden?
Don't let him. No, Noah Lyles. I don't want him joining Xavier Worthy and that. I guarantee you, he's going to get offers from NFL teams to come in and at least try out to be a. I mean, Bullet Bob Hayes.
Yeah.
Back in the 60s, was the fastest man. He was the Noah Lyles of his time. He became a really good wide receiver in the NFL. And it was not just all go routes. Bob Hayes was a good player, but, James Jett did it. Ronaldo Nehemiah. Willie Gault did it. But there's going to be overtures. I mean, that guy, wow. That's one thing. And being around the players over the weekend, they are soaking up the Olympics. They love it. But when the 100 meter, it used to be a 100-yard dash, didn't it, back in the day?
I think so.
Was that in the Olympics? It was 100 yards?
I thought it was, but I could be wrong there. He's also running the 200, which is actually his best event. He's actually better than 200.
So when does he run that?
I'm not going to give it away.
It's already done? He already ran it?
I think people will see
today?
it tonight. Yeah.
Oh, he ran it today?
Well, it's going on as we speak, yeah.
Oh, is it?
But yeah, whole thing.
That's the
cool.
Carl Lewis stuff, right?
Yeah.
To run the 100-meter and the 200-meter?
Right. Yeah, I think nobody's won both since Carl Lewis. Was that 84? So, yeah, that's
we haven't won in this event in 20 years.
Right, since 2004.
And since Usain Bolt and the Jamaicans dominated it. But that was a race that American sprinters always would win.
Yeah.
Whether it was Jesse Owens or Bob Hayes or Carl Lewis. I mean, so it was exciting. And honestly, you can't even. I know the announcers are upset that they got the wrong, but it's so hard to tell. But they zoomed right in on the Jamaican sprinter, John. They all thought he won.
Well, his foot was. That's what's crazy. Like you said, his foot beat him, but Lyle's chest, and that's breaking the tape. That's what wins. So it was so close. It was just cool. I like all of it. So this is what happens to me every single time. I finally get fully invested in the Olympics, and they're over. Like, that's exactly.
We got another week. What do you mean it's over? Team USA's got 3 big games to win this week. It's not over at all. Now you're into single elimination.
This is where it gets fun.
And it's coming down to Germany again, right?
Yeah, of course.
You're going to get the Wagners and Dennis Schroeder and Daniel Tice. It's coming down to that game against Germany on the weekend.
Yeah, they got to win that thing. But yeah, I watched some of the women over the weekend, women's hoops. Like it's getting all sorts of stuff. Like, oh, and by the way, I haven't seen this today, but they said today was historic because our good friend Andrew Siciliano, he is on with Scott Hansen. So they're like combining forces today for the Gold Channel, which they haven't done yet. So they're making a big deal of that. Which,
okay.
I mean, that's pretty cool what they're doing. I got to admit, that's pretty cool. And I got to
admit, when we get Andrew on it, I haven't watched 1 second of the Gold.
Oh, it's been cool. It's been cool.
Just flip it all around. You got 9,000 Olympic.
Well, it's kind of what Tirico does anyway. I mean, he doesn't do it with their kind of speed. But, I mean, Tirico at night, when they recap everything,
there's so many different feeds. I'm watching Eurosports. Team USA game, it wasn't the Puerto Rico game. It was the game before that. I watched with British announcers from Eurosport.
Do they hate us?
And it was just the way they forget, about certain players and Derek White's history.
Right.
And it's like, oh, I kind of, I knew about Derek White, but they're like, educating their audience that doesn't see NBA basketball as much as we do. So you wind up, learning a lot about the players you think you know so much about because you kind of forgot. So Fitz has not been doing a lot of those on NBC. It's been Noah Eagle.
Noah, yeah. In fact, I was watching the women yesterday, and Noah was doing that game. It was who are they playing? Women. They were playing versus Germany. Yeah, yesterday.
Well, he's been doing Team USA a lot. The one guy, and I think that's why I sought out Eurosport for the second game. Dwayne Wade was wearing me out. The first game. That is LeBron James. He is a huge celebrity, and I know him very well.
Okay. The whole time.
He kept saying he knows LeBron. We know you know LeBron, Joey. What are you talking about? Could you add something to the game?
It's like Ron Burgundy and Merlin Olsen.
What's going on? I've spent time with him.
He comes over on occasion.
It was like, was Dwayne Wade disappointing? Hope NBC doesn't hire him. Was not good.
Tirico's awesome, by the way. I mean, just his whole thing is just
he's fabulous. He's no Costas. His
approach
he's no Jim McKay.
But Jim McKay was the best. But he's laid back.
Costas
was
the best. Costas was the best.
Well, until he got pink.
Mike's solid. Mike's solid. Yeah, when he comes back, he's got to go right into football.
Yeah, it's time.
Talk about multitasking. I got the first game, the Chiefs and the Ravens on September the 5th. He goes right into it.
In fact, I told my wife that this weekend was it for us. We did it. We went out of town and went to Napa a little bit because it's coming this weekend, man. Titans pregame.
I'm going to Nashville
preseason.
on Friday, John. My weekends are officially over.
I know, but that's not a bad way
I
to
get
start.
Labor Day weekend, and that's it.
I know. From now on, that's it.
But football's
it.
back. It's a labor of love. It was so fun being at camp both days, Saturday and Sunday. It was so damn hot on Saturday and so long. And then yesterday was freezing.
Milk was a bad choice.
It is fun. That last day, the last weekend before you start playing preseason games, I just love training camp. That you're about a week into it. In a little bit of time, they're going to start getting tired of it all. But they don't go anywhere. It's not like they're going away for training camp. But August 21st, it's over. So it's just a real purity about it this time of the year. I loved being there both. And it's all sold out. Every session, there's not a seat on either side of either field, whether it's the bleachers, the family section on the other side. It's just wall-to-wall Niner fans.
Yeah, don't we know it? Because every time I go down, when we do our shows down there, and then last Monday and Wednesday we were down there, I'm in the yellow lot, and that's where all the fans are. So like I said, every time I walk in there, they're tailgating, they're getting ready to go. They're having a ball about it. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
So
the
I
way
stayed after Saturday and stayed there. I went and did the museum on Saturday, which I haven't done. I mean, I've done it so many times, but it was just the one thing they got to update with the museum is the modern team.
Yeah.
There's no mention at all of Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers run the last few years, which they haven't been able to break on through. But you go all the way back to, the original video of Frankie Albert and everything. I mean, if you haven't been to that, I know you were there last week. But I spent about a good hour and a half in that museum on Saturday afternoon. It is fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, that's my commute now. My commute goes to the museum.
Oh, you got to walk in the building
when we do our normal football hour when we have like Tim, that'll be my commute through the museum. It is cool. It's really cool. All right, we'll get you back to some Giants talk. Blake Snell was great this weekend, but there were some things that we must discuss as Farhan keeps the team together. Was that the right move? So far, so good. Keeping or getting 2 of 3 from the Reds. Now it's the Nationals. We'll get into that conversation a little bit more of the weekend as well. And love to get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. It's the same. Join us. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR, and I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or bifocals? So CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. CLR custom lens replacement is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. I've had the procedure. John Lund has had the procedure. Tens of thousands of procedures have been done by Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. They are available at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, and no cataracts the rest of your life. lasereyeclr.com, or you can call them at 877-GET-2020.
Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a swing and a high drive. Left center field. This one is gone. Tyler Fitzgerald has hit another one. There's some insurance for the Giants. A 2-run shot. Man, this kid has been amazing. Already 11 home runs for Fitzgerald to this series. It's 5-2 Giants.
That was what, FP? You cut off Frank Paul? Damn, I wanted to hear him.
Just cut it right off.
Damn,
that
was
that was it. Just, that's it.
That was impressive.
Need to do that more with Tim Ryan. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Me. Do more with me. Cut me off.
Ball out. I can't wait. Can't wait. Happening this weekend. So Blake Snell is the big story over the weekend, but a few other things. Tyler Fitzgerald is one big story. And Susan, that's interesting what she said, because I asked her when we had her on, well, when are we going to know when this guy is for real? And she's saying maybe the balls are a bit juiced, like they were in the second half last year. I hadn't heard that yet.
I don't know.
So Tyler Fitzgerald's hitting juiced balls?
I mean, and it takes a lot. Guys have great rookie years, go Charbonneau, and then they're down. I mean, Ramos is chasing a lot. They are going up the ladder on him, and he's starting to go over his head. He's got this jammed thumb going back. It's been about, the previous weekend that it reared its ugly head against the A's on Tuesday, and he was out of the lineup yesterday. So, Ramos caught fire. Matos caught fire. Tyler Fitzgerald is covering the top part of the strike zone, probably better than anybody on this team. Some of the guys have a hard time with that very, top rail extreme fastball. But even in the game, Blake Snell threw the no-hitter on Friday, John. Tyler Fitzgerald got lost in the night. He had a double, his second at-bat, led off the fifth with a base hit, hit the bomb of a home run in the seventh inning, which gave him a little breathing room with a 3-0 lead. You thought it was big, and then he hit the other home run yesterday. But, they go to the Great American Small Park, and they were able to drive the ball. Matt Chapman had one, and Conforto's starting to lock in. So, but as far as Tyler Fitzgerald, you don't really know. He'll run him out there just about every day at shortstop right now. But we'll see if the league adjusts to him. I think the key thing, obviously, is just playing every day and doing it at shortstop and not being asked to play short today, second tomorrow, center field the day after that, or not even start games and come in. That's hard for a guy that's not a veteran and has never had that role before. So, one thing right now, he's going to lead off for you. The Giants are going to see a lot of left-handed pitching, as we thought, starting with Patrick Corbin. Joe Rizzo told us 4 on the road trip on Friday when we talked to him, and you saw Andrew Abbott that night. So there's going to be a lot of right-handed hitters in the lineup. 3 of the 4. Mackenzie Gore is going to go for Washington tomorrow. Corbin tonight, and they'll have one more lefty before they go. So Gerard Encarnacion did make his debut. I was watching him take BP on Friday. God, is he a specimen. That guy weighs 250 pounds. And he was overmatched the first game, but then came in off the bench on Saturday and hit a bomb. Mm-hmm. And I watched a bunch of his home runs from AAA Sacramento, John. Almost all of them were out to straightaway right or right center. He pulled a couple, but the home run you saw in Cincinnati is where his swing is. And Corbin, it's going to be different because he's going to give you that back foot slider all night tonight, and he's throwing a lot of cutters, so he'll work in to right-handed hitters. But and Encarnacion is a specimen, so he's going to get a chance to play. But certainly against left-handed pitching, he'll be in almost every day.
So, like you said, lefties Corbin tonight. Mackenzie Gore is a lefty. Jake Irwin is a righty, and then DJ Herz. He's a lefty, so 3 of the 4 are going to be lefties. So that right-handed lineup is going to be in there quite a bit, like you said, Encarnacion. And the one thing is, they're trying to do both, and this is what's going to be interesting. They're trying to develop young guys, and yet they're trying to win at the same time. So, if they make those adjustments, like you said, I don't know what's going on with the thumb as far as Ramos is concerned, but you like what you see out of Tyler Fitzgerald right now and a bunch of these young guys, but they got to keep it going. And Birdsong is another one of those guys that is going to go to the mound as a young guy. Harrison struggled. How worried are you about velocity drop when it comes to Harrison?
It was down. There was you could see it right away. We saw some 90s there, and he's not an extreme hard thrower with that upshoot that he's got. He gets the fastball to rise a little bit, but they jumped on him. If after Blake did his thing on Friday night, Harry, as they call him in the clubhouse, he got touched. He gave up a lot of home runs, and Robbie Ray gave up a couple back-to-back. But we'll see. They could spread him out. I think Kyle is scheduled to go Thursday in the day game. I'm not sure what they could do, really, because you don't have an off day now. They had an off day on Thursday before the trip started, so you're kind of locked in on what you're doing here. But they were stretching him out a little bit. They delayed his first start coming out of the All-Star break. They flipped him. He pitched the Friday night game against Colorado the weekend before, and then he pitched on Saturday. So kind of like he was at AAA, they're giving him a full week. He's a once-a-week starter. They're not going to be able to do that if he goes on Thursday for the day game against Washington. By the way, there's rain in the forecast, not tonight or tomorrow. It's more Wednesday and Thursday. So we'll see, if there's a delay or if that game even gets played or if they have to do a doubleheader at some point. But his velo was down. And, later in the year, that is somewhat of a concern as he gets to the innings threshold of where he's at. You're going to have to watch that. Conversely, I thought Jordan Hicks threw the ball well. His velo was back. We saw him throwing 97. So, if you wanted to put Jordan Hicks back in the rotation for a start and move Kyle to the injured list or even to the bullpen. You could freshen him up if you think he needs something. But he got touched. There's no doubt. On Saturday, they touched him, and his velocity was down.
Yeah, so that's a point of contention to watch. Kyle Harrison, he'll pitch in this series as well. And again, the Nationals have kind of fallen out of this thing, but didn't they take 2 of 3 from the Giants in April, if I remember right? So
they did.
Yeah, that was weird.
And Blake Snell did not pitch well.
No, that was his first start.
That was his first start on April the 8th. They traded 4 pieces, to get ready for the deadline, and they were kind of hanging around the race a little bit. But they're a team. They got a lot of team speed, not quite as much as Cincinnati, but they are a fast, athletic team. And the Giants do historically struggle at Nationals Park. I remember Madison Bumgarner going in there.
That July 4th?
A lot. He's melted on a July 4th game, and we'll see what the weather is. I think we're clear for rain tonight, but the weather could be an issue later in the series.
Yeah, and look, they've got some young pitching that in the future I think they're going to be fine. They got some young guys. James Wood came up. They got him in the Padres trade. They got that nice young shortstop, C.J. Abrams. They got him. So it's not like they're devoid of talent. They did trade Lane Thomas, who had such a good year last year. They did trade him at the deadline. But they're kind of an up-and-coming team, and that Padres trade kind of accelerated them because their 2 best position players probably are Wood and Abram, who they got in that trade when they moved Juan Soto. So they've got some guys.
Yeah, going to Cincinnati and winning 2 out of 3, plus you take the season series from them.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's over, but that was pivotal. Coming into that game, they had the same number of losses that you have. So now you're 56 and 57. Can the Giants climb back up? Every time they've tried to get to 500, they've slid back down. But the Reds are now 5 games under, and you're 1 game under 500, so that's big. The Cubs are behind you. The Pirates are right there, but the Giants do have the tiebreaker with the Pirates and Mets. And the last 3 games of the year, last series of the year, is going to be against St. Louis on September 27th, 28th, and 29th. Those could be huge games. But really, in the Atlanta series coming up off this road trip, they come home for the Tigers and Jorge Soler and what's left of the Braves starting on Monday. Next week, John, those are all big. But to me, the real problem is San Diego and Arizona. Those teams just keep on winning. They're locking in. Their offenses are starting to ignite. They're starting rotation. San Diego did add some pitching, obviously, and Arizona's waiting for 2 veteran guys, Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly, to come back. I mean, very quietly, San Diego is 9 games over 500, and Arizona's 8 games over 500, and they come from behind and win. They beat good teams. I mean, the Giants got to just keep doing their thing and put pressure on them. You have 2 series against them each, but right now, to me, there's a clear line. I think Atlanta could be the team that's most vulnerable. They could fall out of it entirely. That's why that 4-game series of the Braves coming up next week, John, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the day game, are going to be huge because right now San Diego and Arizona look like playoff teams.
Yeah, like you said, you start looking at because we assumed, it's going to be the Braves. So the Phillies, Dodgers, and Brewers lead divisions will probably win their divisions, although Philadelphia is really struggling, but they look like they'll be okay. But we've always assumed Atlanta was going to be the 4th team. Then it was going to be a fight for the final 2 wild cards. But like you said, Atlanta's at 51 losses, and the Padres and Diamondbacks are at 52. So it's a dead heat for the 3 spots right now. And the team right now, even though they have 52, just like the Padres do, they're 8 games over 500 is Arizona. So those teams are 8-2 in their last 10, and they're kind of starting to pull away. So this whole weird thing that the Giants have, and I don't have it off the top of my head, of when they could get to 500, what their record is. That's what's happened all season long is they get to within 1 like they are right now at 56 and 57. Not only do you have to get to 500, but you got to start winning and getting above because, like you said, the Braves, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks are in a dead heat for that. So they're going to, if you assume, they're going to start winning. And I thought this would happen, that a team would actually start pulling away. I didn't expect the wild card winner to win 84 or 85 games. I think it's going to be closer to maybe 87 or 88 games. So you better start winning at a higher clip.
Well, last year was 84 with Arizona. The year before it was the Phillies with 87. And they wound up both winning the pennant. The year before that was Atlanta. That was a sub-500 team right around the deadline. The Giants have lost 7 straight games when they are going for 500.
It's ridiculous.
They've gotten to 1 game under, but they just can't get to 500. And Tony La Russa always had the line, no, I'm not even going to take we didn't have all these wild card teams back then. But he wouldn't even take his team seriously until it got above 500. Like, we are not a playoff team if we do not get to 500. And right now, what will be the total? Arizona is your third wild card team, John, and they're playing 536 baseball. So,
so that's 87 wins.
87 wins.
So if you think about that in those kind of terms.
Giants have 56 wins right now.
Yeah, so, over the last while here. I mean, and Farhan said this last week when he was with Tolbert and Copes, they do have to go on a, 12-3 spurt or even better, something like that. Like, they've got to get themselves, because if you think about it, they win tonight, they get to 500. Padres are 8 over, so are the Braves. They're right in that area. So you've got to start popping off some wins here so you can get in that kind of realm, because like you said, there's a number of teams, Diamondbacks and Padres chief among them, and then the Braves now are kind of back with the group of teams. But you got to get yourself up there, and to do that, it's not win 2, lose 1, you've got to go through a big streak right here, and then you can, do the 2 out of 3 is fine, but you got to start sweeping some of these series.
Giants have not been at 500 since late May. When the Yankees came in that weekend and laid a hurt on the Giants, they they'd won the first 2 against Philadelphia. They lost that last game against Philly to fall to 29-28. May 31st, they lost to the Yankees and fell to 29-29. And they've not been 500 since. So Arizona and San Diego are just finding ways to win. They are ascending. Now, it's a long year. I remember Arizona, after the deadline of the long losing streak, they looked dead. And they obviously, beat the Giants that series in September 19th and 20th down in Phoenix that basically cost Kapler his job. So it's a long year, but you got to give yourself a chance to be able to run them down. You're going to have to, if you finish 4th in the division, I keep asking you to do the math there because you play each other and you cannibalize each other. Is it mathematically impossible for 4 teams from the West to make it? Say the Dodgers win the division. Could San Diego, Arizona, and the Giants make the wild card? That would seem unlikely because you're going to beat each other. And the Giants do have 2 series each right after Labor Day. They're off on Labor Day Monday, which is odd. And then they play Arizona a 3-game series at home, September 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Then they go to Arizona the last week of the year, September 23rd, 24th, 25th. They have San Diego 2 back-to-back weekends, right? The biggest week of the year is going to be those series in early September. They have Arizona 3 in a row at home. Then they go to Petco September 6th, 7th, and 8th, right when the NFL season starts. Then the Padres come to Oracle Park the next week. So you've got 6 left with Arizona. You've got 6 left with San Diego.
It's possible.
If you go 4-2 against both of them, win the series each one, 2 out of 3 every time, could you make up enough ground? And then, in this schedule in August, you got to go to Washington now, win 3 out of 4.
Exactly.
Come home for the Tigers, win 2 out of 3. The Braves win 3 out of 4. Go to Oakland and win them both. The White Sox are coming in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, sweep that.
They're the opposite of the 2002 A's. Remember the A's won 20 in a row? They've lost 20 consecutive games. So you got to be able to beat it. Seattle's going to be hard. Milwaukee's going to be hard, that road trip in late August, John. And then they got Miami. But really, your fate is going to be decided, I think, in September. And it's the first week in September when you got Arizona home for 3, and then you go to Petco for 3.
The reason why they can, all of those teams can make it is because the Braves have fallen back down to earth. And to make that happen, though, like you said, that Braves 4-game set, they need to win 3 of 4 against the Braves. I mean, 2 of 3 is nice, and they got to do that, too, if they can keep doing it. But they do have to go on, an 8 out of 10 or a 12 out of 15 or something like that to get themselves close to the Diamondbacks and the Padres, because all those teams are basically in a dead heat, about 8-9 games over 500 at this point. And you play, like you said, the Diamondbacks home and home and the Padres home and home, 6 games total against those teams each. So that's 12 games you're going to play against those teams. But because the Braves have fallen down to earth, if all the teams from the West make it, that would mean that the Braves would have to basically faceplant at this point. But you play them 4 times, so you can play into that happening. Absolutely. But it's
sliders away to Jorge Soler. John. I have the scouting report.
Watch him come back and do what what's his name?
Well,
Nick
before
did
you get
against,
to them next week, and those are going to be critical games, this Washington series, and Bob was saying they won 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. Yeah. It's hard to win a 4-game series. You got to win 3-1. Really hard to sweep it.
It is,
so
but
more than likely you go 2-2. And just the Nationals have always been tough on the Giants. The Giants at Washington since 2005 are 27-33. And since 2016, the last time, the Giants were in the playoffs in 21, but they made the playoffs, obviously, 10, 12, 14, win World Series. That 16 team was a good team and lost to the Cubs. But since 2016 on, they are 10-12 at Nationals Park. So, that team has changed a lot over the years. The Zimmermans are all gone, but they don't play well at Nationals Park historically.
The only thing I would say is your bullpen is very, very rested because Logan Webb and Blake Snell have helped you out a lot. So they haven't had to pitch as much as of late. And Webb over Corbin, that should be in the Giants' favor. Mackenzie Gore has been a prospect forever, but I like Hayden Birdsong. And then you get Blake Snell, who's pitching better than anybody in baseball. I mean, my point is that to go back to Farhan's point of this is the best rotation in baseball. Well, you get 4 games against these guys, and maybe you'd like Ray instead of Harrison right now. But, I mean, you got 3 guys in the first 3 games of this series that are pitching pretty good baseball, and your bullpen should be fairly well rested. So I'm not saying they're going to do it, but this is the kind of series where one team is going one way, Washington's out of it. You got to take 3 out of 4 against these guys if you want a chance. You got to take advantage of these series. 2-2 doesn't get it done at this point of the season. You got to win 3 or 4. And you got to sweep the White Sox, stuff like that. So
it's hard
we shall
to do,
see.
though.
It is. There's no doubt.
Maybe not the White Sox. Everybody's sweeping them.
They stink.
They haven't won since July the 11th.
Yeah, they're terrible.
It's already August 5th.
that is brutal, man.
20 straight losses? My God.
All right, bottom of the hour, Matt Barrows is going to join us. He was in camp, but we also asked him, did you see, we got to get this audio. Did you see our pal Joe Staley? So they're, all the old Niners go back there and everything like that. And Harbaugh's all excited and Mayoko's talking to him. And Mayoko's got his mic in there and Joe Staley looks good. And Harbaugh comes up to Joe Staley and he goes, Joe, Jim Harbaugh. And Joe goes, I know who you are. Harbaugh's unbelievable. Anyway, we got some of that
Just wanted
stuff.
to make sure it wasn't Jack. A lot of people call him John Harbaugh.
He looks at Staley and goes, Joe, Jim Harbaugh. Joe was kind of like taken aback, like, I know who you are. Anyway, we'll get into some of that with Matt Barrows. His impressions of camp so far, all of that at about 12:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Blake Snell, no-hitter on Friday. Did the Giants make the right move by keeping him at the trade deadline? Sure looks like it. Let us know your thoughts on our socials at KNBR. It is Monday, a great time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. You see, he has all the answers to all of your tax issues, including, Steve, when you can't pay your taxes. What do the people do then?
That is such a common situation. And unfortunately, a lot of people panic. They do the wrong thing. They get frustrated. They feel like there's no way out of this. They're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. And folks, I know and I understand the feeling. But there's so much we want to do for you. Whether we ask the government to forgive part and just let you pay part, or paying monthly installments that you can afford, not what the government says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven, or just have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially. There's so much we want to do for you. We explain everything to you first. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me?"
It's simple. Just pick up the phone, like Steve said. What can you do for me? You can't pay your taxes, unfiled tax returns, any issues that are keeping you up at night. Steve Moskowitz has your answers and solutions, but you have to call and say, "Steve, what can you do for me?" 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. pad, on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Happy Monday. Matt Barrows at 12:30 from The Athletic to talk 49ers camp, Patrick Willis, and the such. Do remember that you're listening for this hour, that Tim Ryan sounder. We have not played it yet. Why would you be listening for a Tim Ryan sounder? Because between now and August 23rd, you have a chance, 3 chances, one during Murph and Marcus, one during Pop and Lund, one during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win that grand prize. So your caller 10 when you hear it. We have not played it in the noon hour at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, contest line only. Make sure you put that in your phone. Listen for the special cue featuring Tim Ryan, and it will happen in the noon hour for our show today. And that's where we are, and we have not played it yet. So continue to listen. Continue to listen. What did you think of Canton this weekend and Patrick Willis, by the way? Very cool.
I loved it. It was a beautiful speech. It was interesting to hear all the speeches. Dwight Freeney, his speech was tremendous. And by the way, Nick Bosa is working on that Dwight Freeney spin move. They all are. Leonard Floyd does it really well. Nick really doesn't have that move. He showed it a little bit in practice, and he doesn't break it out in games. He's starting to perfect it. But Dwight Freeney, Syracuse guy, nailed it. Julius Peppers was terrific. Randy Gradishar, I thought it was Sunday morning, and I was listening to Billy Graham or the 700 Club. I mean, wow. And he had to wait a long time to make the Hall of Fame. But Patrick's was just poignant. Obviously, the way he spoke about his upbringing, and we all know the story of Patrick Willis, but he talked very little about his football career. The story about, I didn't know he idolized Walter Payton like that. And seeing the video with Jerry Rice and Roger Craig and Mike Singletary were all talking about sweetness, and then when he went out to be a captain. So it was beautiful, not having running water in his home till he was 8 years old. I mean, the harsh reality of what Patrick has been through. So beautiful speech. I love the way he voiced it. It didn't seem like he was reading from notes, or I don't know if they gave him a prompter or not there, but I know Dante Whitner hooked him up with a speech coach, and he nailed it. There was one point he had to repeat the line a second time, but other than that, and there was some emotional stuff when he was talking to his mom and going to wish his mom a happy birthday at the very end. He gripped it, and he kept those dark glasses on, but he got through it. So it was beautiful. It was a really touching. I mean, we've gone from, and they don't even let the presenter give an on-stage presentation. It's all on tape. It used to just go on forever and ever and ever. I mean, is Warren Sapp's speech even done, or Chris Carter's? They had some ones that lasted like a half hour long. So we're right around 10 minutes. So a lot of God references, obviously, with a lot of people. And Patrick, brought up his beliefs and his faith, but it was mainly about his family and rising above a really tough upbringing. It was beautiful.
Yeah, we've had Patrick on a number of times, and I don't know if he ever wanted to get into media or anything, but it just didn't seem like his thing. But I gotta say the same thing you did, which is he was tremendous on the stage at the Hall of Fame. So yeah, really cool to watch Patrick get in there and all the Niners, and it was a lot of fun. A lot of video of a lot of those guys, and Harbaugh went back there, and Navarro Bowman, and like I said, Joe Staley and all that stuff. So that was very cool. First timers in 2025. Do you think any of these guys will get in their first time around? Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch, Earl Thomas, Aqib Talib, better known in these circles as Aqib Talib, Adam Vinatieri, Luke Kuechly, Marshall Yanda, of course, offensive lineman with the Ravens. Any of those guys get in first time around?
Well, Vinatieri's going to be interesting, I would say. The one we're going to look at is Eli. And if Eli Manning, because of playing for the New York Giants and being Peyton's brother and Archie's son and doing the Manning cast, and he's carved out a nice career for himself in broadcasting that I didn't know if he could do. But if he makes, and I think he will be a Hall of Famer one day, so no matter what day he makes the Hall of Fame, we're going to bring this up. But I do not believe he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. That will be interesting to see how and Mayoko is one of the 44 or so that vote for that. If he gets in and Jim Plunkett is still not in,
the 2 Super
then it's
Bowls.
hard. Because Plunk never made the Pro Bowl. So that's why when he gets brought up, they don't consider him a Hall of Fame player. His college career was glittering. He's the only guy from the Bay Area school to win the Heisman Trophy. Had a lot of second-place finishers, but Plunk won. Number 1 overall pick, played well in New England. But then, the Niners situation wasn't great for him, but he won 2 Super Bowls. After being off the scrap heap, he was the MVP of the first one, although Rod Martin had 3 interceptions in that game. Marcus was the Super Bowl 18 MVP, but Plunk was the MVP of the Super Bowl. He won a Heisman. Again, the college career has nothing to do with it, but I think Eli, because of his popularity being a New York Giant, John, he will be in, but I really can't endorse Eli Manning as a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's not Peyton Manning, and he did win 2 Super Bowls, and how many rings would Brady have if Eli and the Giants didn't come around? And some of those playoff wins, the one at Lambeau when he beat Favre, and that bitterly cold night was one you'll all remember. But I'm going to have a hard time when Eli gets in. I think he will get in because they haven't put Plunk in, but I would have a really hard time if he's voted a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I would agree. I just remember, without looking at any numbers or anything like that, and again, because of the way that the passing game has changed, it's not all relevant. I just don't remember when a team would face the Giants of, oh my gosh, Eli. It wasn't like Peyton. It wasn't like that at all. But there is precedence to me to these guys and why they do what they do post-career. I don't think Kurt Warner would be in the Hall of Fame without the NFL Network. I don't think Terrell Davis would be in the Hall of Fame without the NFL Network. Just people ended up liking him. I mean, Alex Rodriguez, I think, is only doing media to try to better himself in that way. So I think there's definitely a lean because the people who eventually vote for these things are human beings. And whether they like them or not plays into these guys getting in. It shouldn't, but it does. So I think Eli will eventually get in. I think Suggs eventually gets in. Marshawn gets in, not right away. People forget about Earl Thomas, how good he was in. I think he eventually gets in. Vinatieri, I think, has to get in. I mean, isn't he even though
he's going to be, yeah. I mean,
he's the most clutch kicker of all time.
Hall of Fame. Jan Stenerud's in the Hall of Fame, and Jan was great, but Jan made 70% of his kicks.
Yeah.
It was a different era, and Vinatieri was the greatest big guy. I mean, Justin Tucker's the greatest kicker in the history of football. Vinatieri made the one in the snow against the Raiders was probably the best of all, but he came right back and won a Super Bowl with the kick he made against the Rams and the greatest show on turf. I mean, there's no doubt Adam Vinatieri will be a Hall of Famer, but there's a process to make the Hall of Fame. John Lynch, and John did not go back this weekend. He was too busy with everything going on in the Niners camp. I watched practice with him on Saturday. He didn't go back to the ceremony, and it was 2-hour delay. It was the heavens opened up on Saturday. They had lightning strikes and they didn't begin the ceremony, but there is a process. At the Hall of Fame, I took the picture of the statue of Patrick Willis right when he was making a speech. But I mean, Vinatieri will be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt. But I don't. How quickly are they going to put these guys in the Hall of Fame? There is a process. Randy Gradishar has been eligible for the Hall of Fame since the 80s. And that guy was a dominant player on the, Red Miller Orange Crush defense. He was the leader when Denver won their first championship in the Rob Lytle game and went to the Super Bowl. But it took him decades to get in. It took John Madden decades to get in. So Vinatieri and Eli Manning are going to be Hall of Famers, John, but I think they got to wait their turn a little bit. I mean, would you be shocked if one of those guys or both those guys were first ballot Hall of Famers? To me, there's a big distinction between the first ballot is for the guys. If we're playing a game with all the Hall of Famers, those guys are starting in the game. We're talking the greatest of the great are the first ballot Hall of Famers. So I think there's a process for Eli to wait a little while. And then Vinatieri he's the greatest clutch kicker of all time. Tucker's the best, but did either one of them, Morton Anderson made it, right? Morton Anderson? Gary's not in, though.
Yeah, I think he's...
So it's just Jan Stenerud and Morton?
Yeah, but now that the seal has been broken, I got to think that Vinatieri gets in. But, I don't think on the first ballot. I don't see anybody on the first ballot. I think Marshawn eventually gets in. Luke Kuechly's going to get in. But like you said, if there's a certain position ahead of you that's been waiting, that person's going to get in first. Unless you're, like you said, the elite of the elite. It takes a minute to get in.
This will be the first time Luke Kuechly will be on the ballot, right?
Yeah. So I don't think
I love Luke Kuechly. I think he's the combination of, he had Patrick Willis, and Patrick was a smart player, but Luke Kuechly really was Patrick Willis and Peyton Manning into one. He was just that good. But those guys had to wait. Urlacher, Zach Thomas, Patrick had to wait a little bit. It was Kuechly that outstanding that he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
He's great, though. He's great. Second year. Go in your second year. Cool hand, Luke.
All right, Matt Barros is going to join us coming up next from The Athletic. He was in town, of course, covering camp. What is the latest from camp? What is the latest on Brandon Aiyuk? Because there's some rumors flying around. We'll ask Matty Barros about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Mortgage rates are down. Yeah, they've been dropping big time, so it's a great time to call Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto's got APRs in the 5s. Yes, in the 5s. So if you got stuck with a high rate last year and want to refinance, this is a great time to call and lower your payment, or you can use this opportunity to get cash out of your home's equity and pay off those credit cards, personal loans, car loans, and other high-rate debt. Loan Pronto can help you use these lower rates to get the cash you need in a matter of days. You can do a full refi, or you can do an Equity Express line of credit. You make the call. Homeowners who call Loan Pronto typically are cutting their monthly mortgage payments $850. Bottom line is, your home value is up and mortgage rates are coming down big time. So this is a great time to act. So call today for a free 30-second rate quote. What do you got to lose? You may be able to skip your next 2 house payments. So call 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721.
globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Happy Monday. Hope you are doing outstanding and you had a tremendous weekend. Matt Barros is going to join us in a moment to get you caught up on everything Niners, including camp and Brandon Aiyuk. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Make sure you're following Matt Barros at Matt Barros, reading all his great stuff. The entire crew, The Athletic, do a tremendous job covering the 49ers, but Matt does it best, and he joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening?
Oh, thank you for that compliment. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that I happen to be present right now.
No, never. Are you kidding me? I would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Maybe. Brandon Aiyuk seems to pop up every single time we have a conversation, and now the latest is they could potentially move him after all this time. Do you get that vibe that maybe because of this kind of impasse they find themselves in that he could be moved?
Well, I mean, I buy that the longer this goes on, the more that becomes realistic. I still think, though, I mean, I think this is born of frustration that nothing has happened to this point. I feel like the 49ers feel like they've made good offers, and it continues to stagnate, and we're reaching a point where he really needs to start practicing in order to be productive to start the season. Last offseason was notable from Brandon Aiyuk's standpoint because he had such a good offseason. Starting in May, I mean, he was there for all the OTAs. He was the best player coming out of the spring. I just reread a story I wrote more than a year ago, about kind of assessing the OTAs and the minicamp last year, and like my lead was that Brandon Aiyuk was more impressive than anybody, and then he had just as good a training camp as well, and then obviously parlayed that into his best season to date. It's hard for me to think that he can even at this point duplicate that season, given the fact that he hasn't been out there. So I think that concept is starting to affect the 49ers. They've got a preseason game on Saturday. Just sort of hammers home the point that, we're starting to get, towards the beginning of the year. This is the time that they want to bring him in. So I do think that there is some anxiety regarding that. Now, do they want to trade him? No. I mean, I can't believe in a million years that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, the two guys making that decision, want to get rid of their best receiver, and a receiver who has a particularly good rapport, good chemistry with the quarterback that they want to be their quarterback for the next 10 years. So I still think something gets done, but, I mean, the longer this goes on, the more nerves get frayed, and I think that's what we're seeing on social media.
Yeah, I totally agree with your assessment of Brandon's offseason last year, Matt, and I would take it back the offseason before. I think he's been the MVP of the OTAs and the mini camps and everything leading into training camp both years, because the year before he really took over a leadership role, and he was nurturing Trey Lance at that time, but it looked like Trey was going to be the starter until he got hurt. So he certainly is that guy. There is a bit of a rumor if they ever did get frustrated with this and wanted to make him available, you'd have to get a player back that's going to help you right here and now. And Mary Kay Cabot, I know you know her from covering the Browns for so many years, Matt, is connecting some dots with Amari Cooper. And Amari's a great player, there's no doubt. As far as a pure route runner and a guy who could fit in, he could take Brandon's X spot. He could play, Y. He could play F or Z. He could play anywhere. Amari's just skilled. But my question to you is, Amari's a great player, but he doesn't block like Brandon Aiyuk. You're going to find, there's nobody out there that runs routes as a true number one wide receiver from the X position that blocks the way Brandon Aiyuk blocks. So how much do they value that part of it? And with a guy like Amari Cooper, and we saw him last year in Cleveland against the Niners, played very well, would that be a possibility, a player-per-player trade? Maybe you'd have to throw in a little more, from Cleveland's side of it, a draft pick and Amari Cooper, but he doesn't block like Brandon Aiyuk, Matt. Nobody does.
Well, yeah, nobody does. He's 30 years old. He's going into his 11th season. So it's not an apples for apples trade there. I think the 49ers would need a lot back. And that's where, it starts to become difficult. I read about Kendrick Bourne. And Kendrick Bourne's a great player, a great locker room guy. The 49ers know that, obviously. But the 49ers have Kendrick Bourne. They have Juwan Jennings. Brandon Aiyuk is the complement to that wide receiving core. To your point, he's a complement to the running game, and the quick passes to George Kittle and to Deebo Samuel. It'd be very, very hard to duplicate Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, one sort of silver lining argument that you make is that, okay, if you did trade Brandon Aiyuk, you would get a draft pick, and you would also be able to use that chunk of money that you would have paid Brandon Aiyuk for someone else. You look at the cornerbacks who are hitting the free agent market in March. You look at Trey Greenlaw, who's hitting free agency. You look at Aaron Banks. I mean, you would be able to, sort of use that money elsewhere. Having said that, I still, firmly believe, and this has been reinforced, by the way, in what, we've heard Chris Furster say and what we heard Kyle Shanahan say to Tim Kawakami recently, that this is a team, the 49ers are a team that really values those skill positions. They want weaponry. And it's taken them a few tries to land a wide receiver. And they did in Brandon Aiyuk, the exact type of receiver that Kyle Shanahan likes. So, again, this is where they want to put their dollars. This is where the position that they really value on that 53-man roster, maybe right after quarterback. Bottom line, I still think something gets done. Seems like it might get – if it's going to get done, it's going to get done pretty soon, I would think, maybe before that joint practice with the Saints in a couple of weeks.
Matt Barrows joined us talking 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. Some rumors over the weekend that they could potentially look to trade him if they've hit this impasse. I always thought, just based on, maybe I'm overreading this, and it's not the handshake that everybody went crazy over, just the fact that he's around and he's smiling and it doesn't seem, overly negative. I know they want to get a deal done, but just from the body language of everybody and him kind of being on the field and talking with John Lynch, and for the first couple of days that they were getting some traction on this whole thing just because he's hanging around. Do you get that feel, or is there nothing to that?
Yeah, I do get that feel. I mean, we were just talking today with Leonard Hankerson, who's the wide receivers coach, and he was talking about how Brandon Aiyuk is in the meetings every day, and from that standpoint, it's as if everything is normal. It's when they get on the field, obviously, that he's not there, that it starts to become abnormal. But, I mean, that's been the case all along, and nothing's gotten done. So, friendship, like you said, the positive body language, that's all good, but it's been good, and still we're at this impasse. So I don't know if that's been enough to sort of move this over the goal line. I don't even know how close the two sides are. It doesn't seem like they're close at all, or else we wouldn't be having these conversations.
Well, he's there, to John's point, but he's not on the field. He's in the meeting room, like Hankerson said, and all that, but he's still holding in. The other one is Trent Williams, and he's holding out, and he's gone radio silent on everybody. Nobody's talking to him at all since camp started, and Trent's he's missed games before when he doesn't think he's being treated properly, so they're going to have to resolve that, and there's a lot of young linemen that are making more than him. But so give me your thoughts on the Trent Williams situation, and then just – I saw you all weekend there. Boy, the offensive line, Jalen Moore, when I was there the first weekend, Matt, I thought, whoa, if Trent Williams is not in here, it's not going to be great. They didn't have pads on. He has improved quite a bit. with all the work he's getting at left tackle, blocking Bosa, Floyd, and Gross-Matos and the other guys. And it looks like they're going to have a plug-and-play rookie round 3 at right guard, huh? Dominic Puni can play.
Yeah, Puni's been impressive. He's been very poised. That's how I describe him. You watch these one-on-one drills, and Chris Furster's point, the offensive line coach's point, early on in camp was that, well, my guys are at a disadvantage in these drills. I hate the fact that you, the reporters, kind of tally who wins each one, et cetera, et cetera. But Puni's won most of his matchups, and he's going against some talented defensive tackles to win it. He's not going against the scrubs because he's a starter. He goes against Malik Collins, and he goes against Jordan Elliott, and he goes against Javon Hargrave. And he's been winning most of those. So I think that's good. I can't tell. My eyes aren't good enough to say how he's doing as a run blocker. That often is a more difficult position for these college guys to pick up because the 49ers are so unique in how they coach that. But I'll tell you that we've spoken to Chris Furster twice so far, and he seemed to be more open to Puni being the starter in Week 1 against the Jets on Monday Night Football, what Furster calls the bright lights of Monday Night Football, than he was, in the second meeting than he was when he first talked to us. So my point is that all the snaps that Puni took in the 5 or 6 days between that have been impressive, and I think that they've given the 49ers Furster some reassurance that he could handle that job. Like I said, the lights, at least so far, haven't been too bright for him. And then the other guy you mentioned, Jalen Moore, he's always been a good, pass blocker. I mean, Trent Williams has missed a handful of games since he's come here, and Jalen Moore has usually been his backup, either him or McKivitz. And when Moore's been there, it's not like, the stories we've written the next day have been how Moore got overwhelmed and gave up 6 sacks. He's been pretty good when he's gotten in there. Firster's point about him was that he's not the run blocker that some of these other tackles are.
Matt Barrows is joining us. How about Ricky Pearsall so far? Can you glean anything? Because if they aren't going to make a move and Aiyuk isn't ready to go, then obviously he's going to be in there. But Pop has said good things about Trent Taylor, other wide receivers. What would be the pecking order if, say, Aiyuk wasn't there?
Yeah, it's a great question because there's a few guys sort of, knocking on the door for a roster spot. Trent Taylor is one, given the fact that he's been really reliable in practice and reliable as a punt returner as well. So he's got a leg up in that regard. Last year's 7th rounder, Lonnie Bell, seems to have a big play every practice. He also can return punts. I know the fans weren't too enamored with his punt return ability last year, but that's another sort of bonus you give him. He's looked good. Chris Conley, I mean, I would put him up for, one of the best players of training camp. He's in his 30s. He took part in every practice in the spring. He's taken part in every practice so far. He gets open deep. He's reliable. Comes back to the ball. Does all the things that you want to do. I would think that Conley, especially if Aiyuk is iffy, might be signed, might not be ready to go. I don't know. But if it was problematic at the beginning of the season, I would put Conley as one of the guys that make the 53-man roster.
Good stuff. Thank you, Matty. We appreciate it. This weekend it starts, man. Tennessee.
You going to Nashville? That's a home game for Lombardi. Are you going too? You doubling down on that game?
No, that's a Lombardi trip. Lombardi gets home cooked meals when he goes out to Nashville.
He lives there. He lives there.
He gets that one.
That's good. You get a break and then you get going after that. Well, thanks, Matt. We appreciate it. Always good to talk to you.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Take care. At Matt Barrows. Make sure you follow him. He does a tremendous job. By the way, maybe there's a 3-way trade. Zadarius Smith was just carted off at Browns camp. So how about Matthew Judon to the Browns, and then Aiyuk goes to the Patriots, and Amari Cooper comes here. Zadarius Smith just carted off at Browns camp.
That's not good.
Well, that means they need an edge guy. Just saying. I don't know what the injury is, but being carted off is not great. I know that, but who knows how serious it is. Just saying. It's kind of interesting timing for him.
Let's just not trade Aiyuk and let's keep him would be my suggestion. And what you were talking about with Matt, I think Conley right now is your starting X wide receiver. Again, it's just different because Aiyuk is an X, and they're crossing Ricky. He's playing them all, but when they break the huddle and the ones go out there, Conley's at X, Debo's at Z, and I think Jawan Jennings could mix in there, but he could leave Jawan. The tough thing is who's your punt returner between Ricky Pearsall and Trent Taylor. I think are the choices. And, Conley is a great gunner, so he's on special teams. He's not only on your 53, he's up on game day. And if Aiyuk's not here, I think he's getting meaningful snaps. And then Taylor, if he wins your number one punt returner job, then he's not only going to make the 53, he's up on game day. But he's also a vested vet, and you have to pay these guys the whole year, so you could start him on practice squad and bring him over. So I think it's going to be interesting to see with these veteran guys in between Taylor and Conley, on top of Pearsall, Cowing, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray. I mean, they're not all making the football team, and how many of those guys could just slide over to the practice squad?
Yep, there you go. All right, about 8 minutes away from your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, not only from today, but the weekend as well. Blake Snell throwing that no-hitter. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
With that growing. Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize. Justice is paramount and community matters most. There's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right. Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Bob and Lund, 1 o'clock hour on the way. Just a couple of minutes. We'll give you the foreplay. Lots of Blake Snell, Bob Melvin. Give you a Brock Purdy and a Daniel Sorensen.
Daniel Sorensen or
I
Nick
said
Sorensen?
Daniel Sorensen, didn't I? That's the chief safety.
It's all right. Now
Nick
you're going to
Sorensen.
screw me up all year.
Sorry.
Daniel Sorensen, the guy that
He was a
George
chief
Kittle
safety.
did not push off
Yeah.
against in
He did
Super
not.
Bowl 54?
Yeah, he did
No,
not.
this is Nick Sorensen,
Yeah.
the 49ers DC.
Big difference. So we'll do all those things to get you ready for the first preseason game against the Titans coming up this weekend. By the way, congratulations to Mark Olson from Livermore. He won a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and qualified for the chance to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. The winner of the grand prize is going to be announced on Murph and Marcus August 26th. Thanks to everyone for calling in. If you just missed out today, don't freak out. You'll have another chance to qualify later today during Tolbert and Copes. Remember, you'll have 3 chances to qualify each day for those tickets to every single 2024 Niners home game now until August 23rd. So be sure to stay tuned to the leader, your home for 49ers football for the past 20 years. Congratulations. It's Mark Olson, our first qualifier from Livermore. But again, we're qualifying through August 23rd. So there you go. There's our first
I was in the
qualifier.
team store on Saturday.
You were?
And the museum. Hit them both.
What did you get? Anything
We
cool?
got some gear for the practice on Sunday.
Very nice. Very nice. By the way, before we get to foreplay, there's Adam Schefter says on Pat McAfee the following: if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to go to a team, he can say, I'm not taking that contract. He has ability to say no to these teams if he doesn't want to go there. He's under contract. Why do people keep forgetting
Right,
that? He's not a free agent.
Does anybody in the NFL have a no-trade clause? There are very few players in the NBA.
Yeah,
that
so
have
when
no trade.
I'm just saying when
LeBron
people say
redid
that,
his deal.
he's inaccurate.
No, but you're not going to trade for him if he's unhappy there. So what would happen is you would, whoever, say Paul DePodesta and Andrew Berry are making a trade for him, they're going to get clearance from John to talk to Ryan Williams, who's his agent, and to work out a deal. You don't want to trade. You don't want to be in a situation the New York Jets are with Hassan Reddick, where he knew Howie Roseman was going to get him a deal in Philly, and they traded him. The Jets thought they had an agreement with him on a deal, and then he didn't like the deal. So if you're going to trade for Brandon Aiyuk and give up Amari Cooper and a draft pick, in theory, say, you want Brandon Aiyuk to be under contract and play for you. So Brandon Aiyuk can hold out with you just the way he's holding out with the 49ers. So, yes, Brandon Aiyuk does have say. He can't veto the trade.
Right,
but the Browns are not going to make the trade until they talk.
Exactly. But I guess that's what I'm saying is that any team knows this isn't a situation like Hassan Reddick. This is a thing where it's like, you know that you've got to give him a new contract because the very reason he's not.
The Jets knew that with Hassan Reddick. They just couldn't get it done.
Right. I know the only reason that he's not with the Niners right now, and it's a big reason, is he's waiting for a contract. So anybody who's going to work out a deal for him is going to work out a contract first. They're not even going to trade for him unless they have a contract.
So he does have say.
Yeah, well.
He could just hold out in Northeast Ohio as opposed to Northern California.
Right. What I'm assuming is that a team's smart enough to know they got to give him a contract. So let's say that the Browns do that. Well, he's not going to say no to $30 million a year if the Browns are going to do it. And the Browns aren't going to do it unless they've worked out a contract. So it's pretty obvious. What Schefter's saying.
Andrew, we have cable in Northeast Ohio. Yeah. Is Aiyuk under contract still? They want to trade him. What's his deal?
Yeah, what's wrong?
They know his deal is the
know.
Niners deal.
Yeah.
The question is, if he got to that point where you agreed, in theory, to make the trade and the compensation, then the next
you've already worked it out. I guess
Paul DePodesta would get him on the phone and they'd do a contract. That they're probably, who knows where we're at? We're way ahead of ourselves. Or it could be with Elliott Wolf in New England. But the point is, Brandon Aiyuk will have say on where he goes if he wants. Now, he may not. He's maybe more inclined to do a deal with the Niners or with Cleveland as opposed to do it with New England. even though he loves Kendrick Bourne and wants to be a teammate of his again. Were they together? I believe they were one year, the pandemic year, right, in 20. It's not a great football team. Brandon Aiyuk's got to be careful how this plays out. He goes off and gets removed from a roster of a Super Bowl caliber winning team, and he goes to somewhere like New England and wins 4 games, and by the way, has to come in and play against the 49ers in late September at Levi's. Be careful what you're looking for. I'm not sure he would want to go to New England.
Yeah.
Maybe Cleveland, they're a playoff team.
I guess what I'm saying is that most players, by a large majority, if you pay them the most, they'll go to your team. It sounds to me as if they'll pay him $30 million a year. That's what he's looking for, right?
He wants both. He wants to win.
But
he wants to win.
I honestly, when athletes say it's not about the money, I laugh every single time because it is. So I think, I don't know Brandon Aiyuk, but if New England says, what's the contract you want? Okay, here's the contract. I doubt he says no. That's all I'm saying. Because it is hard to get both. It's hard to win and get a contract. If they give him his $30 million with X amount guaranteed, exactly what he wants, he probably goes there. I guess that's all I'm saying. What Schefter said, I think what Schefter said is misleading. He's saying he has control like he's a free agent. He's not. He's not. He has control based on the fact that they're going to give him a contract. Well, that's assumed, I would imagine. You're not going to just trade for Brandon Aiyuk and trade up everything that you need. Like, New England would be great for the 49ers, to be honest. They're not going to give you the number 1 pick, but they're probably the worst team in the league, at least on paper. I mean, if you got a 2 and a player from them, that's a late 1. You might be picking back-to-back. Win the Super Bowl and get New England's second-round pick, you might be picking 32 and 33. That'd be all right, right?
I don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. And Brandon Aiyuk will have say on where he goes. He's going to have to sign a contract with that new team, so he does control it.
Somewhat. All right, let's get to it. Did we play the Fancy Open yet? Let's do it.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, big story of the weekend, of course, Blake Snell throwing that no-hitter. He says right after the game that it still hadn't hit him that he had thrown a no-hitter.
Just what I've been doing lately, getting ahead, trying to put hitters away with 4 pitches or less. It's starting to come together and starting to become a better pitcher, and I'm really getting excited about it. So for this to happen is crazy. It hasn't really hit me or sunk in, but when I get home tonight and I'm alone and thinking about it, I'll be pretty excited, I'm guessing.
Like you guys were talking about it, it's amazing that Blake Snell, who just throws so many pitches and last year led the league in walks and pitches, we had a lot of those situations, was able to conserve his pitches down the stretch, and the Reds did help him a little bit. But a guy who hadn't pitched through the 8th inning, he had pitched 7 2/3, but never through the 8th, throws 114 pitches and gets through his first career complete game. That's crazy.
And he was at 87 going to the bottom of the 7th, so he knew the most pitches he ever threw was 122 in 2021 at Petco against the Dodgers, and so he knew he had to get through that. And he went 1-2-3 in the 7th, he went 1-2-3 in the 8th, he went 1-2-3 in the 9th, and he didn't strike anybody out in the 7th. He had 1 strikeout against Candelaria looking in the 8th, and then he got Espinal looking in the 9th. So he threw 27 pitches to get those last 9 outs. So that's 3 pitches or less. So I just love the evolution of this guy, John, where he's saying, I want to get the batter out in 4 pitches or less. So that's hard. You're going to strike everybody out on 4 pitches? He could do it. He could strike you out on 3. I saw him Mother's Day in San Jose at the immaculate inning, but those were A-ball hitters. So the point is he wants to go deeper into starts now, and he's proven it. And he was kind of, you can't ask me that anymore, about he never got into the 9th inning before. Career high was 7 2/3. He had 3 previous outings where he went 7 1/3. To break on through and to pitch a complete game, let it, whether it's a no-hitter or not. That's why I was surprised. They asked Bob Melvin about, what was he looking at, the number of pitches. He said the only thing I was looking at was 1. If he gave up 1 hit, he was going to take him out of the game, which I thought the shutout is still going to be nice. If he loses the no-hitter in the 9th inning, say, don't you want him to have a shutout for the first time in his career? And so unless he gave up a solo home run to lose the no-hitter, I thought he wound up with 114 pitches he's just off the IL, so I see they didn't want to get to 120. But the one thing I was surprised was Bo Mel. He said he was going to go get him. As soon as he gave up a single hit, he was going to go get him. And there was nobody up in the bullpen throwing.
Well,
he was going to bring Duvall in without any warm-ups at all? How was that going to work?
Well, that's what was funny is because of the superstition of it, they don't want to show like the guy, hey, we're warming somebody up just in case, so I don't know how that works. So I guess what would have had to happen is they give up a hit, Patrick Bailey goes out there to calm him down or something like that. And then Bo Mel comes out before it throws a pitch or something.
I think let him say he just gave up. Say De La Cruz ball landed in right center with 2 outs.
Right.
He loses the no hitter. Let him get Steer out. Let him finish the shutout, wouldn't you?
Oh, you have to go to what? Wouldn't
pitches?
you have to pitch to one more batter if you had nobody warming up? I mean, that'd be pretty quick, wouldn't it?
He said if he gave up one hit, he was out of the game. So I mean, the no hitter was the milestone, but also another milestone for him was to pitch a complete game.
Yeah, which he had never
and
done.
And a shutout. He could have gotten the shutout.
Plus, real quick, and then we'll play Bob Melvin for you. Real quick, the fact, like you said, that he's trying to do that and conserve pitches. Now we're talking because Logan Webb is going to go 7 generally. If you can get Snell past, this 5-inning, the 5 and fly or 6 and fly for him, and get him up to 7 innings because he can conserve pitches, and now you're laying off your bullpen a little bit, which is nice. Robbie Ray, for the time being, is probably going to be a 5 and fly guy, although he can go a little bit more. Maybe he can get through 6 if he can conserve his pitches. And then, you don't know with the young guys. I mean, I think Birdsong is still probably a 5-inning guy. I think Harrison, we see the velocity drop. Is he a 5-inning guy? I mean, again, I'm not going back to are they the best starting rotation? I am saying that if Snell could be more of a 7 than a 5-inning guy, then at least you're conserving your pen, because for now, Ray is probably that. We're looking at Harrison maybe losing velocity, and Birdsong, I expect tomorrow to probably be a 5-inning guy. So you still are going to put a lot on your bullpen. So it'd be nice if Snell could get through a few more innings.
Bullpen had a week off. They didn't play last Monday. They didn't play on Thursday. Webb threw a CG on Wednesday, and Blake Snell threw a CG on Friday. So the bullpen's pretty rested going into this 4-game series. But I hear you. But I wonder, Logan Webb just watching, or Blake Snell watching Logan Webb pitch the way he did against the A's and do it in an hour and 55 minutes. I mean, Webb told us afterwards he wants to do a Greg Maddux. He wants to throw a complete game in under 90 pitches. 90 or, what's the one? Maddux, 90 would probably be the number. But Maddux to go out there and throw 80 pitches and get through 8 innings. He was insane.
I know you guys are barely getting comfortable in the green room and the game's over. It was hour 55 with him. It's damn. All right, let's get to Bob Melvin. Said he knew Snell was on a mission after the 7th inning.
It was after the 7th, to go back out there, and he had a little blister thing going on, so I wasn't sure how that was going to affect things. But it seemed like after he got through the 7th inning, he was on a mission. And he really hasn't been out in the 8th too many times. It's very few pitches, I think, in the 8th. But, after the 6th, after the 7th, I had a pretty good idea that he was going to go out there and try to finish it. So credit to him. What a nice feather in a 2-time Cy Young Award winner's cap.
Yeah, that is cool. So he did say, though, in that press conference, I mean, you guys were doing postgame, that was as nervous as he'd been during that kind of a situation because he wanted it for him so bad.
All I heard him say was blister.
Yeah.
You don't want a blister on his finger. Which finger was it? Assume it's on his left hand, his pitching hand. He's scheduled to go on regular rest. He's not, they don't have an off day here, so he's going to pitch Wednesday at Nationals Park. But to his point about the way he got through it, so he started the bottom of the 7th with 87 pitches, 59 were strikes. He got through that 9 pitches. So when he started the 8th, he was at 96 pitches. Went through it 12 pitches. So he started the 9th at 108, and he got through the 9th in 6 pitches. So all of a sudden he's at 114. I think they didn't want him to get to 120 because he just came off the IL in early July. But, boy, the other version of Blake Snell we loved. He lead the world in strikeouts. He lead the world in walks. We like this guy better. 4 pitches or less. Could you imagine him going, trying to get hitters out with 4 pitches or less?
The one thing is I mean, we saw it and everything, but there's just not a more stark contrast between first half and second half Blake Snell. The guy that's pitching right now is the best pitcher in baseball. The guy that was pitching in the first half was one of the worst. I mean, it's amazing how big of a difference it is.
He signed March 19th. I think sign him to a long-term deal right now. and let him start opening day and let him start to do this from the beginning of the year. There's no reason why. Just the way he's evolving and his mentality and how to pitch and to pitch to contact. We're going to pay you this money. We expect 30, 32, 33, whatever it is starts a year. We don't want 16. We don't want 16 great ones and 16 bad ones. We want you to lock in from jump and be the best pitcher in baseball. He has that kind of ability. So do it from opening day on all the way to the World Series next year.
You got to fool him or something. Get him started earlier, whatever the case may be. Tell him it's I don't know, July when it's April, whatever the case, whatever it takes to get him going. Because
just go to spring training with your teammates and prepare like everybody else does, and don't wait till March 19th to sign your new deal.
Yeah, but he does it every year. I mean, not to this extent, but even last year he wasn't as bad as it was at the beginning.
It was
of the year,
1 month last year. From May on
struggled.
last year, he locked in.
All right, let's get you some 49ers stuff coming up next. You'll hear from Brock Purdy as well as Nick Sorensen, the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. We'll do that next. It's Pop in London only here on the Sports Leader.
Only on 810 The Bread.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mark Spears from Manscaped and ESPN joined JD and Gator this morning from Eris. Discuss the latest trade rumors surrounding Lauri Markkanen and the Warriors. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, for me, obviously I don't make a whole lot. I make a good amount playing football. But, just with the lifestyle and the privacy for my wife and I and the things that we're able to do with my family outside of football, we got to make some kind of money somehow, and so marketing is a great opportunity for us. And so, a business or organization will hit up my agent and he'll bring it to me and he'll say, hey, this aligns with who you are and what you believe, or this might not, so we can pass on it. So, those are the decisions that go into it. But, for me, like I said, I'm trying to, provide for my wife and my family moving forward with our life, because you never know, tomorrow's not promised. So we've tried to be smart about it, but there's been some good opportunities this offseason, and that's why I've been able to do some. So
I think that was inspired by your interview with him last Wednesday, because we were giving him grief. We played him all of his commercials, and if people could have seen his face, and if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you could. He was kind of like, when is this torture going to be over? So that's how we started our interview last Wednesday, and then people started asking him about his off-the-field stuff.
Eric Branch, the very last question of yesterday's Q&A, asked him about all the ads he does, and it's an interesting take on it. He needs extra cash because he wants to, people know where he is and where he's flying, and his home being secure now that he's married and they're going to start a family. Just the privacy aspect of it to keep himself. Well, we asked him about traveling around. Do people know him? And he said, yeah. So it's just, from getting the black car when you get a Uber or a Lyft, and, just the flying first class where he's not in the back with cattle. Come a long way from when he flew with us in his first rookie year, coming back from Eagan, Minnesota. He sat back very happily in the cattle section with us, and we moved all the way home. But all the endorsements he's doing, Buffalo Wild Wings, they had him at the NFL draft, remember, a couple of years ago in Kansas City. I saw him pull into the players' lot yesterday, John. He had his Toyota. He also was driving a John Deere tractor, which I think is a little excessive. I don't know how he gets that on 101. Cole? Well, what else is he doing? Alaska Airlines. Franco Finn, our guy, set him up with a big deal with Alaska Airlines. I know he's a pitch guy for them.
Yeah.
Pioneer Seeds.
Oh yeah,
hitting them
the
all.
Seeds
what other? How many ads?
That's the one where he says, "Of course I'm this, of course I'm that," right? Then blah blah blah.
Yes.
Seeds. Yeah, that's.
I went to school in Iowa.
Yeah, right.
Of course I can do a corn picker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was a long dissertation.
Yeah, it was.
So Brock is making $934,253 this year for the salary.
He ain't starving. Let's put it like that.
No, but I understand that. But is he, all those endorsements that he has, is he doubling his salary? Is he making $1 million? I
bet he is.
Think from doing all? You think he is?
Well,
how much does Pioneer Seeds pay him to do that endorsement?
Okay, but the Toyota deal's a national deal, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably making a few $100,000. I mean, again, I'm not going to put this was something I was going to say for 130, but I read, I saw this. The president of NBC said that Snoop Dogg was making $500,000 plus expenses to promote the Olympics for NBC. $500,000 a day. So again, I'm not saying Brock is in that.
They're paying Snoop $500,000
a day.
He's paying NBC to hijack their airwaves. Why so much Snoop Dogg during the Olympics?
I don't know, but they're paying him $500,000 a day plus expenses. So a couple of weeks.
Oh, you said $500,000 a day?
A day.
Oh, wow.
So so he's going to make.
How many days is he there for?
A couple of weeks, right? So he's going to make $7-8 million bucks.
Wow.
So I'm not. Again,
well, Brock's not.
Right. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that these. If he's a national endorser for Toyota, he's got to be making a few bucks. Let's text Buster and ask him what they paid him.
So do you think he's making $934,253 this year to play for the Niners? And last year, he had a huge incentive program because he overachieved all his roster, language. So he wound up making, I think, more than any other player in that category, an extra couple thousand. But just keep it to the $934,000. You think he's making $934,000 in just his advertising money?
I do. Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. Let me see. I don't
know.
Here's the whole list.
What does Kittle make off the field?
Oh, man. He probably makes more.
Well, Steph makes about what he makes off the court that he does on the court, but he's got so many other
but those
interests.
guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a little bit different.
Let's see. I'm trying to look at the list here. I hate these websites. They make you go through everything, so they want you to click.
Who, for Brock?
Yeah, it's just a website.
Well, it's John Deere Tractor, but is that a local one? I think that's just in San Francisco. I'm not sure that's a national one. He does a deal with Toyota, Alaska Airlines.
Buffalo Wild Wings, it says here.
Buffalo Wild Wings, he was at the NFL draft in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Not the one in Detroit, the one a few years ago.
This website is saying that he's got a net worth of $6 million. So he must be doing all right. I mean, what was his total contract, like $3.7 million or something when he signed with the Niners? I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
So he's made. They're saying he made a couple
$3 million
off
the field.
That's pretty good. I'd say that's about right. Because that started right away.
We
were at the Super Bowl in Arizona, and he was doing a thing with Panini Cards, so a national card company, and that started there. And then it's gone to the Toyota thing and whatever the seeds are paying and all that stuff. But that'd be about $3 million. That's probably about right, because this is the third year that he's done this, and last year was probably his biggest going to the Super Bowl, and so that makes sense.
So when his contract vaults to $50+ million next year, $60 million, he's going to give up all these national ads because he can charter his own airplane and not fly first class.
I
he doesn't
bet
have to do that anymore.
No, because
he'll do both.
Well, think about it. Yeah, I was going to say, because like guys like Brady and Manning and stuff, they didn't do more. They didn't do less. They did more, right?
Right. Of course. Yeah.
So I mean, he'll probably do more.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read up on any more of these things. Yeah. Anyway, imagine
what does Kittle make off the field?
I got to look that up. He makes a ton.
He does well.
What was the pineapple thing? I don't even know what that was for.
That was so hilarious.
Was that for like some kind of a clothing company, like something like that?
Yes, it was a clothing company, and he promised not to wear the clothing company before, so he was completely naked.
That's what was great about it. We talked to him last year. He said he was naked.
Austin Powers. It was Mike Myers.
That wasn't fake. That was real. He was naked behind the pineapple, and his whole family's in there.
So good, so good. But George has got a million ads. It all started with Zenny Eyewear.
It did. Doesn't he have ads on the side of his van or something? I'm not his van, but that party thing that they take to the games every week.
He does.
That big party bus. Like there's ads on that. That's pretty good. All right, finally, here's Nick Sorensen. He is going to call plays for the first time this weekend in Tennessee. Here he is talking about it.
I am. I'm excited because it's fun when you get to some of these. We started getting into the move the ball periods where it's not scripted, and it makes it just more fun, and it's also with your process of, your coaching staff and who's giving you personnel and how we hand that off and how we communicate to the players and, being in a rhythm. There's been some different situations to where you can call different calls, but those true move the ball, that's where it feels the most like football,
It's going to be the same, but every guy is different in terms of what he calls in any situation. Do you get any sense of how the defense, or if it will be different and more aggressive? Will they blitz more or less?
He's never done this, and we asked Fred about it because he had Robert Saleh, and then he went to D'Amico, and then Steve Wilkes, and Steve was upstairs to start, then downstairs. But actually, Steve didn't even call it into Fred's helmet. It went down to Johnny Holland, the linebacker coach. And then it was the bottom line is Nick Sorensen's going to be on the field, and he's going to call it right into Nick's helmet. And then upstairs will be Brandon Staley kind of overseeing it. But he can talk to, all the coaches, including Kyle, on all calls. So he's going to have to get adjusted to call what he's saying. The move the ball period is where it goes pretty fast. It simulates like a 2-minute drill where the offense is, going up against the clock and it's down in distance. So the plays come fast and furious. And, Kyle is so brilliant. He's been doing it forever. But his play calls are really wordy. You asked Brock to give us one last week, and it went on and on and on. They can call a defensive call. Some of them are like one word. Anaheim is the standard one for a cover 3. Now, they got to set the front, and there are other changes out of that. So it's not always that simple. But that's just one thing is, how he's going to do it. And preseason will probably be pretty vanilla. But most coordinators, call it based on down and distance situation, and you kind of lock in and see what they're going to do in different scenarios. So, and then when you call blitzes, and they're going to be creative with the blitzes. I do think the one thing, John, will be it's still going to be a 4-3 front. But, one thing Brandon Staley liked to do is to buzz out those outside guys a lot. Joey Bosa dropped out a lot in coverage, and Leonard Floyd certainly has that ability in this front, even from a 3-point stance. But, if they're gonna fan Nick Bosa's way and slide 2 over him, is it worth having him rush into a double team, or just have him fan out, pick up the back in coverage, and get a one-on-one on the other side? So I think it'll be interesting to see with Nick calling it, certainly, but Brandon Staley's influence. And we think it'll be more in the back end, although the Niners played a lot of cover 4 last year, a lot of quarters coverage. But it'll be interesting to see if they drop the ends out, bring pressure from the middle, kind of a zone blitz kind of deal where, we haven't seen Nick drop out into coverage very much in his career, something you don't want to do a lot. But again, if they're going to fan protection his way and they got 2 over him, is it better just to drop him out in coverage or have him try to rush into a double team?
Yeah, that's a good question. My general thought is I want Nick doing what he does best, which is going forward, not backwards. Didn't Joey Bosa complain about that when they first did that?
That was a pure 3-4.
Yeah.
And I remember we went to Costa Mesa to scrimmage with those guys, and I think that was Staley's first year, and it was different. I mean, but Joey's a little bit different of an athlete as Nick. So, yeah, Sorensen's got to get used to calling the defense, but I think the bigger issue is going to be exactly what kind of input is Brandon Staley going to have on this defense, because he is a bright guy.
All right, there you go. There's your 4-play extended version, a couple of Giants cuts and a couple of Niners cuts, as we'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on, including stories that potentially Brandon Aiyuk could be traded. Matt Mayoko saying maybe, again, he's not saying he's going to get traded, but he says he feels that it's more on the table than it's ever been, to be accurate with him. So we'll give you a couple of things on the Caboose pistol. We got a couple of remnants, including some Lauri Markkanen news. Tomorrow's a big day if the Warriors are still interested in the Jazz big man. We'll give you that before the top of the hour as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Greg Papa here, and I ask you, why do professional builders and contractors rely on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials? Because their extensive inventory is appreciated in their ability to schedule delivery of materials often on the same day. Did you know Golden State employs decking specialists ready to help you with your projects? The sales staff have extensive knowledge of all the materials you need. This is a career for many of them, so they're committed to providing you with an exceptional experience. So I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see the list of brands and vendors Golden State features, like Simpson Strong Tie, an innovator in construction connectors for decking and other outdoor projects. You can also request a quote or start an order right from the homepage. Whatever the job, find the lumber, building materials, and expertise you need to accomplish your best work. For 70 years, Golden State has been supporting Northern California construction. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
My first impression of Harbaugh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but like he reminds me of Will Ferrell. Like I don't know if it's the way that he talks, like you know his analogies and everything, but like they really remind me of Will Ferrell. I don't know, it's just funny to me.
So the first thing you heard was the interaction with Joe. Hi, Joe.
Staley.
I'm Jim Harbaugh. And Joe's like, yeah, I know. And then that was Denzel Perriman at the end. So they're getting their first taste of Harbaugh down in L.A., which is cool. But, yeah, Matty was walking with him, too. He was just, walking and talking with Jim, and Jim talked to him and everything. He seemed very happy. I guess it wasn't easy to get to Canton. It isn't easy to get to Canton. So, but he did it. So there's a little Jim Harbaugh for you in his awkward glory.
When Denzel Perriman first said that, a light kind of went off that I do see some commonalities with Will Ferrell and Harv.
Totally.
We played the audio.
We
Danny
did.
Put it together, and it was like, whoa. Is Jim copying Will Ferrell? I don't think Will Ferrell's doing a Harbaugh. I don't know. But he did get there. He brought a lot of guys from L.A. They were off. They got back to scrimmage the Rams yesterday, but it was not easy to fly in there. You fly into Cleveland, then you have to drive to Canton. It's a ways away. But the weather situation on Saturday was gnarly in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, it was crazy. So there you go. All right, a couple of stories today. First and foremost, I've been stung. It wasn't a jellyfish. It was some sort of ray. I was surfing one in San Diego about a year or two ago and stepped on a ray. But I've never been stung.
Not a devil ray.
No, but this thing, like, it puts a bar in your foot. Oh, man, it's painful. But anyway, Leonardo DiCaprio, not that I'm comping myself to him because I am not, but he and his young girlfriend, his latest model girlfriend, and I think once they turn 25, he has no use for them. But they were in the Mediterranean Sea, and he was stung by a jellyfish. Now,
where was he swimming in the Mediterranean?
I'm not sure, it says here, but his yacht was there, his girlfriend was there, and then I don't know how these paparazzi do this, because they have those giant lenses and they get these close-ups of him, but he was stung in the ass by this jellyfish. So the paparazzi at you can look at this on TMZ. They have him getting treated on this nice yacht next to his girlfriend, and you can see that he's in pain holding his ass. So anyway, he was stung by a jellyfish in the ass. They sprayed it all off, and he seems to be fine, and they're laughing about it.
Was it a bare ass, or was the sting through the bathing suit?
Yeah, went through the bathing suit.
The buttocks.
Yeah, they're showing the buttocks. Yeah. And so anyway.
Leonardo, when he was a skinnier man, that wouldn't be an issue.
No, he's not skinny.
He's gotten a little big in his later years.
He doesn't even try. He's just I got dad bod, but I got a bunch of money, and I'm fine. So anyway.
Is he a dad, though? Does he have an actual
No, I don't
child?
think he has kids, actually.
Yeah. How's he avoided that?
Yeah, that's a good question. But
check with Tyreek Hill on that one.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, come on. Best player in the league. Patrick Mahomes is going, really, I'm fourth. I mean, I get it. It's the players.
When do they ask the players to vote on that?
That's ridiculous.
I think they vote during the season. I think that has to be in by the end of the year.
So that's not playoffs, but still, Mahomes, right?
You wouldn't know if you thought Kansas City was incapable of winning the Super Bowl.
I did
Mahomes
say that.
Was a backup player.
I didn't say that.
I just want to know when. If you voted right after Christmas night, say you're home Christmas, you're not playing.
The Raiders beat him.
You're watching Max Crosby and the Raiders all over him. He had threw a pick six in that game. He had a strip sack fumble. So I did the timing of it. Went for the NFL Top 100. When do they have the players vote? I thought it was the off season during the next year's OTA.
Yeah, wouldn't you think?
That's quite a production to get everything ready to roll by July. I had heard today that they asked them to vote during the season, and they get it done by New Year's Eve or something. It's not even the last game.
Oh.
So if you were to vote late December last year, Tyreek Hill was going to break Megatron's record. He had a hell of a year. He had a great year. I mean, but the key thing is, when are they asking the players to vote? Wait until at least Valentine's Day.
I don't know.
When they go back for March OTAs or April.
I get it that Tyreek Hill is a very feared player in this league, but until Patrick Mahomes is gone, it's almost like Jordan back in the day. You could make Mahomes the MVP every year. He's going to have better or worse years than some years. But, I mean, if you're just talking about the best player and not the MVP of a specific season, it's always going to be Patrick Mahomes for the time being.
Going into the Christmas night game, the MVP was up for grabs between Brock and Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
And Lamar played better. Brock had 4 picks in that game. So Lamar jumped on top of that. And, Christian McCaffrey finished third.
Yeah.
In the NFL one. It was Tyreek Hill 1, Lamar Jackson 2 when he won his second MVP. Then McCaffrey finished third ahead of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I would think, it sounds to me, based on those numbers, that it's before the end of the season. Because if you take the playoffs into account, Lamar hasn't ever won anything, and Patrick Mahomes wins everything. And I got a lot of respect for Tyreek Hill, but I would say he's 5th or something. He's good. Not saying he's
special.
Not.
The one thing with him, it's hard to compare. I mean, we thought Justin Jefferson was the best wide receiver in football, and then they voted. He was hurt last year.
Yeah.
But still, you can't just go on, whether you're hurt or not, you're still a good player. But Tyreek is just, his speed and his ability to create separation is just different. He really is a great player.
Today is National Underwear Day. That is August 5th, and the write-up is as follows. It says, National Underwear Day, August 5th, so let us briefly tell you why we love underwear. It keeps us from jiggling in public by covering our unmentionables, plus underwear appears in nearly every culture. Today it comes in colors, sizes, and fabrics, so all hail our underwear on National Underwear Day. There you go.
What are you going with today? I got Calvin Klein. Tidy whities today.
I do this breathable fabric, and it's always the tight ones. But it's not. I don't do tidy whities. I do the boxer brief. The boxer brief is nice. The full boxer is too long. I don't like cotton. I like the breathable fabric. And rarely will I go Tom Petty free balling. I don't like that. So much.
That's the difference. Rarely do I wear underwear, John. Whenever I do, it's always edible. So I don't.
The edible underwear.
I don't like to be encumbered in that manner. So, but today on National Underwear Day, I'm glad you told me it was Choney Day.
Yeah.
I would have gone with multi. I would have worn. I have a pair in honor of the Giants game tonight. I have a pair of. I still have is the Madison Bumgarners. Remember when they passed out the Mad Bum underwear?
Yes. Oh, that's
After
outstanding.
he was the World Series MVP in
Yeah.
2014. Did Mad Bum actually ever put those on? Did he style those?
I don't think so. I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a pair of those.
Wow. Yeah.
But rarely do I wear a pair.
What was that line? Rarely do I wear. Is that Bill Murray?
And if I do,
rarely
it's
do I
always,
wear
they're
underwear.
always edible.
That's a great line. All right, so if you're wearing them or if you're not, just know that it is National Underwear Day. And I brought this up just because I think this is interesting. So Montreal, which is a city you are familiar with, is now going to create a designated 24-hour nightlife district while also making changes to its noise bylaw. So there's going to be certain parts of the city
24
where you can go
nightlife?
so you can go 24/7.
So it's not just nightlife, it's early morning life, and it's all day life.
24/7 nightlife. So, I mean, New Orleans is already like that. I remember I was doing a radio show. I was covering a bowl game, and they... Oh, wait a minute. That's coming from mine. That's a video coming from this story, so sorry about that.
Play it. I want to hear more. I've never been to Montreal. I've never been there.
Oh, I thought you had. So I was in New Orleans one time, and the very place that you did your Bronco riding, the what's it called? It's the Bourbon Cowboy. The Bourbon Cowboy, where you did that.
Yeah.
I had. That's where I was doing this radio show from. So it was about 7:30 in the morning,
This is
and I
in
said,
New Orleans.
Yeah, and I said, well, where do I set up? And they're like, they had no idea. They're like, okay, that bar over there is not being used. So what they do at the Bourbon Cowboy is they'll clean an area, make it not usable for a minute, then they reopen it up. And so they're like, well, we're cleaning that area over there. You can plug in and you can do the show from there, but just know that we're going to reopen that area at some point. And there were still scragglers in there at like 7:30 in the morning still drinking. And I was like, damn.
So New Orleans already has.
Yeah, they don't really close down.
It's night. You don't want to be walking through Bourbon Street at like 8 in the morning.
No,
though.
it's ugly. That's what I was saying. It was ugly.
It's not good.
Because they were doing
We're
the
going
cleanup.
back there. The Super Bowl.
Yeah, let's do it.
Super Bowl 59 is going to be in New Orleans.
We got to get the band back together. I mean, that was unbelievable.
Wow.
Super Bowl 47 was unbelievable.
Don't frown on the brown.
You just got to finish the job.
Got to go to the Absinthe House.
Yeah. So anyway, I just, I mean, San Francisco, obviously, for a major city, what time do we close? 2? Or I think they were trying to make it 4. I think it's 2.
Early.
But yeah, we're for a big city, we close down early. We don't.
So what happens in the 24-hour night? So in that area, bars never close?
Yeah, so they're going to make just a certain area where they just don't close, and the noise ordinance don't apply. So you can just party all night, which, but I mean, Vegas is kind of that way. Although you walk through a casino like 4 in the morning, it's slow. It's not like it's
but
raging.
you can still get a cocktail.
Yeah, sure.
And,
I mean, they don't
take a
close
spin on
down.
the wheel.
Yeah, they don't close down, but I mean, it's not like it's raging. And then one last one. There's a burglar, and you know how certain people who commit crimes they'll kind of leave a telltale sign that it was them or something like that. This guy has burglarized multiple Southern California houses, and his calling card is he leaves a sorry note like the following: "Sorry, needed money for drugs, won't be back."
He doesn't handwrite it and sign it.
He doesn't sign it.
Can't they chase his traces?
They probably could, but it's on a yellow sticky note, and in a red pen it just says "Sorry, needed money," and he just used the money signal or symbol, I should say. Needed money for drugs, won't be back.
Literally, he says, so he has it pre-written before.
Yeah,
he doesn't take time there to.
Doesn't look like it.
To sit in the study and write a note.
But he doesn't. But like you said, he doesn't like print it off a printer either. So it's like they could definitely use it and see if there's any.
How many
prints
homes
or
has he
anything.
burglarized? They haven't been able to catch this guy yet?
No, it says new thievery at polite burglars who steal and show regret. There were 10 businesses burglarized and vandalized in San Fernando over the last few nights, and Cop thinks there could be one perp. Yeah, in the San
So
Bernardino.
does he get a lesser sentence because he's sorry for it?
I don't think so.
I wrote a handwritten note.
I said sorry.
Well,
I need it.
obviously, that's premeditated burglary.
That's a good point.
Which is pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, you didn't just I happened to break into the home. The door was ajar.
Yeah.
So it's going to be premeditated.
Besides, now we got our new nickname. We're the Sticky Bandits.
Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. So anyway, there's the story that, he's sorry. I don't think that's going to work.
You're not going to get over on Brock Purdy's house. What I wanted to hear was what Brock's got at home. He must have cameras. He's worried about privacy when he travels.
He said he can't even, he told us he can't even go grocery shopping anymore. You know? I mean, couldn't he just put on a hat? I mean, couldn't he put on a mask like you did during the pandemic?
That's the way Brock looks anyway. He's got a hat on.
That's true.
He's got a John Deere hat on or a Niner hat on.
People know from his eyes or from his thighs now or his calves because they're so big. You just got to wear sweats. Do what you did. People didn't bug you near as much when you had this mask on when you would.
That's not true.
They didn't?
I had the Bobby Valentine fake glasses and mustache and hats and
Papa, that's
just
you.
hanging in the toilet paper. I'm like, how could you tell who I am?
Make you give a touchdown San Francisco in like the milk aisle or something like that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
just
I
trying
don't
to
do
shop.
that often at Whole Foods.
All right, we got a couple of remnants, including an update on Mr. Marketing. If the Jazz are going to trade him, maybe it could be tomorrow. We'll explain why, and then it's Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Leader.
Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's a little cranky. We just broke out of prison a few days ago. Shut up, Marv! He made us hide out in the store so we could steal all the kiddies' charity money. Shut up, Marv! Remember, if this makes the papers, we're no longer the wet bandits. We're the sticky bandits. Shut it. T. I.
The sticky bandit.
The sticky bandit. But this guy's the sorry bandit. He just says, sorry, I needed money for drugs. Won't be back. So he says he won't do it again. So there you go. We didn't get to Lauri Markkanen today, but the Utah Jazz could sign him to an extension starting tomorrow. It sounds like they won't be doing that. Tony Jones, who's covered the Jazz for a long time, a guy that I know, suggests that they're not going to do that. So that kind of gives the Warriors hope. If Danny Ainge looks at it and Markkanen won't stay there long term, does then he turn around and say, okay, we are open for business. We would trade this guy, so we shall find out. Because I had heard potentially that he wanted to stay and he wanted to sign a long-term deal. Now Tony Jones is saying that, and he covers the Jazz, that he is not going to sign that long-term deal, so maybe that opens the door for the Warriors.
Well, if he doesn't sign it by tomorrow, it's good and bad, where he doesn't sign the deal. But then if he signs it after tomorrow, then he can't be traded for 6 months. So, I mean, I got to believe that Danny Ainge wants to find a way to keep him. David Locke, the voice of the Jazz, is your good friend.
Mm-hmm.
You were in Salt Lake City. I mean, do they not want to sign Lauri Markkanen to a long-term deal? And honestly, I like Lauri Markkanen. He's a go-to guy. He's a great offensive player. Would you have to give up Kuminga and Pajemski to get him? I mean, if you're going to trade Lauri Markkanen and you just can't sign him, then I want all the young guys from the Warriors. Then I want all your picks, and I want Moses Moody. I want Trace Jackson. I mean, I would be reluctant to give up Kuminga and Pajemski. I realize Lauri Markkanen's a gifted scorer. You put him on that front line. Does he defend enough? And do you think Utah's really going to let him leave now?
I have heard the whole time that he liked them and they liked him, and he was going to sign an extension and he wanted to stay there. That's what I had been told. So I had said a long time ago that I didn't think this was going to happen because they liked each other. Now it sounds like Markkanen wants to wait. But next year, here's the issue for the Jazz then. Next year, he's an unrestricted free agent. He can walk. So, then let's assume for a minute the Jazz aren't going to be very good because it doesn't look like they're going to be very good. So he could trade him at the deadline, conceivably, like you said.
Right.
And next year, Markkanen could get more money. And the only guy who signs early, like Brunson signed early, and it might cost himself $100 million because he thought that would help the Knicks be better. But Utah's not going to be very good. So either Danny, if they don't come to an extension, Danny Ainge either has to trade him now or at the deadline. So where does he have more leverage?
Yeah, I would be reluctant to give up both those guys. I think they're going to be the future. I know. Pajemski had a solid year. I think he's going to get better, and I think Kuminga could be a go-to guy. I mean, he could easily average 20-plus points a game and jump it at 25, which Markkanen gives you, and he's a better defender. So, I don't know. Giant lineup is out heavy on the right-handed hitters against Patrick Corbin, and the secret tonight is, can Logan Webb follow up that changeup that he had against the A's last week? He threw 54 changeups last week, John.
And no Ramos. No Ramos in the lineup today. That means
he is not in the lineup.
Yaz
and injury is. Yaz played center yesterday, and Yaz is back in center today with Conforto in left and Encarnacion
there you go.
in right.
All right, to enjoy Giants baseball pregame right here at 3:10. Pop is going to be on TV. He's in the NBC studios right now, so make sure you watch that. Susan Slusser came on today. Matt Burrows, thanks to both of them. Great stuff. Go to KNBR.com if you want to take a listen. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on!
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. What the hell is going on with my camera here? All I see is a black screen. And that just isn't going to get it done, is it? That should do it, shouldn't it? There, yeah. Hey, there we go. I think we're all good to go. And so, fantastic. Matt Mayoko going to join us in about a half an hour. Then we'll get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants. What's going on?
What's up, dude? How was the weekend?
It was good. You know, low key. Trying to figure out where the hell the Giants are. And
I think they sucked me back in. I think the no-hitter got me.
The no-hitter got you?
I think it got me. Yesterday, and then Chapman's play yesterday. I think I sucked back in here. I think I'm such a victim to the Giants. They got me by the grasp, dude.
Well, that's okay. I didn't even get yesterday. I didn't even know it was on Roku.
Yeah, if I didn't have a Roku and didn't happen to be watching TV already on Roku, I wouldn't have, because I was like, dude, where the hell's the game? And I looked at MLB the app, and it said Roku. I was like, oh, damn, this sucks. But then I forgot about it quickly once the Giants got a W. So.
Well, I knew it was on Roku after the game was over, and that doesn't help when you record the game.
It was early. It was like at 9:30 or 10 o'clock first pitch or something like that. Yeah.
So, yeah, that didn't work out all that well for yours truly. And so
I was thinking about this on Friday after the no-hitter. And by the way, I was at a bar up in North Beach at Showdown. Like, nobody knew what was going on. It was like me and one other guy.
Yep.
So nobody had any idea it was a no-hitter until the final out was made. For the crowd that wanted Blake Snell traded, was that a good day or a bad day? Like, does that play to their argument, or does that play against their argument?
I don't know. I didn't really think of that.
Because I was like, I didn't, I understood why they kept him, and I thought if you're somebody who believed like Farhan did, like this is why you keep Blake Snell around, pitched great. Robbie Ray pitched pretty damn well too, I thought.
No, he did.
Yeah,
I mean, he had 9 strikeouts in 5 innings. How about Blake Snell not only getting the no-hitter, the first time he's ever pitched into the 8th inning?
Yeah, I know, it's wild. Because they've said that about him forever.
9th inning.
Never recorded an out in the 8th inning. And I saw him afterwards. He was like, stop talking about it. Don't talk about it anymore. I did it, and I threw a no-hitter. So shut up. Not a thing. That was pretty cool.
You can't say that, though, when you haven't done it for 9 years. Okay?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
You can't say, stop talking about me pitching the 8th inning. It's like, bro, you've been around 9 years. You haven't gotten out in the 8th inning. You haven't thrown a complete game once. So, of course, people are going to talk about it. Like, then they'll still talk about it because you don't do it that often. It was amazing to see him do it and get the no-hitter. I mean, that was awesome. But until he starts recording outs in the 8th inning like 4 or 5 times a year, then, of course, people are going to talk about it. He's been like a 6-inning guy his whole career, and that was part of the knock on Blake Snell. Like, he's incredible for 6 innings. But that's about as far as he's going to get you. Maybe 7 occasionally. But forget the 8th, forget the 9th. Just because you do it once doesn't mean people are going to stop talking about it. I mean, that's just not going to happen. But the fact that he knocked off the 8th, the 9th, and the no-hitter all in one game, I can't imagine that's... Well, I shouldn't say that. I wonder how many times it's happened in baseball that deep into your career... You get your first no-hitter, and it's actually your first complete game, and actually the first time you've ever pitched in the 8th or 9th inning.
That's pretty. I can't
imagine that's happened.
No, I mean those are all qualifiers. But even this late in your career, the first time you ever reach the 9th inning and it's a no-hitter, like has anybody? I mean, you just have to find the guy who threw the no-hitter latest in his career and see how many times he'd gone deep. But that's got to be a rare feat to not go into the 8th or the 9th. And by the way, I was thinking about this too. One, it comes back-to-back shutouts, right? So Logan Webb throws that one on, was it Wednesday? Against the A's, then you're off Thursday, and they play Friday. So the bullpen didn't throw for like 3 days, which was awesome. Tons of rest for the bullpen, who, while they're in the midst of like a 14-day stretch without a day off. And the other thing was he was coming off a 15-strikeout game. I think on the pregame show before the award-winning Dominoes, when we spoke to Joe Rizzo, I said, how do you top that performance last week? And he goes, you don't. I don't think anybody was thinking he would top it, and he struck out 11, which is unreal. I mean, he said, since he's come off the injured list, he's been the best pitcher in baseball.
No, he's been awesome. He's been fantastic. And, like, again, we've gone over this over and over, but this is kind of the hope is that you can find a way to get back into it and let the pitching carry you home. And that's what you are hoping to get out of Webb. I mean, these are extremes now. You got a no-hitter in a complete game. You're not getting that, but you're hoping that those 3 guys and Ray can kind of carry you. Harrison to me is I'm still not sure exactly what he is. Like, I don't know if that. I know everybody says how great it was, and it's a swing and miss pitch, but that 92, 93 up in the zone, man, every once in a while it just gets smashed. And when it gets smashed, it's usually out of the yard. And when he keeps the ball in the yard, he's tough, but it's tough pitching up at 92, 93. I mean, he'll get 95 occasionally, but it's usually 92 to 94. I'm not sure exactly what he is. Birdsong, not sure yet. But those three guys, the three vets who you know who they are when they're right, like those are the three guys you're hoping can carry you and get you on a nice roll. And not just a 5 or 6 game win streak, but 14 out of 20, where you're picking up 8 games on 500 over like 20 games, because the Diamondbacks are playing really well. The Padres are playing really well. They're not losing. So, and you don't got to worry about that right now. We're still early August. You got to worry about yourself. But 1 game away from 500. They need to get over 500. And then, hopefully once they get home, can kind of get by 500 and start putting some teams in their rearview mirror. Put Pittsburgh in the rearview mirror. Maybe put the Mets in the rearview mirror somehow. And just keep, getting these teams behind you to where you don't have so many teams that jump once you come down to the last month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. We kept saying if you need to go on a run, and the Giants still in the mix, I think 4.5 out of that third wild card spot. Here's the thing that's sort of funky is Arizona and San Diego are the teams sitting like in 2 and 3. You see Arizona at the beginning of September. You see San Diego like a week later, but you see them that weekend as well. So you still see San Diego 6 more times. Yep. You see Arizona 6 more times as well on the last month. So no more
Cardinals,
Dodgers.
3 more times.
But it's not that important. So again, that final month is huge if they can maintain.
It's a good thing you don't see the Dodgers. You don't want to see the Dodgers anymore.
By the way, Atlanta's not like way ahead of San Diego and Arizona either. They're only a couple of games up, holding on to their spot. And you see them for 4 next week and already won 2 or 3 against them in Atlanta. You got the White Sox. God, please. I was thinking about this the other day. The White Sox come to town.
Win a game,
I need the White Sox to win a game before they come to town in like 2 weeks. White Sox haven't won a game since, you know what the day was?
Well, it's got to be a little over 3 weeks.
June the 10th.
Okay, yeah.
June the 10th
right around that.
Was the last time they won that was like a week before, almost a week before the All-Star game. They are 0-20 since then. They play the A's tonight, by the way, poor A's. A's got to play them tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday. I saw this note. There's this pitcher, Jesus Tinoco. He's a reliever. He's been on 3 different teams and pitched for 3 different teams since the White Sox last won a game. Everybody's putting together like their notes of things that have happened since the last time the White Sox won.
Oh, my God.
They're like the baseball version of the Detroit Pistons. But that one, was it the Pistons who didn't win the whole for like a month and a half last year? Remember that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I think the difference is basketball stretches a longer period of time because you don't get a game every day. But losing every day is just brutal. Just brutal. And a whole bunch of different ways. They finally scored 7 yesterday, and they lose 13-7. Tolbert
I'm sure Biden was still the Democratic nomination, wasn't he?
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, Kamala was not running for president.
Yeah.
Baseball. The last
Biden was still the man.
Dude, that's incredible.
Biden still had hope.
Yeah, Biden was still. I was like, "Come on, y'all. Come on, Jack. I'm the guy, Jack. Hey, y'all." Tolbert and Copes with you on we used to call him Corn Pop. On a Monday afternoon. We'll catch up with Matt Mayoko, who, by the way, is all of a sudden writing about a more legitimacy to a potential Brandon Aiyuk trade. That we may be closer to that now than we have been at any point this offseason. We'll get into that with Matt Mayoko a little bit later. Plus, when we come on back, I'll tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to every 49ers home game this season. We're going to do a giveaway. I'll tell you how you can win those tickets. We're going to do a little bit more. Derek, I got it. We got it. I got it down. I said it. I said the way I was supposed to say it. Every home game this year, somebody's going to win a pair of tickets to go to it. Is that incorrect? Regular season. That's this season. That's what we got. There's the regular season. That's what we got. We'll tell you how you can win those next. And then also we'll get into a little bit more of what's going on with the Laurie Market and stuff. Some weird things going on with the Jazz. That's next. Only here on The Sports Leader. Mayoko, it appears more likely than ever the 49ers are willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Matt's going to join us today at 2:30. You can listen here, KNBR, the app, YouTube, or twitch.tv/esportsleague.
Mr. T here for Northern California Honda dealers looking for a great road trip car. Honda's got you covered. Civic and Accord sedan, fun to drive, stylish, dependable, mile after mile. Rugged, roomy, versatile SUV, CRV, Passport, and, of course, my favorite, the Pilot. I just got back from Tahoe. Instead of that time there, I thought I was going to. But getting them back was a breeze. Absolutely. All the gear, all the beer, everything I want. Listen to what I want. Know where I'm going. Yes, and safe. Of course you're going to be safe. All the safety features that the Hondas have. The rear view angle camera, the lane sensing, the braking, all that stuff designed to help you keep yourself on the road and not banged up. You don't want to be banged up. The best ability is availability. You want your car to be available. And it helps you in that sense. It also helps you that you're not going to put it in the shop area. It's not going to be in the shop very often. That's where the dependability comes in. Let's not forget about the gas. Regular gas, you can save a little at the pump, and you get incredible MPGs. And it's a little more fun to drive than you give it credit for. I know you think Honda Pilot's not that fun to drive. It's actually pretty fun to drive. I actually kind of like it. And if you're looking for hybrids, how about the CRV and Accord? Great range, MPGs. Talking about MPGs, no plugs, no charging. No worries. So if you're looking for a road trip and the summer's coming, you want to get one last road trip in there, see your NorCal Honda dealer now for great deals on every road trip ready Honda. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Sunnyvale. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ellie De La Cruz from the right side. First pitch, a swing, fly ball right center. Moving over is Yastrzemski. He's there. He's got it. And Blake Snell has done it. Snell has thrown a no-hitter for the Giants tonight in Cincinnati. Getting mobbed by his teammates in front of the pitcher's mound. Blake Snell makes history.
There you go, a no-hitter for Blake Snell. We'll get back into that momentarily here as Giants pregame coming up at 2:45, 3:45 first pitch out in Washington. But a couple things you have to know. First is that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. And you have to know that starting today, Monday, August 5th until Friday, August 23rd, you will have 3 chances a day, once during Murph and Marcus, once during Papa and Lund, and during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets each to the 2024 regular season Niner home games. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niner team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. And you only want to, by the way, tune in today between now and 2:45. So you're going to hear that in the next 25 minutes, your opportunity to win 2024 regular season Niner home game tickets right here on The Sports Leader. Okay. Giants pregame at 2:45. We talked a bit about the Blake Snell stuff. Has anything again, we talked about the reason we have a lack of confidence is the lack of consistency for this team, right? We got to see more consistency, specifically offensively. By the way, shout out Tyler Fitzgerald, who was named Offensive Rookie of the Month for the month of July. And I said that with the White Sox hadn't won since June 10, July the 10th. I always forget there's 2 J months. No, I'm kidding. I just mixed up my months. So July 10 for them. Anything in your level of confidence change with what you saw from Snell?
No,
it's
about the same, but maybe we're getting on one of those like two week Conforto tears that we're just getting started with. Like maybe he's going to start swinging the bat really well because he does go on those little jags where it's like, oh damn,
he's a streaky hitter. Yeah.
He's like red hot, and then he just goes cold. So maybe this is going to be like one of those 2 week upticks where he's just crushing the ball, hitting the ball hard, and becoming a force in the order. So, but about the same. I mean, taking 2 out of 3 is a great start, right? It's a great start if you could find a way to get 3 out of 4. I know it's not going to be easy, but if you could find a way to get 3 out of 4, even splitting, it'd still be a winning road trip. And I think that's okay. I think we said 12-7, so that would put them at 4-3. So they need to go 8-4 the final 12 games of the road trip, which I think is doable with the who they're playing at home. I think that's doable. But man, you get 3, you win this series, and you got a 5-2 road trip. I mean, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking coming home. And you got the Braves, but you also got the White Sox, Tigers, and A's. So that would be massive if they could find a way to. And they got Webb starting off the trip, He had a great game last game, pitched a great game last game. And Corbin's pitching for the Nationals, and he's just kind of, I mean,
he is just not, I don't know. I mean,
not the Corbin you remember before they got that big contract.
Shout out the Nats and shout out Patrick Corbin for, I signed this deal, and as bad as I am, I'm just going to go out and pitch every fifth day. And the Nats are like, hey, we signed it to him. We're no good. We just have to let him throw every fifth day. We need to get these innings somewhere. But he's like 2-9. I mean, he's been really, really bad for like 5 years, it feels like.
Yeah, this is the time. This is like, get the first one.
Yeah.
We talked about that Friday.
Yeah.
Get the first one. Then all you got to do is win one out of the next two. That's exactly what they did. They took 2 out of 3. Get this one. Get this one, and then I'm guessing you'll get another Snell start in this one. Probably Harrison and Birdsong, I'm thinking, because Ray pitched the last game of the Cincinnati series. So he won't pitch in this series. So you win this one. Webb with another good start. I mean, that's just it. You know, put you 3-1. I know it's early, but 3-1 on the road trip. You're halfway through it, so I mean, all these games are important. They just are. I mean, I hate saying it, but I feel like every game's like important when you're under 500 and you're clawing just to get to 500. And there's 4 teams, 5 teams, 6, maybe even 7 teams above 500 right now. I mean, they're important games when you're playing these teams. You put Washington further in the rearview mirror. You did that with Cincinnati already. So, yeah, if they could find a way to win, then I'll feel different. I'll feel different if they take 3 out of 4. If they go 5-2 on this road trip, then absolutely I will feel different because they will come home and they're not going to be facing the strongest schedule, and it will put them, one game over 500. So they'll be over 500. They'll actually be over 500, and they'll be taking on the Tigers. So if they can take this series, and I will change my tune. I'll say, yeah, you know, I feel a little bit different about this team now.
I hear you on that. By the way, we're going to talk to Matt Mayoco. I just want to get your thoughts on some of this Brandon Aiyuk stuff.
Yeah.
Cam Marino of the NFL, and he's who Matt Mayoco was quoting in his piece about potential trade news. Derek, do we know anything about the validity of this? I don't want to freak everybody
it's
out.
It's sketchy. Well, I'm not sure this is 100%.
Okay. Well, there are reports about Brandon Aiyuk, the 49ers being closer to a potential Brandon Aiyuk trade than at any point previously, particularly with a team. Matt Mayoco says the top 2 contenders would be a team like the Browns, who could send Amari Cooper here in exchange for Aiyuk and then re-sign Aiyuk to a big contract, or the Patriots, who have the room for it, but I don't know that they're a fit. But there are some reports out there, potential rumors about a Brandon Aiyuk trade. We'll talk more about that with Matt Mayoco. He's going to join us when we come on back. We'll take a quick break, and then Matt Mayoco next, talking Brandon Aiyuk, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize. wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every Monday with our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko. 49ers first preseason game this Saturday in Tennessee. And Matt, you read a piece, I don't know if it was this morning or yesterday, about it was yesterday, I believe, about the likelihood of a Brandon Aiyuk trade. When we've talked to you all offseason, it seemed to us and to you specifically that was maybe the least likely. Is that still the least likely scenario? Where are we with this?
Whatever the I don't know how many scenarios there are, but I would put it this way. I would say that now I would simply not be surprised if that were to happen. Things have not gone in the direction that I think probably the 49ers expected them to. I think with Aiyuk, I'm not sure he knows exactly at this point what he wants to do. I think that there are opportunities for him. There are teams willing to pay him what he wants. The question is where it kind of falls on the 49ers as far as they have to toe this line of they can't be giving away one of their best players, a top offensive player, one of their top 4 playmakers, and not getting anything in return that helps them this season. So, yeah, I think that the most likely scenario over the weekend was a trade that would send Brandon Aiyuk to Cleveland, and the 49ers get Amari Cooper in return, and Brandon Aiyuk gets the kind of contract that he was demanding from the 49ers. So I don't know. I haven't heard yet today of any movement on any front. I think there is a report out there. Frankly, I'm not sure how credible it is right now. I haven't been able to get to the bottom of that. But there's a report about the 49ers and the Steelers working out a deal. My guess would be, looking at the Steelers roster, there's not a whole lot they can offer the 49ers that helps them at the wide receiver position this season. So any time that the 49ers are a situation where the 49ers aren't able to add a player that helps them at that position in particular, they would have had to have really cleaned up as far as future draft picks.
What are the chances, Matt, that he plays this year on the 5th year of his rookie deal?
I just don't see it. I just don't see how he can play. I mean, if he wants to, 49ers would, I'm sure they would love that option. He plays on the 5th year option, $14 million. That's a tremendous bargain for the 49ers. Then they would franchise him and trade him in the offseason. I just don't see that because it's my understanding, I mean, he has a offer that's much better than that from the 49ers, and he would have the potential of going to, say, Cleveland and getting a lot of money and getting that kind of generational wealth. So I just don't think that that's a real option. And I think, on your program, I've kind of floated out there that, to me, the most likely scenario, if he's back on just the 1 year, is that the 49ers sweeten the pot a little bit and say, hey, look, we'll, $14 million, that doesn't work for you. We realize that. It doesn't work for the 49ers either. I mean, they don't want to hold a guy hostage. So, you could sweeten the pot a little bit, maybe bump that up to $20 million, give him some incentives to get him close to, that 27, 28, $30 million number if he hits them. And then you franchise him and you make sure that this doesn't carry into the off season. You find your trade partner and away you go. So I would say that right now, just him playing on the 5th year option, that would be, far down the list of possibilities.
Okay.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. And the article you wrote in which you were talking about the scenario with the Browns, that's the most intriguing one because it allows the 49ers to stay competitive this year, which is why you make the point draft picks aren't what they're looking for, because that doesn't help them compete with this championship caliber team right now. If that, in fact, did go down, is Amari Cooper an upgrade over Brandon Aiyuk?
I don't know that he's an upgrade, but I don't know that he's a drop-off either.
Yeah.
I mean, everything I hear about Amari Cooper is positive. The only negative about him is that he's older. He's, 4 years older than Brandon Aiyuk. So it would be a 1-year situation where he would come in, and I don't think that there would be much of a drop-off. Now, then you'd say, well, why would even Cleveland consider that? And Cleveland, by the way, would have to throw in draft picks as well. And I was hearing, a second-rounder and maybe some others, some other picks as well. But, why would Cleveland do it? Because they want the more long-term option that Brandon Aiyuk gives them. And so if you pay Aiyuk what he wants now, then for the future, we see how quickly the wide receiver market has exploded, not just this offseason, but the offseason before and the offseason before that. So let's just say you sign Brandon Aiyuk for $28-29 million a year. A year from now, you could be looking at that and going, wow, what a bargain. And then you have him for more years, and you have him while he's still an ascending player. He's been in the league 4 years, and each year he's gotten a little bit better. The production has gone up every season. So that's why Cleveland would make that deal. And then it makes perfect sense for the 49ers as well, because you don't have the long-term financial commitment, and you stay a little bit flexible as far as what you can do with all those contracts, including Brock Purdy's coming up a year from now.
Do you get the feeling that Aiyuk and his representative are looking for more than Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than DJ Moore? Like, I just get the feeling that maybe they're creeping towards that A.J. Brown number, like 32, 30, around that number, because it seems like if it was Amon-Ra St. Brown, DJ Moore type money, this thing could be done. Like, I thought it'd be done over the weekend. I just had a feeling like with Moore signing, like, okay, we've got enough data points, we could figure this out. But maybe they think they're better than all those, and they want to be paid commensurate with what they think their talents are. But it just feels like it's not around that number, because if it was, it feels like it'd get done.
I think Brandon is having a difficult time kind of figuring out what exactly he wants. I think he wants to be with the 49ers. Mm-hmm. That is I think he requested the trade without really wanting the trade request to go through. I think when he requested the trade, I don't think he wanted the 49ers to trade him. He just wanted to kind of increase the pressure on the 49ers. I think that there are teams out there, and let's just go with Cleveland. I think Cleveland is out there with an offer for a new contract that if it were the 49ers giving him that same offer, he would have signed last month. He would have signed by now. But the 49ers aren't in a position, or at least they don't believe they're in a position to go that high. So I think ultimately, I kind of the article I wrote yesterday that Adam was referencing, I kind of ended by saying it all kind of has to be determined by what Brandon Aiyuk wants. Does he want to return to the 49ers under, potentially less money than he could get if he went somewhere else? But then if he went somewhere else, there'd be the unknown part of it as well of, he doesn't know what the system is, how he would fit in, what the coaching staff is like, what his fellow offensive, playmakers are all about. Does he like a situation with the 49ers where, he's, maybe the third or fourth guy on that offense that teams are really game planning around, or does he want to go somewhere with maybe not quite the supporting cast where now he's the number one guy and, teams are focusing in on him? Those are all the things that he's weighing. Do you take a little less to stay with the 49ers? Yeah. If so, how much less? I mean, I think there's a lot that goes into it, including, what the quarterback situation is. And I think I get the sense that he's kind of struggling with that part of it, of the options that are out there and what's the best move for him, not only short term, but long term.
Yeah. Real quick, any updates on Trent Williams?
No. I think Trent's been at this game a long time, so he knows what he needs for himself, his body, to be ready for the start of the regular season. So whatever that date is, I think that's when something will get done. But I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I was going to say, I think the Aiyuk situation gets resolved one way or another before Trent Williams does. It just kind of seems to me, and if you could kind of tell the urgency with which I wrote that story yesterday, I just kind of get the sense that something can happen at any moment with Aiyuk, whereas I don't necessarily get that sense with Trent Williams.
Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. Matt, we got to run for Giants pregame, but before I let you go, then, based on what you just said and your feeling, yes or no, the Aiyuk situation is settled one way or another by kickoff Saturday?
I would say yes.
All right.
But my confidence level isn't all that great.
Okay. Low confidence, but I'll say yes. I'm with you. That's kind of where I am, too. I'm kind of with that just because the whole thing's been drawn out this way.
I honestly think it could happen. It could be resolved.
Any minute, right.
At any time.
Well, Matt, we appreciate the time. Great stuff yesterday in that piece, and we'll keep following you for all 49er updates. Have a great rest of your week, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, appreciate it, guys. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Matt.
Great stuff there with Matt Mayoka, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Tom, we got like 2.5 minutes till Giants pregame. What's your feeling on Aiyuk now? Because I think we all thought he wasn't going to – like you and I both, I think we're on the same page that he wasn't likely to be traded. Yeah. Now Matt's like, not so confident about that.
I have no idea. I still think he'll be here. Just because of the pressing – there's one little pressing issue. It's called the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which Kyle hasn't won yet. And they're better with him. So, I mean, look, it could get to a point where they're just like, look, we're not going that high. But how do they get better? Like, I like Matt's idea, get Amari Cooper or trade him to a team that could take on that salary. And also as a receiver, they're willing to trade back to you. But everyone's always said that it's not easy to learn Shanahan's system. So I don't know if it's easy for a receiver to learn Shanahan, like a new receiver to come in and learn Shanahan's system. I don't know. But that would be more feasible to me than like Pittsburgh, where you're not getting anything back to help you this year. Although if you get a 1 from Pittsburgh, with the quarterbacks they have this year and the division they're in, that might be a pretty good pick next year. But you need something for
what
this
does that do for me for now for the Super Bowl?
That's the point. Right. That's what I always come back to. What about this year? So I don't know. I still think he'll be here somehow, some way. But the longer it goes on, who knows? I mean, but I still feel like game 1 he'll be lining up in a Niner uniform, ready to go.
All right. You missed any of that stuff from Matt Mayoka, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're about a minute away from Giants, pregame Giants and the Washington Nationals. Logan Webb, Patrick Corbin, 2-9 on the year. He's going to take the ball. By the way, KNBR off air. The YouTube stream will be going on in just a little while once the Giants pregame gets going. And that's about all we got today. That's
all
it,
right.
Tom.
Sounds good.
Well, usually you do the end, but
well, I didn't know how close we were. I didn't know. No one gave me
38 seconds.
Final countdown.
Yeah.
All right.
I was the one giving it because I saw nobody else was because Tim's like having a whole conversation in there. Yeah.
Thank you to Matt Mayoka for joining us. Thank you to Derek. Thank you to Tim. 45 glorious minutes. Oh, some of our best stuff. And maybe we'll have time for some Olympics and stuff.
But don't worry, tomorrow rain's coming. Rain's coming into D.C. tomorrow. Good deal.
Here comes the rain.
Unlike Cincy, no rain. Rain delay, no rain.
Let's get you ready. Nobody wants to hear me sing anymore. I don't want to hear myself sing anymore. Coming up, time to get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.
Giants and the Nationals from hot, humid Washington, D.C. The dog days of summer have definitely hit here in the Tidal Basin. I'm John Miller with Dave Fleming, and we've got the Giants and the Nats. The Giants winning 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. Now Logan Webb goes tonight, and we've got a full pregame show still to come next.
Everybody, it is August 5th in Giants history. We're going to go back 3 years to that magical year of 2021 when the Giants set an all-time franchise win record, 107 wins. Let's get to one of them right here. On 8/5/21, Giants were down in Arizona, Chase Field, rubber game of a 3-game set. Giants were 68-40 and led the Dodgers by 3.5 games, best record in the bigs. But heading to the top of the ninth, the Giants are down 4-0 after getting blanked by Merrill Kelly, known Giants killer. So it's probably going to be a loss, right? Wait, here come the Giants bats. Against reliever Taylor Clark, Chris Bryant, new Giant, leads off with a double, goes to third when Alex Dickerson, gets a base hit. And then Brandon Crawford, big hit, doubles home Bryant, 4-1 ball game. Diamondbacks make a move, bring in Tyler Clippard to come into pitch, but he plunks Donovan Solano, Donnie Barrels to load the bases. Gabe Kapler sends Steven Duggar into pinch run for him, and then Brandon Belt with a base hit to score Dickerson. Here we go. It's 4-2. Austin Slater goes in to run for Belt, so there's all sorts of stuff going on. Now, Buster Posey, who was not starting in this game, pinch hits but strikes out, and then Wilmer Flores flies out. But the last hope is a guy named Lamont Wade, who we are just getting to know. And this, of course, was at night. So here is Late Night Lamont.
Here we go. Runners will be going. The 3-2, and Wade swings, and he drives one into right field. A base hit. Crawford scores. Duggar is on his way home. To third is Slater. He'll be stopped there. Lamont Wade ties the game at 4.
Huge clutch knock. Lamont Wade, wow. And that's Doug Greenwald on the call, sounding good. So the Giants score 4 runs in the ninth, capped by Late Night Lamont. They go to Tyler Rogers in the bottom of the ninth, throws up a scoreless frame. We go to 10. Tommy LaStella, remember him? He's the ghost runner. We're in ghost runner era. And Chris Bryant leads off against the new Diamondbacks pitcher, Tyler Gilbert.
3-2 to Bryant, and he rips this one fair on down the left field line. LaStella will come around and score easily. On his way to second is Bryant. He goes in with an RBI stand-up double. 5-4 Giants.
Okay, Doug Greenwald calling that one too. Chris Bryant really winning fans over at that point in time. Jake McGee would retire all 3 hitters he'd face in the bottom of the 10th for his 24th save. And the Giants pull one out. Down 4-0 in the ninth. They win 5-4 in that magical year, August 5th, 2021. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, back here getting ready for the Giants and the Nationals. Game 1 of a 4-game series off of a 2 out of 3 victory over the Reds in their series in Cincinnati this weekend. And here to help us get ready is John Miller. How you doing, John?
Well, so kind of you to ask. Well, thank you.
That's good. Now, I have a question. It's a 2-part question, okay?
A multi-parter.
Well, I'll ask the first part first. You were not in Cincinnati, were you?
No.
Okay, and then maybe it's a 3-part question.
What of it?
Well,
What
I was going to ask if you got FOMO on Friday for the no-hitter. FOMO, the fear of missing out.
Well, I watch it on television.
Oh, so you didn't miss it.
And when I was getting a little steamed up, I watched it on the Gamecast on the MLB app, where you see each pitch and where it shows up in the strike zone.
Right,
and then I found out that was like 2 pitches ahead of what I was seeing on television. So in the 9th inning, and my wife Janine was watching with me, and I said, I think he's not gonna get him on this pitch, but on the next pitch he's gonna hit a ground ball to short, or whatever.
Start predicting,
so,
right?
Yeah. So anyway,
like Kreskin.
She didn't want to put money on it or anything. She's not a gambler. So anyway, but so I couldn't. It's too tense. I get a little too tense. I wanted to know as soon as possible. So and it takes a lot of the anxiety out of it when you know that on the next pitch he's going to hit a fly ball to right center and Yaz is going to catch it, and that's it. So so that's the way I did it, and I could never be a general manager where it's the team you put together and then things start going bad during the game. I couldn't handle that. I'd be like the Billy Bean, like in Moneyball, right?
Right.
He's down in the weight room working out, and he doesn't want to see the game and this and that, and that's the way I would be. But anyway, so I was not there. I back in December, I gave the Giants the schedule, which games I would do and which games should I take off, and that was one I thought was a prime day off kind of a weekend, and how wrong was I?
Now, when you're actually calling a game at the end of the game and it's a no-hitter or a perfect game, something like that, do you not watch it on the field and call it off the Gamecast?
No. Because when you're at the game,
yeah, I know.
Gamecast is not 2 pitches ahead.
Now you're 2 pitches ahead
now
of Gamecast.
That
what if it was, though? How crazy would that be?
That would be incredible if it was. To find
if it
that
was,
out,
tell me. Call me. I could make us some money.
Yeah, that was. I did say to my wife after his first inning, I said, "Wow, he's got no hit stuff tonight," and turned out he did.
Yes,
Although probably you could say that almost any time he starts when he's on a roll like he is right now.
Were you? Copes asked me how I'm feeling about this team right now, and I said about the same as I have been. The pitching staff hopefully come together and kind of carry him for a little bit, but I think that would change if they take 3 out of 4 in D.C. That's a 5-2 road trip that puts you over 500. You got some teams that you should beat coming at home. It doesn't mean you're going to, but White Sox go to Oakland. They got the Tigers coming in. The Braves do come in, but it's still not as good as they were last couple editions of them. But how do you feel? Like, I feel if they can take this series, maybe that's turning a corner a little bit.
Well, I feel like the Giants right now, when you look at the wild card division, there are 4 teams between them and the third and final wild card spot. Right now it's Atlanta, and the Padres in a virtual tie for the wild card division lead, and Arizona a half game behind them. So, and Arizona's won 5 in a row. And that's what I'm thinking. I looked at that, it hit me. 5 in a row. That's what the Giants need. And of course, as soon as you say that, then they lose 1 or 2, and then they win 10 in a row after that. So when you say that, you're never right. And but at the same time, I think this is the part of the schedule that really favors the Giants. This is the part of the schedule where the Nationals are a young rebuilding team, and their bullpen has not been that good. And then 2 of their top relievers got traded at the trading deadline. So going into the game yesterday, their bullpen ERA was like 6.89, in the last 2-3 weeks or whatever. So, and even in yesterday's game, they got a great performance from a young guy for 6 innings, and then the bullpen promptly gave up 3 runs, and their 4-0 lead was all of a sudden 4-3. And then they have a guy who made the All-Star team, the closer, Finnegan. He did save it for him, so they got the win. But I think the Giants need to really win. This is where they need to really not just go 5-2. I mean, then this is where they need to get hot, and I think that's what the Padres did. The Padres had a 7-game winning streak right after the break, and I think it's that time of year and playing the teams that they'll be playing where they need to get hot. So I think, hey, if they win 3 out of 4, I think that'll feel good. They'll go home over 500, and so be it. And they'll still have their shot. But there's so many teams ahead of them that also have to lose for the Giants to keep pace with a loss. All of those teams have to lose, and if the Giants win, they need most of those teams to also lose for them to gain ground on everybody. And let's face it, they need to gain ground on everybody that's ahead of them. So they are 4.5 back of Arizona, the 3rd and final wild card team. But they're also 3 back of the Mets, who are the 4th wild card team. So they're a little bit on the outside looking in. And, they're still behind the Cardinals by 1.5 games, who were the 15th. So they're behind all those teams. And I think that's why their situation is a little more precarious. So will they win 4 here? I mean, this is a team that's been real hard on the Giants. Playing here and in San Francisco. Last year, the same thing. This young team just seemed to match up really well for whatever reason against the Giants. So I think they need to get that turned around big time right now.
Well, Logan Webb takes the ball for the Giants today. We'll talk more about him right after this. Back here with John Miller. He's out in Washington, D.C. getting ready for Game 1 between the Giants and the Nationals. Logan Webb takes the ball coming off a complete game shutout. Those back-to-back games, the Giants had shutouts, and 3 straight the bullpen didn't have to throw last weekend, John.
And then what did the bullpen do? The bullpen worked 8 1/3 innings in the 2 games Saturday and Sunday. No runs, 3 hits allowed, and just a couple of walks. That was pretty impressive with a well-rested bullpen. And Tyler Rogers came in and got the final out of the 7th, and the Giants busted the game open with the 5-run 8th inning. But they left Tyler in there because he hadn't thrown in days. So, and he ended up retiring the side in order in the last of the 8th. He threw only 8 pitches in an inning and a third. So the bullpen, I think, is still well rested and ready to go back at Logan Webb today. And it'll be interesting to see how Logan fares today, having thrown that complete game. He hadn't thrown many in his career, 3 complete games total. And now he's coming back on his normal rest. He had an extra day, I think, before that game on Wednesday. And with the heat and humidity, this is not something that the Giants are used to at Oracle Park, this kind of weather. And it's hotter and more humid than it was in Cincinnati.
Well, John, have a great call back with the team, and let's see if we can get you a no-hitter this week.
That's if the team has a great game, then my chances of a great call are greatly enhanced, don't you?
I do. I'm feeling good about your chances if they have a great game.
I get a lot more people after a great Giants win that say, "Hey, good broadcast yesterday," than after a gut-wrenching loss where I thought, that's such a bad loss. But I thought I was great. I don't get that many compliments though after one of those. So I know how it works.
Good games, good calls, John. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Award-winning Diamond Notes are next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
That's next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.